Black Op Radio presents 50 Reasons for 50 Years. Why the Warren Commission may be the greatest fraud perpetrated on the American public.
We were the only people in this area on our side, and the shots came from directly across the street from us. And just as the president's car became directly even with us, we took one look at him, and he was sitting there, and about that time, two shots rang out just as he looked up. Just as the president looked up, and these two shots rang out, and he grabbed his chest, and it looked like he was in pain, and he fell over in the seat, and Jackie fell over on him, and said, "My God, he's been shot." After that, more shots rang out, and the car sped away.
Where did the shots come from?
The shots came from the hill. It was just east of the underpass.
And
we were on the south side.
Did you see? Did you look up there where the shots came from, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Could you see anyone?
I thought I saw this man running.
I'm Len Osanic, the host of Black Op Radio. It's been 49 years since the assassination of American President John F. Kennedy in 1963. The consequences of this seminal event still reverberate in America and across the world. Since the president's alleged assassin, Lee Oswald, had been gunned down 2 days after Kennedy was killed, preventing an actual trial, a small band of skeptical observers were prepared to put the Warren Commission's findings to the test. Beginning with Harold Weisberg's book, Whitewash, published in 1965, a steady stream of books and articles began to closely examine the Warren Commission's use of evidence. And despite the American media's full, unwavering support of the official story, doubts began to grow within the public at large. These doubts were intensified by the fact that the Warren Commission had classified and locked away most of its materials with the stipulation it was not to be publicly released for 75 years.
The only thing that disturbs me is the fact that they've sealed away some of the evidence, and I think that's rather disturbing to most people.
The government formed several panels in the late 1960s to try to counter the critics. Meanwhile, a growing community of researchers began to peel back some of the layers of deceit, bolstered by a steady and determined use of the Freedom of Information Act.
Now, before he goes behind the sign, the president is waving to the crowd. When he comes out from behind the sign, he is shot. Then Governor Connolly is shot.
He's already been hit.
He's already been hit.
And now?
And at the bottom of the screen, the headshot.
That's the shot that blew off his head. It's the most horrifying thing I've ever seen in the movies.
Now, the Warren Commission said that all of the shots were fired from behind, and as you can see, clearly, the head is thrown violently backwards.
An outcry over the Zapruder film, not seen by the public until 1975, led to the formation of a House Select Committee charged with investigating all of the controversial assassinations of the 1960s.
The committee's summary of findings says that its evidence establishes a high probability that two gunmen fired at the motorcade, one from the grassy knoll firing a shot that missed, and according to the committee, individual members of anti-Castro Cuban groups and individual members of organized crime may have been involved.
The committee would then conclude that Kennedy may have been felled by a conspiracy, but it did so in a compromised manner, and its findings were never followed up.
If these critics feel so secure with their truth, why don't we let the American public see it? Let the files out.
It was not until the release of Oliver Stone's film JFK that public pressure led to the formation of the Assassination Records Review Board, charged with releasing all classified files related to the assassination. While the process has not been complete, massive amounts of previously classified material is now public. Although this material has not divulged the smoking gun, which might reveal exactly what happened in Dealey Plaza, there is more than enough documented information to be able to say the following. Lee Oswald did not shoot JFK, but was framed for the murder. The autopsy was deliberately curtailed to conceal the forensic facts of Kennedy's death. The Warren Commission knew their conclusions were wrong, but engaged in a cover-up designed to mislead the public, and the truth of the assassination, that a conspiracy to kill the president was carried out and was successful, has been covered up to this day.
There has not yet been a valid, complete, and comprehensive investigation of the Kennedy assassination. And right from the beginning, when I discovered, as it were, that Vince Landry was right, that the Warren Commission report was a blatant lie, as I was shocked to find out after my interview with Bechter. I wondered, where is the media? Where are the newspapers on this story? Why isn't this being blasted across the front pages of every major newspaper in the country? To me, this is the blackest mark on American journalism, and remains so.
It is simply wrong in a democratic society that the informed consent of the people should be so blatantly disrespected as to deliberately fashion a lie and proceed to insist on the lie year after year. Once a week, over the next year, leading to the 50th anniversary, we will post a new video examining various facets of this case.
Stay tuned for the next installment as we expose week after week 50 lies the Warren Commission would like you to believe.
I really don't know what the situation is about. Nobody has told me anything except that I'm accused of murdering a police chief. I know nothing more than that, and I do request someone to come forward to give me a legal assistance.
Did you kill the president?
No, I've not been charged with that. In fact, nobody has said that to me yet. The first thing I heard about it was when the newspaper reporters in the hall asked me that question.
You have been.
Nobody said what?
Sir?
You have been.
Nobody said what? Okay, we can't hear you back here. Okay.
What did you do in Russia?
Lee Oswald, as we know, was charged with the murder of President Kennedy, only to be gunned down himself some 36 hours later. The evidence against him would never have a chance to be tested in court, and a motive for the assassination of the president would never be positively established. When presenting the official narrative, which paints Lee Oswald as an erratic malcontent, prone to violent outbursts, and disillusioned with his apparent low status in life, the Warren Commission was admittedly unable to come up with any definitive conclusions regarding Oswald's psychology or motive. Colorful and deceptive language appears throughout the report's chapter on his background and motivation. It was all, in the Warren Commission's eyes, a confounding mystery. In 1975, while serving on a select committee on intelligence operations, Senator Richard Schweiker could say that the fingerprints of intelligence were everywhere in Oswald's history. The Warren Commission was apparently unaware of these ties. In trying to explain the strange details of Lee Oswald's life, the defection to Russia, events in New Orleans and Mexico City, the Warren Commission made up their own psychological profile of a loner and willfully avoided any complicating factors that would dispute their predetermined conclusion.
Here comes the man again.
I don't know what this is all about.
Kill the president.
No, sir, I didn't. People keep asking me that. Sir?
You shoot the president?
I work in that building.
Were you in the building at the time?
Naturally, if I work in that building, yes, sir.
Back up, man.
Did you shoot the president?
No, they're taking me in because of the fact that I lived in the Soviet Union. I'm just a patsy.
So, who was Lee Oswald and what was his role in the Kennedy assassination? Military analyst Colonel L. Fletcher Prouty offers his view.
I have no difficulty in seeing Oswald through his brief career as a CIA man, from his Marine work to going to Russia, coming back to Dallas, where he met de Mohrenschildt and these other throwbacks to the White Russians. Why did that community pick him up if he had proclaimed himself a Marxist? Why did he work with a photography company that was doing highly classified Army photography work? How did he get into those things if he wasn't right in the middle of intelligence work? I have no problem, and I mentioned Atsugi. He wouldn't have been at Atsugi if he wasn't in this kind of work. With the assassination, I would say that his role, he probably didn't know this, was to provide for the mechanics, 2 men or 3 men, the positioning they needed for the little structural work they do before they fire their guns, like maybe the week before. The mechanics are not from this country, and they need somebody that can get them into the Daltex building, the depository building, up on a grassy knoll, or wherever they were. You know, they can't do that by themselves. They can't ask a policeman for the help. And that man is going to be removed. That's where the patsy comes in. This is an old thing. King Henry II removed the cardinal, back in the 12th century. And he never told anybody to do it. The knights did it because they knew King Henry would smile if the cardinal was gone. Nobody said shoot him.
My name is John Armstrong, and I'm the author of the book Harvey and Lee. There are many mysteries surrounding the life of Lee Harvey Oswald, the alleged assassin. How does a high school dropout teach himself Russian, a very difficult language? How does a defector who pledged to reveal secrets while in Russia return to the United States under such little suspicion? Why do his activities coincide with intelligence activities so frequently? Personal recollections combined with paper trails have shown Oswald repeatedly in two separate locations at the same time. In 1953, Oswald is simultaneously in New York City and North Dakota. In 1954, at the same time, he is in New Orleans and Fort Worth. In 1957 and 1958, he's working at a dental laboratory in New Orleans while also serving with the Marines in Japan. J. Edgar Hoover knew of the two Oswalds long before the assassination. Memos referring to two Oswalds crossed his desk in 1960 and again in 1961. These memos note that Oswald was both in Russia and working with Cuban exiles in Louisiana and Florida. In the aftermath of the assassination, the FBI gathered school and employment records related to both Oswalds. A Warren Commission memorandum in April 1964 discussed a need to sanitize conflicting information. Specifically, the memo reads, "There are details which will require material alteration and in some cases omission. Anomalies with some of Oswald's employment records and school records appear to be the result of alteration or forgery by the FBI. Other records have disappeared entirely."
In the immediate aftermath of the assassination, the FBI seized employment and school records from locations such as Pfister Dental Laboratories in New Orleans and Stripling High School in Fort Worth, Texas, while denying there was any reason to do so. In 1964, Warren Commission member Richard Russell conducted a private investigation into several aspects of the case. Army intelligence officer Philip Corso, using contacts within the government, reported to Russell that there were indeed two different men using Oswald's passport, and this was connected to a false defector program.
1959. Lee Oswald mysteriously gets a dependency discharge from the Marines, supposedly to look after an ailing mother. A week later, he's on a freighter heading to the Soviet Union. This is the time period that saw a flurry of activity from U.S. intelligence agencies in the false defector program. Researcher Bill Simpich explains.
Oswald, he gets himself out of the service in the summer of '59 by saying, "I gotta take care of my mama out in Texas. A candy box fell on her nose. She's been terribly injured." When he gets to Texas, he doesn't stay there more than 72 hours. He's running off to New Orleans, and within a couple days, he gets on a freighter. Nobody takes a freighter. Webster is another American. During this era, there's about 20 Americans who were living in the Soviet Union. Webster had spent a few months there. He was part of the whole operation setting up the American exhibition in Moscow in 1959. It's the site where Nixon and Khrushchev had their kitchen debate. While that exhibition was being broken down, early September or so, Webster disappears. And Webster is a plastics technician. All of a sudden, just poof, vanishes. And that period, when they don't know where Webster is precisely when Oswald comes into play. They finally find out early October where Webster is. And now Webster has actually decided to defect. Oswald gets off at like the second stop, and he hops his way over to Helsinki in a matter of days. He gets across the border almost instantly. Now he's in the Soviet Union. Days before, he was like drifting in a freighter, putting his way through the North Atlantic. When Oswald actually got to the Soviet Union, he started making all these threats to reveal to the Soviets all that he knew about Navy radar installations in the Pacific. He never quite said the word U-2. He kind of tap danced around that. When he made those kind of threats, he got the attention of people at the embassy, and I'm talking about the American embassy in Moscow. Richard Snyder was the guy who held the fort there as a consul, and he was the guy who Oswald went to when he got into the Soviet Union saying, I'm going to defect to the Russians, and I want to renounce my citizenship. Please let me renounce my citizenship. And Snyder comes back at him and says, well, actually, we don't take renunciations on Saturday. Come back on Monday, and Oswald never came back. Since all these embassies were bugged, and the American one was certainly no exception, the question has to be asked, was he really saying this for the Russians' benefit? Red Cap was a program focused on dealing with Soviet counterintelligence, using counterintelligence against the Soviets. Red Skin was a program about trying to get people inside red countries, usually people like travelers or tourists. In a lot of documents, Oswald is labeled as a tourist. It makes you wonder, well, maybe he got into the Redskin program. They would always be looking for ways to get Soviets to defect in place so they could be spies for the United States. Or failing that, getting a United States citizen into the Soviet Union using their observations, even as mundane as where the telephone poles and fire hydrants were. Oswald could have been either one of those things or none. We do know that the Red Cap program kicked into gear just about a month before he went out there. I think, given the strong physical resemblance the two guys had, that using Oswald was a way to get inside the Soviets' head and literally see how they responded to him. When the Warren Commission gets a hold of these documents from both Snyder and from the Navy and these Washington Post articles that Johnson's written about Oswald back in 1959, they keep whiting out somebody's name. They're not whiting out Mr. Oswald's name, they're whiting out the name of Robert Webster.
Oswald's return to the U.S. was financed by a State Department loan. A debriefing on his arrival was routine, but the CIA denied for years that one had even taken place. On his return, Robert Webster was debriefed over several weeks. Oswald's debriefing only took 1 day, even though he had offered classified information to the Soviets. The State Department loaned him more money to settle in Dallas. Summer 1963. At a time when the CIA and FBI had targeted pro-Castro groups, Lee Oswald arrives in New Orleans to start a chapter of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. He told the press he was the treasurer, but in fact he was the only member of that chapter. Author Joan Mellon researched Lee's activities in the summer of 1963 in New Orleans.
This is Joan Mellon, author of A Farewell to Justice, and most recently, Our Man in Haiti, George de Mohrenschildt and the CIA in the Nightmare Republic. Oswald's attempts to present himself as a member of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee in New Orleans during the summer of 1963 coincided with joint efforts by CIA and the FBI to infiltrate that organization. While Oswald was distributing leaflets in support of Fidel Castro and his government, he was openly associating not only with anti-Castro Cubans, but also with CIA operatives, whose politics were, of course, the diametrical opposite of those of Fair Play for Cuba.
In your work with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, what are you advocating?
We advocate restoration of diplomatic, trade, and tourist relations with Cuba.
CIA's infiltration of Fair Play for Cuba was masterminded by David Atlee Phillips. Phillips' strategy was to enlist, in his words, appropriate cutouts to plant deceptive information which might embarrass the Fair Play for Cuba Committee in areas where it does have some support abroad. By handing out those leaflets and presenting himself as a leader of the Fair Play for Cuba branch in New Orleans, Oswald, who was its sole member, functioned as a CIA cutout. Oswald spent his time with several intelligence components. He was on the payroll of the FBI. His handler was that shrewd special agent Warren DeBruys. Oswald's CIA handlers were CIA contract pilot David Ferry and Clay Shaw. Not least, Oswald was observed by, among others, bar owner Orestes Pena, who saw Oswald in the frequent company of officers attached to U.S. Customs. That the Pena interview with the Church Committee remains suppressed is testament to the explosive nature of any exposure of Oswald's intelligence connections. In his capacity as a plant in a fake Fair Play for Cuba committee, Oswald functioned on behalf of CIA, the FBI, and U.S. Customs simultaneously. His public role rendered him the perfect patsy for the assassination planners who killed John F. Kennedy. Shortly after Warren DeBruys told anti-Castro activist Carlos Bringuier, "I can infiltrate your organization and find out what you're doing here anytime," Oswald first appeared at Bringuier's New Orleans store. Bringuier's contact with Oswald in New Orleans belongs to Phillips' strategy of manipulation of the young members of the DRE into a connection with the agency's asset, Oswald. In the summer of 1963, a clearly staged incident, Carlos Bringuier expressed outrage, anger, and surprise at discovering that Lee Oswald, who had volunteered for the anti-Castro cause, was handing out Fair Play for Cuba leaflets on Canal Street. A scuffle ensued, as intended, creating a public identity for Oswald as a Fidel Castro supporter. Oswald wrote about the incident in a letter to V.T. Lee of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, postmarked 5 days before his confrontation with Bringuier. The event had yet to occur. At the same time that Oswald was handing out pro-Castro leaflets and presenting himself as a member of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, he was observed frequently at the office of CIA asset and former FBI special agent in charge in Chicago, Guy Bannister. Oswald even had Bannister's address, 544 Camp Street, stamped on some of the leaflets. It was a careless operation, indicative of the confidence with which CIA assumed it could control the media.
Mexico City, fall 1963. The Warren Commission claimed that Lee Oswald visited the Cuban consulate and the Russian embassy in an attempt to secure a visa to visit Cuba. But where's the evidence? No photos, no audio recordings, no positive identification. Researcher John Armstrong explains.
My name is John Armstrong, and I'm the author of the book Harvey and Lee. There is no definitive proof that Lee Harvey Oswald went to Mexico City. I believe the whole thing was staged. The CIA had the Cuban embassy phone conversations taped in 10 different places. They had the Russians' phone conversations taped. There was a lot of discussion, especially the HSCA, about the cameras that were all around the Cuban embassy and the Russian embassy. These were called pulse star cameras. And the telephoto lens was focused on the entry door to the Russian and or Cuban consulates. Not one camera. There were 2 at the Cuban consulate, and I think there were 3 at the Russian embassy. Strangely enough, the CIA, through the testimony of David Atlee Phillips, the cameras were not working on the days that Oswald visited the Cuban consulate or the Russian embassy. The House Select Committee did subsequent investigations and found that they were working, and Phillips was lying. A short man with blonde hair showed up at the Cuban consulate and identified himself as Oswald. Yet there are no CIA photographs or tape recordings that identify this man. None of the consulate employees or the 2 CIA assets inside the Cuban compound identified the man as Lee Harvey Oswald. Look at the description of the man who Sylvia Duran said entered the Cuban consulate. She described him as short, blonde, unelegantly dressed, and his face turned red when he got frustrated. Members of the House Select Committee talked personally with Fidel Castro. Castro's people gave the House Select Committee photographs that they had taken of the person who identified himself as Oswald at the Cuban consulate in 1963. when Sylvia Duran suggested Oswald talk to them about getting a visa. Oswald, he calls the Soviet embassy from Sylvia Duran's office. He made a call, talked in very, very broken Russian, and that tape recording was recorded by the CIA. And what we have now is a person who appears to be somewhat desperate to get a visa to go back to Cuba. The tape recording of Oswald's voice, which was clearly not Oswald. The FBI heard it. They were of the opinion that this is not Lee Harvey Oswald's voice. And then the tape disappeared or was erased. The conversation between Hoover and President Johnson that occurred at 10:01 a.m. on November 23rd, the day following the assassination, as the two men discussed Oswald's visits to Mexico City. We have up here the tape and the photograph of the man who was at the Soviet embassy using Oswald's name. The picture and the tape do not correspond to this man's voice, nor to his appearance. In other words, it appears that a second person who was at the Soviet embassy down there. CIA officers lied, and we now know they fabricated documents and photographs in an attempt to create the illusion that Oswald was in Mexico City. The Warren Commission had very little documentation that placed Oswald in Mexico City, but had reports from credible eyewitnesses that placed him in Dallas at the same time. The Commission knew that photographs and a tape recording showed that someone impersonated Oswald in Mexico City, but they kept that information from the public because it strongly suggested a conspiracy.
The CIA summarized Sylvia Duran's statements for the Warren Commission, removing the description of a short, blonde Oswald. The Warren Commission was not the least bit suspicious that all the CIA's photo and audio surveillance allegedly either failed or was hastily erased against proper procedure. For the record, despite multiple opportunities over several days, the CIA could not produce any hard evidence of Oswald's presence in Mexico City and could not clarify why the transcripts of his visits appeared manipulated.
This is Jim DiEugenio. In late September of 1963, two Cuban men showed up at Sylvia Duran's door in her apartment in the Dallas area, and there was one Caucasian man. The two Cuban men introduced themselves as Angelo and Leopoldo. They introduced their Caucasian friend as Leon Oswald. They were there because she was part of a Cuban group called Jure, and they said that they were ostensibly there to solicit funds for the anti-Castro Cuban cause. She talked to them for several minutes. Her sister was also there, and she saw them also. And then finally, she decided that she wasn't going to give them information about how to solicit funds because she didn't think they were familiar enough with the Jure cause.
And now we find that the prime suspect in the case, and he is only that at the moment, has an identity of association with extreme left-wing groups. This is Lee Oswald, 24-year-old former Marine, who is being questioned about.
On the day of the Kennedy assassination, when she saw Oswald's photograph on TV, she fainted because she recognized that the Caucasian man called Leon was Lee Harvey Oswald. This was hit home to her because after the visit, one of the Cubans named Leopoldo called her up a day or so later and asked her what she thought of Leon Oswald. Described him as a former Marine who had come from New Orleans. He was an expert shot. He was a little bit crazy. And he thought that they should have done away with President Kennedy after the Bay of Pigs, and that it would be easy to do so. What makes Odio such a good witness is she communicated with more than one person about this incident before the assassination. She sent a letter to her father about the incident because the two men said they knew her father. And she talked to her psychiatrist about it. And she talked to a friend about it there in Dallas, Fort Worth. When she fainted, she actually went to the hospital. Her sister, who was there that night, visited her, and they both decided that that had been the man, that Oswald had been the man who they saw that night. What happened, of course, after this is there began to be a cover-up by both the FBI and the Warren Commission about this particular incident. And the Warren Commission ended up saying that they didn't believe Odio, even though he is a terrifically credible witness. In Sylvia Marr's book, called Accessories After the Fact, she writes a whole chapter on the Odio incident, and she titles it The Proof of the Plot. And it is very, very convincing, both her as a witness and the fact that it certainly does appear that approximately 7 weeks in advance of the assassination, somebody was setting up Oswald to take the fall for the Kennedy assassination.
The FBI claimed William Seymour was actually Leon Oswald, even as he denied it and as the FBI was in possession of work records showing Seymour in Florida in September 1963. The Warren Commission had already placed Oswald on a bus to Mexico at the same time the Sylvia Odio incident occurred.
My name is Dick Russell, and I'm the author of a book called The Man Who Knew Too Much. It's a lengthy investigation of the Kennedy assassination and what I believe was a conspiracy in that tragedy that took place on November 22nd, 1963. The main focus of the book is a guy named Richard Case Nagel, whom I knew and interviewed on a number of occasions between 1975 and his death in 1996. Nagel was well known to the intelligence community. He was, in fact, an agent of the CIA and also a double agent for the Soviet either KGB or GRU. Nagel had been the youngest soldier promoted to captain during the Korean War and gone on to a career in military intelligence. He had first met Lee Harvey Oswald in Japan in the late 1950s when he was stationed there, and later was assigned by the intelligence agencies to monitor Oswald's activities after Oswald came back from Russia in 1962. What transpired next was Nagel's involvement with Oswald in a small conspiracy that he was monitoring to assassinate President Kennedy. According to Nagel, Oswald was involved in this conspiracy as an intelligence guy, but whether he was really loyal to the Cubans or not is questionable. This is not to say the Cubans did it. The conspiracy that Nagel was involved in involved elements of the American intelligence community and anti-Castro Cuban exiles who were posing to Oswald as pro-Castro agents and had supposedly convinced him that if he took part in this assassination, he would be welcomed in Cuba as a revolutionary hero because Castro was retaliating for the CIA's plots against him. Now, what happened eventually was that Nagel took himself out of the picture. He was ordered to either convince Oswald that he was being set up, that this was a phony deal, or to kill him in Mexico City toward the end of September 1963. Instead, Nagel walked into a bank in El Paso, Texas, on the 20th of September, shot 2 holes in the ceiling of the bank, and intentionally got himself arrested and taken out of the picture. Now, this story may sound fantastic, but there's evidence to back it up. And of all the people that I interviewed about the assassination, and there were many, including many who claimed to have had involvement, Nagel was, I believe, one of the few that was totally legitimate. When he was arrested by the FBI, and he made sure it was the FBI, in the bank in Texas 2 months before the assassination, Nagel had on him 2 notebooks, in fact. I mean, one of them had the address and the phone number in Mexico City of the Cuban embassy that Oswald had been in touch with, and also listings for the Fair Play for Cuba committee that Oswald was part of. Nagel also had, and this was really astounding, he had in his possession a military ID card that belonged to Oswald. And in fact, it was called a Uniformed Services Identification Card, and the Dallas police had seized this from him after the assassination. The card that the police took from Oswald had a Department of Defense overstamp on it. The card in Nagel's possession, with the same number, had a different photograph, a different signature, and no Department of Defense overstamp. Now, in those days, you couldn't just fabricate these things on a computer. There was no computer to do that. And so somehow, Nagel was involved with Oswald in this intelligence operation that involved him having different Uniformed Services identification cards. This was enough to convince me, the notebook and the ID card, that Nagel was for real. What happened eventually to Nagel was he was railroaded through prison for 4.5 years for that alleged bank robbery. When he came out, he was arrested on a train in East Germany and apparently taken to Moscow, where he was debriefed by the Russians over what had happened. Eventually, he died mysteriously in 1996, this very day that the Assassinations Record Review Board had sent a subpoena to him to find out what he could tell them about what had happened. That day, he was found dead in his home of an apparent heart attack. He is one of the leading witnesses, and many of them have disappeared and died over the years, and I think a very important link to understanding what really happened to President Kennedy on that terrible day. And I've chronicled all this in my book, The Man Who Knew Too Much.
November 1963, 3 weeks before Dallas, working on a tip from an FBI informant named Lee, a plot to assassinate President John F. Kennedy in Chicago is revealed. But the Secret Service don't inform anyone in Dallas. Filmmaker Ted Yakuchi is working on a full-length documentary on the Chicago plot. Here is a preview from his upcoming film.
There were actually 2 tips that reached the Secret Service in the week before JFK's trip here to Chicago. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover reported the first tip to Chicago Secret Service agent in charge, Maurice Martineau. Hoover's information was that at least one hit team with high-powered rifles would attempt to shoot the president from a warehouse or office building overlooking the president's motorcade route that coming Saturday. A break in the case came on Thursday, October 30th, 2 days before the president's arrival at O'Hare. A landlady at a rooming house here in the vicinity of Clark and Division Streets reported that she oversaw 4 rifles with scopes and a map of the president's motorcade route in one of the rooms she had rented to 4 dark-complected men. Chicago's Secret Service initiated 24-hour surveillance, but Agent J. Lloyd Stocks blew his cover in an alleyway behind the rooming house on Friday evening and had to take 2 of the suspects into immediate custody. The second tip involved a man reportedly spouting anti-Kennedy rhetoric and known to have owned multiple firearms. There were some amazing similarities between this man and the man who would be arrested for JFK's murder 3 weeks later. Thomas Valet had been given a job at the IPP Lithoplate Company, a printer, on the 3rd floor. 625 West Jackson Street was a warehouse in 1963. Kennedy's limousine was scheduled to make a slow turn from the Northwest Expressway onto the Jackson Street exit and go right by Valet's 3rd floor window. So in August 1963, just as Lee Oswald was preparing to move from New Orleans back to Dallas, Thomas Valet moved from New York City back to Chicago. Just as Oswald got a job right over Kennedy's future motorcade route in Dallas, so too did Valet get a job in a warehouse right over Kennedy's future motorcade route in Chicago. That Saturday morning, November 2nd, 1963, crowds had started to line the streets in preparation for President Kennedy's visit. The press plane had taken off from Washington, but at least 2 shooters remained at large, and Kennedy's advisors convinced him to cancel his trip. And finally, the arrest of Thomas Arthur Valet is made. Valet's arrest was made by 2 CIA-connected Chicago police officers. Officers Daniel Groth and Peter Sherla had watched Valet all night, but only arrested him at 9:10 a.m., 2.5 hours before the president was due in Chicago and after the trip was officially canceled. For the success of the assassination plot, the scapegoat had to remain free, so long as Kennedy was still coming to Chicago and could be killed there. On the following Monday and Tuesday, Special Agent in Charge Maurice Martineau collected the Chicago plot information from his Secret Service agents. Unlike their work in other investigations, they were told to prepare no documents of their own. In the Chicago office, only Martineau wrote and saw the top secret report. He then sent it by special courier to Washington Chief James Rowley. Incredibly, Secret Service agents in Dallas and the Dallas police will never be told about the activities in Chicago. They will not be told that a 4-man hit team was sent to Chicago less than 3 weeks before with the intent of shooting the president with high-powered rifles from unguarded office buildings overlooking his motorcade route. When Chicago Secret Service agent Abraham Bolden tried to contact the Warren Commission several months later with information about the Chicago plot, he was arrested on false charges. Bolden was placed in jail, keeping him away from telling what he knew about the Chicago plot to the public and the Warren Commission. Not one word of the Chicago plot appears in the Warren Commission report.
Tonight, our look at the Warren omission continues with the story of Rose Cherami. Abandoned on a Louisiana highway days before the assassination, she spoke to numerous witnesses, including a policeman, about a plot to assassinate the president in Dallas. Author Jim DiEugenio describes this clear example of foreknowledge in the murder that the Warren Commission should have known about.
This is Jim DiEugenio. On the evening of November the 20th, 1963, a woman named Rose Cherami, who had a drug addiction problem and was linked to Jack Ruby's Carousel Club, was found on a Louisiana highway north of New Orleans. She was taken into custody and put in an emergency ward at a public hospital. Lieutenant Francis Fruget, who handled these kinds of cases, was at a policeman's ball that night. He was called by the supervisor of the hospital and told to come over, and see what he could do with the woman. He did. He talked to her, found out what her name was, and they decided to move her to a hospital which was more of a public institution and did not charge for emergency actions. So as they got her into a car, in this car ride, she began to say the most extraordinary things about how President Kennedy was going to be assassinated a few days later in Dallas. And Fruget didn't think anything of it because he just thought it was the ravings of a drug-addled woman who needed a fix. So he just went ahead and kept on driving up there, dropped her off at the hospital. The day of the Kennedy assassination, he calls the hospital and says, "Don't give that woman to anybody else until I interview her." He had found out, of course, that she knew what she was talking about. So he went back to the hospital, picked her up, and she started telling him this story about how she knew this information. That she had been driving in a car with 2 men, and they had been talking about killing Kennedy. She had also been involved in a drug deal. She went ahead and described all the aspects of this drug deal, where the transaction was going to take place, where the drugs were coming in at, on what ship they were coming in at, etc. Then she said that she had known that Ruby and Oswald had to know each other because she saw Oswald together with Ruby at one of his saloons because she had worked there for a short time. So with all this information, Fruget then decided that he should call the Dallas authorities to see if they wanted to talk to the woman. So he and his supervisor talked to Wilfritz, and they said no, that they weren't interested in this other information. They had solved the case. What happened, of course, is that Fruget began to check out for information. Everything about the drug deal checked out. When Jim Garrison went ahead and reopened the case in 1967, he decided to give him pictures of particular suspects, and he went back to the bar that Cherami was in before the 2 gentlemen threw her out, and the barkeeper, Mac Manuel, ID'd 2 of the photographs as being Sergio Arcacha Smith and Emilio Santana. These, of course, are 2 men who surfaced very strongly in the Jim Garrison investigation.
As recently as November 2012, new information continues to surface, namely that within days of the assassination, the FBI visited both the jail and hospital in Eunice, Louisiana, and seized all records pertaining to Rose Cherami. Those records have never been seen again.
I was on my way back from Antarctica, and I was in New Zealand at the time I heard about the president being shot. I was with a congressman. We were having breakfast. It was 7:30 in the morning. Having heard that at breakfast time as just a little flash on the PA system in the hotel, we didn't hear anything else. We had no other news. So I went outside looking around, and finally out on the street I found a newspaper. And this newspaper clearly tells the story. I remember looking at it quickly and turning to the congressman, and I said, look, see this building where it is alleged that the killer fired from? See the windows are open, some of these windows are open. When you protect the president, when you're working on protection of the president, whether you're a military man on the job or a Secret Serviceman, you're supposed to send people there the day before, 3 days before, hours before, whatever, but to see that the windows are down. And then, you know the timing of the motorcade. You know when they're going to be at Dealey Plaza. You have a man out in the open who just does what we're doing in the picture, looks up at the building. If a window's up, he gets on his radio instantly. There are people in the building. So, hey, go and get that window down. Most of the time it's innocent. Some secretary raised a window. She wants to see what's going on. Right. But you control the building. That was not done. And it's clear in the photograph. A little bit of doubt when I first saw the paper that things were being done differently. I had worked in this kind of work. I had gone to Mexico City when President Eisenhower was president, working on his protection with all the millions of people around. We had to be very careful what street we took him down and how we covered the streets. So I'm familiar with the work. I don't do the work. It wasn't my job. I'm familiar with it. I've been sent on such jobs. As we look down further on this paper in the lower left-hand corner, and this is really an important part of this whole business, the same paper, lower left-hand corner of the front page, I'll read it to you. It says, the arrested man, not the killer, and not even the alleged killer, the arrested man lived in Russia. And from there on out, down through this page and back into interior pages is a whole story of Lee Harvey Oswald. Now, by the time this paper was printed, the police had not charged Oswald with the crime, which means that no reporter would have had a basis for researching files from all over the world, collating files and putting it all together, including a picture of Oswald in a business suit. Now, where did all that stuff get put together and prepared into a story that you could read on and on to the back pages about Oswald when he hadn't even been charged with the murder?
The Christchurch Star published this extra edition at around 1:30 p.m. local time, 6 hours after the assassination. Lee Oswald would not be charged with the JFK shooting for another 7 hours. U.S. and international media began publishing Oswald's background and identity as a prime suspect within 2 hours of his arrest. To this date, the origin of the Oswald portrait photo has never been established, and there are several different versions in existence.
This is Robert Groden from Dallas, Texas, the home, as it were, of the Kennedy assassination. The issue I want to discuss with you today is the filmed evidence of the assassination and how important it is.
May I have your name, please, sir?
My name is Abraham Zapruder, and as I was shooting, as the president was coming down from Houston Street making his turn, it was about halfway down there, I had a shot. And he slumped to the side like this. Then I had another shot or two. I couldn't say what it was, one or two. And I saw his head practically open up, all blood and everything. And I kept on shooting. That's about all.
We're all familiar with the Zapruder film since I released it on 1975's Goodnight America with Geraldo Rivera.
That's the most upsetting thing I've ever seen. We'll talk about it in a minute.
The first time the public ever got to see the film. The important thing is to remember that it is not the only film of the assassination. The other two that are most important that we have are the Nix film and the Muchmore film, and they were taken from the other side of the street. They were taken from the south looking north, whereas the Zapruder film was taken from the north looking south. These three films all correspond with each other and verify the legitimacy of all three films to each other. There's an issue that's been out there now for a couple of years that the Zapruder film has been brought under question by people claiming that the Zapruder film has been faked. Well, it clearly has not been faked. It is legitimate, and people who are irresponsibly claiming that it's fake simply are just hurting the most important piece of evidence we've got in the case. Every single issue that has ever been brought up claiming that the Zapruder film has been faked is easy to explain and easy to show that these people really don't know what the heck they're talking about. The Zapruder film, the Muchmore film, the Nix film all show that the president was shot from the front, and this is very, very important because it proves a conspiracy. The Nix film and the Muchmore film have been taken from us. They have disappeared. Nobody knows where the originals are. My first generation copies are the clearest remaining copies of the film, and they show what the people in the plaza would have seen and did see. Now, the fact that the Nix and Muchmore films have disappeared is frighteningly important because those films actually have a lot more on them that could show a lot more as far as analysis goes. And when I approached the owners of the films, which was at the time UPI, United Press International, and I told them what was on the film and what I could probably bring out from the film, which would be a very, very important story for them, they ignored me and refused to allow me to do the work. Then the films disappeared, and now we can't do what would need to be done and would add so much more to our examination of the assassination. After nearly 50 years now, we need to do as much as we can, and unfortunately these have been taken from us.
All three films were purchased by major media interests in the assassination's aftermath, and all the films became damaged or lost while in their control. The CIA's National Photographic Intelligence Center analyzed a copy of the Zapruder film a few days after the assassination and concluded there were at least 2 gunmen. Only a few Warren Commission members actually watched the Zapruder film. In the Warren Commission report, frames showing the fatal headshot were reversed to hide the president's backward movement. This was later claimed to be a printing error.
The Kennedy assassination was documented by several amateur films and still photographs, enough to allow important information such as the shot sequence aid the investigation. But the Warren Commission never commissioned a detailed forensic analysis of the photographic evidence. The analysis, which was done by the CIA's Photographic Interpretation Lab, was not shared with the Commission. Only years later was proper investigative work done with the photographic evidence. Researcher Pat Spear uncovers the work of the House Select Committee's photographic panel.
This is Pat Spear, creator of the Mysterious Death of Number 35 video series and the author of a free book on the JFK assassination available at patspear.com. One of the most persistent myths regarding the Kennedy assassination is that the Zapruder film shows evidence for but one shooter firing from behind. This myth is built upon the premise President Kennedy and Governor John Connally are hit at the same time, just as they come out from behind the Stemmons Freeway sign in the film. But those pushing this scenario in print and on TV inevitably fail to reveal a most inconvenient truth. The last government body to study the case, the House Select Committee on Assassinations, convened a panel of photographic experts in 1978 to study the film. This panel, headed by Calvin S. McCamey, former chairman of the American Society of Photogrammetry, concluded Kennedy was hit before he went behind the sign of the film. At approximately Zapruder frame 200, Kennedy's movements suddenly freeze, his right hand abruptly stops in the midst of a waving motion, and his head moves rapidly from right to his left in the direction of his wife. Based on these movements, it appears that by the time the president goes behind the sign at frame 207, he is evidencing some kind of reaction to a severe external stimulus. By a vote of 12-5, the panel determined that President Kennedy first showed a reaction to some severe external stimulus by Zapruder frame 207, as he is seen going behind a sign that obstructed Zapruder's view. By a vote of 11-3, the panel determined that Governor Connolly first showed a reaction to some severe external stimulus by Zapruder frame 224, virtually immediately after he is seen emerging from behind a sign that obstructed Zapruder's view. So yes, it's true. The only panel of photographic experts to ever study the Zapruder film concluded Kennedy and Connolly reacted about a second apart. Now, this is a big problem for those claiming Oswald acted alone. The FBI had established back in 1963 that the fastest one could fire Oswald's rifle with any accuracy was once every 2.3 seconds. If both reactions observed by the HSCA's panel were correct, well, then there had to be another shooter. Virtually everyone still pushing that Oswald acted alone completely ignore the photographic evidence suggesting Kennedy was hit before this time. And they ignore the substantial eyewitness testimony suggesting Kennedy was hit almost 2 seconds earlier, around frame 190. There's Kennedy's buddy, Dave Powers, riding the car behind Kennedy's and watching his every move. Powers told the Warren Commission, "The first shot went off and it sounded to me as if it were a firecracker. I noticed then that the president moved quite far to his left after the shot from the extreme right-hand side where he'd been sitting." And this leftward shift was noted by several others. Kennedy's close aide Kenneth O'Donnell, riding next to Powers, testified, "I noticed the slump. He'd been waving out the right side of the car and I noticed him slump over towards Mrs. Kennedy." Motorcycle officer James Cheney, riding at the Kennedy's right rear, also said, "We heard the first shot. I thought it was a motorcycle backfiring, and I looked back over my left, and also President Kennedy looked back over his left shoulder." Mrs. Kennedy's movements are equally suggestive. Just ask Phil Willis. Willis testified that he took this picture as a reaction to the first of 3 shots. It has since been proven that this photo was taken around frame 202 of the Zapruder film, more than a second before those claiming Oswald acted alone now claim Kennedy was first hit. Willis testified, "The president was smiling and waving and looking straight ahead, and Mrs. Kennedy was likewise smiling and facing more to my side of the street. When the first shot was fired, her head seemed to just snap in that direction, and he more or less faced the other side of the street and slumped forward." Is it just a coincidence that the computer simulations shown on television and purporting to prove Kennedy was first hit around frame 224, at the same time as Connolly, invariably fail to show the movements of Mrs. Kennedy leading up to that time? The film shows Kennedy and Connolly react at different times and suggests they were hit by separate shots and frames too close together to have been fired by a lone gunman using Oswald's rifle.
The eyewitness consensus has Mrs. Kennedy turning towards her husband in response to the first shot. In the Zapruder film, Mrs. Kennedy is clearly and undeniably facing her husband as the limousine comes out from behind the Stemmons Freeway sign. Governor John Connolly, as close as a witness as possible, consistently maintained until his death that he was hit by a second shot and the first shot struck President Kennedy before him.
Of course, if a fellow was accurate enough to hit Kennedy right in the neck on one shot and knock his head off the next one, well, he didn't miss completely with that third shot. According to that theory, he not only missed the whole automobile, but he missed the street. Well, the man's a good enough shot to put 2 bullets right into Kennedy. He didn't miss that whole automobile nor the street.
I'm Len Osanic, the host of Black Op Radio. Along with President Kennedy and Governor Connolly, a third person was wounded in Dealey Plaza on November 22nd, 1963.
The presidential motorcade rounded the corner of Main Street to turn over onto Elm. But right after the presidential car had turned the corner, I heard these 3 loud noises.
Show me where you were standing when you heard the shots.
I was standing at the east end of the triple underpass.
Did you indicate where the bullet struck the concrete curb?
The bullet struck the curb on the south curb of Main Street. It was a deputy sheriff, Buddy Walters. Says, "You know, I felt something sting me on the face." Looked at me, says, "Yes," says, "you got blood on your cheek." He says, "Where were you standing?" I says, "Well, down by the underpass." And Walters got about 10 feet away. He says, "Look there on the curb, there was a very visible mark on the curb where a bullet had struck. Either a fragment of the bullet or a piece of the concrete. It flew up and scratched my face."
The FBI, who officially took over the investigation a few days after the assassination, was not interested in this event. Tagg was not interviewed until the 14th of December, a week after the FBI's primary investigative report had been filed. In that report, the FBI established a shooting sequence of 2 shots striking President Kennedy and 1 shot striking Governor Connolly. They did not account for an apparent missed or wild shot. The Warren Commission also ignored James Tagg for months. In June 1964, he contacted a Dallas Times-Herald reporter, and the resulting story was picked up nationally. Due to this publicity, the Warren Commission finally listed Tagg as a witness requiring an interview. James Tagg was deposed in late July 1964. In August, the FBI submitted the curbstone to a lab analysis after acknowledging the curb had been patched, presumably by the city of Dallas. The FBI would describe a bullet smear showing remnants of lead with a trace of antimony, but no trace of copper, as would be expected from the copper-jacketed bullets allegedly used by Lee Oswald. The Tagg shot created a host of problems for the Warren Commission's version of events, since they were committed to a scenario that allowed for only 3 shots. 1 missed or wild shot meant the single bullet theory had to be fully embraced, which has been a source of doubt in the Warren Commission's finding ever since. In the end, the Warren Commission could offer no account for the Tagg shot other than to acknowledge it happened. Any explanation only served to undermine their predetermined scenario. Accordingly, we are left with the sharpshooting assassin who scored 2 direct hits on a moving target, but also firing a shot which not only missed the vehicle, it missed the street completely. It is just unbelievable.
This is Robert Groden from Dallas, Texas. One of the things I wanted to discuss is filmed evidence that happened right after the assassination. We have several films taken by CBS TV, NBC TV, standard 8mm cameras in Dealey Plaza from bystanders that show the reactions of the crowds after the assassination. Now, clearly a lot of the people are standing around doing nothing after the shots are fired initially because they weren't aware the shots had been fired. We have a whole bunch of motorcycles backfiring. We have hundreds of people applauding, clapping, what have you. And a lot of people actually misunderstood what they were hearing. But those who were aware of what happened and those who did respond ran toward the grassy knoll. In many films, the Bell film, the Hughes film, the Nix film, in many of them we see witnesses paying attention to the knoll. No one is paying attention to the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository except for one man. That's Officer Marion Baker. He is the only one who ran toward the depository. Not because he thought shots were fired from there, but since he saw the pigeons on the roof fly away, he thought that something might have gone on up there, and he also wanted to get a better view of the plaza from up above, so he ran toward the depository. But everybody else, and I'm not just being facetious about this, I mean it, everybody else was paying attention to the grassy knoll. And that's where the witnesses said the shots came from. That's where NBC News photographer David Wigman actually filmed the smoke coming from behind the stockade fence. Anybody who feels that no shots came from the grassy knoll clearly does not know the evidence. If there was a shot from the grassy knoll, even one shot, and there was evidence of much more than one shot from the knoll, but even if there was just one, that means a second shooter and therefore a conspiracy.
In this episode, we expose the fraud of the Warren Commission by omission. According to the Warren Commission, Lee Oswald fired 3 shots at the motorcade, scurried from his sniper's nest to hide his rifle between stacks of book cartons, then dashed down 4 flights of stairs to the 2nd floor lunchroom, where he was confronted by Dallas police officer Marion Baker some 75 seconds after the shots rang out. But there was a problem. 2 employees of the small publishing firm located on the 4th floor of the school book depository were also on the staircase soon after the shots, and neither of them saw or heard Oswald. How did the Warren Commission handle this discrepancy? Author Barry Ernest tells the story of The Girl on the Stairs.
I'm Barry Ernest, author of The Girl on the Stairs. It's the story of a neglected witness by the name of Victoria Adams, who posed a serious threat to the Warren Commission's fundamental thesis of how Lee Oswald escaped from the 6th floor in the aftermath of the shooting. Miss Adams witnessed the assassination while standing behind a 4th floor window of the Texas School Book Depository. Immediately after the final shot, she and a co-worker descended the depository's back stairs to the ground floor. Their innocent attempt to determine what was happening outside turned into a critical problem for the developing official account. For if Miss Adams was accurate with her timing, she was on the staircase at the exact same moment the Commission said Oswald was there as he made his getaway from the sniper's nest. Yet neither Miss Adams nor her accompanying co-worker saw or heard anyone. In a February 1964 internal memo, Warren Commission staff lawyer David Bellin identified Miss Adams as an important witness, and he wrote that he intended to resolve the timing issue of exactly when she was on the stairs. On the contrary, no attempt was made to verify or even further examine her information. Before a stenographer was brought in to transcribe Miss Adams' official testimony, David Bellin told her he didn't believe a word of what she was saying. Taken aback by the comment, Miss Adams then asked that Sandra Stiles, the co-worker who accompanied her down the stairs, be questioned. The request was refused. Instead, the Warren report would imply that Miss Adams had made the descent alone. When Miss Adams next sought to be included in any of the numerous time tests regarding Oswald's escape from the building, the request was refused. In fact, Miss Adams was the only person excluded from those time tests. In lieu of searching for the truth, Commission lawyers chose to cast aspersions on her honesty by fostering a scenario that placed her on the staircase much later than when she said, inflating that time to some 5 minutes after the shooting. In lieu of evidence proving Miss Adams was correct, the Commission chose to use against her words she has vehemently denied making. It also employed the dubious statements of a man who not only failed to identify Miss Adams, but gave every indication of having been coached prior to his official testimony. That the Warren Commission may have made an honest mistake in their handling of Victoria Adams was clearly shown otherwise by the discovery of a Justice Department letter written in June 1964. The letter spoke of an interview with Miss Adams' work supervisor, who confirmed that Miss Adams and her co-worker, Sandra Stiles, were in fact on the staircase during the time Oswald was to have been there. That memo should have provoked immediate and searching inquiry. Instead, it was suppressed for 35 years. The story of Victoria Adams now invalidates the official theory concerning Oswald's movements in the minutes following the shooting. In fact, it raises a grave question as to whether Lee Oswald was even on the 6th floor at all. The Warren Commission was conscious of this dilemma. It was aware that Miss Adams was accurate 4 months before it wrote that she wasn't. Yet rather than confront the problem and seek out the facts, as was its intended and widely expressed goal, it infringed upon the integrity of Victoria Adams, a young woman who did nothing more than what we are all taught to do, tell the truth.
Victoria Adams' corroborated eyewitness account simply demolishes the Warren Commission's conclusions regarding Lee Oswald's presence on the 6th floor at the time of the shooting. That the Warren Commission decided to conceal the information which supported Adams' testimony demonstrates the extent and the level of deceit the Warren Commission was willing to employ. This fact, among many, exposes the fraud of the investigation and the Warren Commission itself, as it consistently practiced a cover-up of facts time after time. A pattern of slander and intimidation directed against honest eyewitnesses whose facts called into question the official story is an undeniable feature of the assassination's aftermath.
I'm Jim Fetzer, the editor of Murder in Dealey Plaza and other books on the assassination of JFK and many articles as well.
The other members of the detail have apparently left to go into the follow-up car, which will be the car immediately behind the president's car in the motorcade. The Secret Service are following the car out. They're standing on the running board of the follow-up car, and, as is their custom, until the president's car picks up speed, usually about 20 miles an hour, run alongside of the car. When the car is moving, the Secret Service drop back, jump into the follow-up car, and stay right with him. The driver of the follow-up car keeps his car about no more than 10 feet at the maximum, and usually about 6 feet behind the presidential car at all times, regardless of the speed.
I'd just like to make a few observations about the Warren Commission. The big picture on the assassination is this. We have more than 15 indications of Secret Service complicity in setting him up for the hit. The military intelligence unit was ordered to stand down. They should have been distributed throughout the city in order to provide protection for the president. Instead, the crowds were allowed to build up and spill into the street, 8, 10, 12 deep. Open windows along the motorcade route. The manhole covers were not welded shut. The motorcycle escort was cut down to 4, and the police officers were instructed not to ride ahead of the rear wheels. One of the officers observed this was the damnedest formation he'd ever seen. Not only were they on a changed route, which ordinarily the Secret Service never does because they have to investigate all of the buildings along the entire route, all the occupants who would be there. So they ordinarily fix a motorcade route and never change it. But this one not only included a 90-degree turn off of Main Street onto Houston, but a 110-degree turn back onto Elm Street, which was another violation of Secret Service protocol, which I'm convinced was done to slow down the limousine without alarming the occupants. Then, most astonishingly, William Greer, the driver, after bullets had begun to be fired, pulled the limousine to the left and to a halt.
Then came the official announcement that John Fitzgerald Kennedy, 35th President of the United States, was dead. Blood was wiped from the presidential limousine as it was parked outside the hospital's emergency entrance.
By the time they got to Parkland Hospital, a Secret Service agent took a bucket of water and a sponge and began washing the blood and brains out of the limousine, which of course was the destruction of a crime scene on wheels. There was actually a through-and-through bullet hole in the windshield. Several civilians had observed it. A police officer actually stuck a pencil through it. As soon as the Secret Service noticed the attention, they moved the limousine where it wasn't publicly accessible. And then on Monday, the day of the formal state funeral, the limousine was sent back to Ford Motor Company. It was completely stripped down to bare metal and rebuilt, destroying a major crime scene on wheels. Those were the actions of the federal government in seeking to investigate the death of your president and mine, John F. Kennedy.
The discovery of a so-called sniper's nest shortly after 1 p.m. the day of the assassination provided the first hard physical evidence in the case. Evidence that to this day is considered the foundation of the lone assassin's guilt. However, as with everything else in this case, the evidence holds up only to the extent that you don't think about it. This is the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository. And here, in the southeast corner, is the sniper's nest. These familiar pictures are not from November 22nd. They were actually taken 3 days later, and the sniper's nest they depict is not what was originally discovered. There is no direct photo of the alleged sniper's nest from the day of the assassination, and only 2 photos which partially depict the boxes soon after their discovery. These photos suggest the boxes were actually much closer to the east side of the window than the later recreation would have it. This may seem merely an academic distinction, except the center position of the sniper's boxes became fixed in official recreations of the assassination, including measurements involving trajectories. It is also unclear how several eyewitnesses could have seen a man firing from the window. This view shows the area behind the window lit up by the sun. But the eyewitnesses were closer, and their view of the 6th floor much steeper. A gunman seated in the sniper's nest position would have only been partially visible, if at all. On top of that, the Secret Service recreation appears to show that a gunman tracking the presidential limousine would have needed to move right across the windowsill from east to west. The boxes would have been more in the way than an asset. So what's the deal with the sniper's nest? Don't think too much about that, because 3 spent hull casings were also discovered close by. Here is Captain Will Fritz examining them. And at least 2 witnesses saw Captain Fritz pick up the casings, tampering with the crime scene before any official photographs were taken. It is clear that Fritz examined the casings. A short period of time went by, and then the official crime scene photographs were taken. These photographs show the shell casings spread apart, not close together as originally found, and seem to actually show 2 hull casings and 1 live round. In fact, all the paperwork generated between Dallas Police and FBI describes 2 shell casings and 1 live round. It took another 6 days before a 3rd shell casing was entered into the record, courtesy of Captain Fritz, with the claim it had been sitting in his office the whole time. This 3rd shell would be the only one marked to establish a chain of custody, but it also was dented, meaning it would be impossible for any bullet to fire. For its part, the Warren Commission, realizing that the evidence photos showed only 2 spent shells instead of 3, used a second photo, a photo featuring a shell crudely superimposed. But try not to think about that, because also found at the sniper's nest was a paper sack used by the assassin to smuggle his rifle into the building. Although several Dallas police officers said the remnants of a chicken lunch, including a paper bag and a soft drink bottle, was discovered in the sniper's nest, later evidence photos placed these items further away. Back in the southeast corner, the lunch bag would morph into a much larger rifle sack. And although no official photos actually show the bag in the sniper's nest, the Warren Commission helpfully drew a diagram showing its location. The Warren Commission did not reveal that the bag carried out of the school book depository and the bag in the Commission's archives do not match, and that a 3rd bag was found in the dead letter drop of the Dallas post office inside an envelope addressed to Lee Oswald. But it's best not to think about that either, because the assassin's rifle was discovered soon after.
There were a stack of boxes just at the head of the stairwell going downstairs. And Boone looked over into it and said, "Here it is. Here's the rifle." But we didn't touch it until Captain Fritz and Lieutenant Day got there. I believe Day pulled the rifle out and handed it to Captain Fritz. And Captain Fritz was holding the rifle up in the air, and I was standing next to Weitzman, who was standing next to Fritz, and we weren't any more than 6 or 8 inches from the rifle, and stamped right on the barrel of the rifle was 7.65 Mauser.
In fact, police officer Seymour Weitzman, who had previously owned a sporting goods store and was very familiar with firearms, would sign an affidavit the next day identifying the rifle as a Mauser. Defenders of the official story point to the film footage of the discovery of the rifle. However, Eyewitnesses claim that this scene had been staged for the camera. Indeed, Police Lieutenant Day hands the rifle to Captain Fritz twice after the cameras had been reframed. Regardless, defenders of the official story claim the rifle was found, and that's that.
The Dallas Sheriff's Department said the rifle had been found in a staircase on the 5th floor of a building near the scene of the assassination. It was a 7.65 Mauser. The German-made Army rifle had a telescopic sight.
The British 303 rifle, a bolt-action Argentine-made rifle of World War II vintage.
A high-powered Army or Japanese rifle of .25 caliber. It's a 7.65 Mauser.
It is an Argentine 6.5 Mauser that had a 4-power scope on it.
Nevertheless, Warren Commission defenders claim that one rifle, an Italian carbine, was removed from the schoolbook depository, and anyone questioning that is just mistaken. And the amateur footage depicting a group of officers huddled around what appears to be a different rifle, well, it's just best you don't think too much about it. In this episode, we examine the abysmal failure of the Warren Commission to investigate what went on in Dealey Plaza. There were hundreds of pictures taken. There was film taken. Who was caught on film and what role could they have been playing? Pentagon insider Colonel L. Fletcher Prouty discusses further.
Not long after the Warren Commission had come out, a friend of mine showed me a group of photographs that had been taken within the period of 30 minutes before the time the president was killed and 30 minutes afterwards, thinking that people who were involved, they're bound to be or may be within that group. And among them were pictures which have become quite famous among the assassination buff crowd. And that group is called the Tramps. I think there's 7 or 8 pictures. There may be more. I think I have about 8 of them. And I was shown this photograph among others. And it is chronologically the first picture of the Tramps. The police were leading them from the freight car where they had removed them and were taking them to the Dallas Sheriff's Office. And as they were walking, they began to come by the school book depository building where allegedly Oswald had fired the shots. So they were just coming by the corner of the building. And this is the garage door fence material that's there. I realized that something very strange is in this picture. Here's a policeman. Here are 2 tramps, one of them sort of behind the other so you don't see it. Here's another tramp, and here's another policeman. And here's a bystander casually walking by this strange little scene of 2 policemen with shotguns and 3 prisoners, presumably. And here's this stranger going by, doesn't even look at him, just wandering down the street as though that was going to get a cup of coffee somewhere, and this happened every day. That, I realized immediately, is Ed Lansdale. Now, I met General Lansdale in the Philippines in 1953. Later, when Lansdale came back from the Philippines, and when I was done in Tokyo, we both happened to be assigned to the Office of Air Force Plans. And his office was just one section over from where my office was. I knew him very well during that period. In early 1960, General Lansdale was assigned to the Office of the Secretary of Defense in the Office of Special Operations, which covered clandestine operations, the national security agents, the reconnaissance business, all the highly classified jobs. And within a month or so, I was transferred to the same office to do the same work in the Secretary of Defense's office that I'd been doing for the Air Force, which was the military support of the clandestine operations of CIA. Lansdale, in many respects, was the epitome of a CIA agent, which means he's on orders from somebody. He was close to people in big business. When he went to Manila, he was not against Quirino, but he had been told to overthrow Quirino and get somebody else in as president of the Philippines. It wasn't because he didn't like Quirino, it was just his job. He was an agent, and he did it very successfully. It begins to open a door to an area of information about the assassination of Kennedy that a lot of people haven't thought about, haven't known about. He was an expert at things that are more important than shooting in a thing like the assassination. any conspiracy of that order must have a cover story that lasts year after year and is impregnable. Someone had to orchestrate the Lee Harvey Oswald cover story, the Ruby cover story, the New Orleans side of it, all that sort of stuff that the people have studied so meticulously since then has all been orchestrated, just like somebody writing a movie or a play and then making it live for 30 years. That cover story, there isn't a newspaper in this country that will print the simple sentence, Oswald did not do it. Not one.
General Lansdale specialized in political psychological warfare operations and manipulation of governments. Lansdale retired from the military in October 1963 and was said to be on a road trip to Colorado at the time of the assassination. Documentary evidence places Lansdale in Fort Worth, Texas, at the same hotel JFK would stay at a week before the assassination.
This is Jim DiEugenio from Los Angeles, California, and I'd like to share a few thoughts about Ruth and Michael Paine, which I elucidate in my book, Destiny Betrayed, the second edition.
I think it's a lone wolf thing. It was the opportunity presented itself to him, and he probably wanted to make a mark on society by suddenly occurred to him that he could.
He suddenly realized he had an opportunity to no longer be a little guy, but to be someone extraordinary.
One of the oddest things about Ruth and Michael Paine is their association with George de Mohrenschildt and Allen Dulles.
Mrs. Paine, how did you first become acquainted with the Oswalds?
I met them through friends at a party last winter.
This is how, essentially, Oswald was introduced to the Paines, was through George de Mohrenschildt. Almost right after they were introduced, de Mohrenschildt stepped aside and went to Haiti, and Ruth and Michael Paine now became the Oswalds' best friends.
And then saw more of Marina later. I was interested in talking with her because I was trying to learn the language.
Ruth Paine seems to have been determined to separate off Marina from Lee from almost the moment they met. And her excuse for this was she wanted to learn Russian from Marina. One of the problems with this is when the FBI investigated Ruth Paine afterwards, they found out that she taught Russian at St. Mark's School for Boys. In just a matter of weeks, Ruth wrote a note inviting Marina to actually move in with her. This is just a matter of a few weeks. After this, they had a picnic with the Oswalds, and then Ruth drove Marina to New Orleans. The thing to remember about Ruth and Michael Paine is that their image in the Warren Commission volumes as friendly Texas Quakers is not really an accurate one. Both Ruth and Michael trace back to the Eastern Establishment and to the Central Intelligence Agency. Michael Paine's parents go back to the Boston Brahmins in Massachusetts. They extend all the way back to the Cabots and the Forbes families. In fact, Ruth Forbes was a close friend of Mary Bancroft. Mary Bancroft said she knew the mother of Michael Paine where Oswald stayed. Mary Bancroft was the girlfriend of Allen Dulles during World War II when she served as an OSS officer. They stayed personal friends after the war. Allen Dulles later on made a very interesting private joke about the critics of the Warren Commission. Dulles joked in private that the JFK conspiracy buffs would have a field day if they had known he had actually been in Dallas 3 weeks before the murder, that one of Mary Bancroft's childhood friends had turned out to be a landlady for Marina Oswald.
Mr. Paine, did Lee Oswald's political philosophy at any time indicate to you that he may have been capable of the crime he's accused of?
I was very surprised when I heard that the shot had been fired from the building in which I knew he worked. I thought of him immediately, but dismissed it because I didn't think he was that irrational.
One of the interesting things that we know about Michael Paine is that due to an FBI declassified document, he was actually making like he was a leftist communist who sympathized with Castro at Luby's restaurant right across the street from SMU in Dallas. FBI interviewed some of the students he had talked to, and one of the students picked out a picture of Michael Payne as a guy who was coming off as a Castro sympathizer. Now, why would he do something like that?
Did you ever have a chance to talk about Cuban communism or Castro communism? Did he ever express any thoughts on that?
He did mention that, and it was unfamiliar to me, so I didn't take it up. He just happened to mention it briefly, and when it was brought to my attention, I did recall that he had said such a thing.
In Eric Tagg's book, Brush with History, which is about Patrolman Buddy Waters, it's revealed that when he and a couple of other policemen went to Ruth and Michael Payne's home, they found a file cabinet full of letters, maps, records, and index cards with name of pro-Castro sympathizers. Why would they be doing that? Why would they be taking down the names of these pro-Castro sympathizers? When the FBI reviewed the case, they interviewed some of the people that Ruth visited in the summer. She took a semi-cross-country trip and then came down from Virginia to New Orleans. According to the FBI interviews, Ruth had told everyone she was going to pick up a Russian woman in New Orleans and bring her home to live with her in Irving. Once the Oswalds were formally separated, once Marina is brought back, Ruth Payne picks up their belongings, almost all of them, brings them to their home. Many of Oswald's belongings were now in her garage, and they were under her control at the time that Oswald was apprehended. And later, it was Ruth Payne and her husband Michael who became the source for a lot of the dubious evidence that was used to build a case against Oswald.
Well, we had been watching the morning proceeding on the television, and I translated to her when I heard it that he had been shot. I was crying, and she was very upset. Indeed, this was our condition when men came from the police department in Dallas. And that was the first that we had any indication that her husband was associated with this tragic event.
To top this off, there's the famous phone intercept on the day of the assassination. Ruth and Michael have both acknowledged what happened in Dealey Plaza, and they said, we know who's responsible. The implication being that it really wasn't Oswald who was responsible.
The Warren Commission knew of this phone call, but rather than determine what exactly the Paynes were referring to, staff counselor Wesley Liebler instead confused the official record and suggested the phone call in question occurred on Saturday the 23rd. Rather than Friday the 22nd. This allowed Michael Payne the opportunity to deny he ever said anything like that on Saturday. From being confronted by an armed policeman, Marion Baker, to the arrest at the Texas Theater, to the hours of interrogation, those who had direct contact with Lee Oswald stated he appeared calm, cool, and collected. In contrast, the official story portrays Oswald as nervous and indecisive as he made his escape. It's worthwhile taking a closer look at the events following the assassination of John F. Kennedy. After leaving the school book depository, Oswald walks 7 blocks and boards a city bus bound for the Oak Cliff neighborhood of Dallas.
Knocked on the door of the bus, and I opened the door, and a man got on the bus.
The bus was soon stuck in traffic and Oswald got off.
And got him a transfer and got off.
He walks 3 blocks south, finds a taxi, and directs it to Oak Cliff.
Got in, said he wanted to go to 500 block north of Beckley. So I come on the way we're going now and turned right on this signal light.
Now, he lived right here in this block.
Right here, in the same block, right here.
Which one, the house right there?
That house right there.
But he didn't say anything about getting out.
No, sir, and he wasn't looking at it as we passed. He just said, this'll do fine. I waited till I passed the last car and pulled over to the curb. Opened the door and got out, walked around in front of the cab and across the street, and that's the last I saw him. I went on about my business.
Oswald would double back 4 blocks to his rooming house.
When I got the telephone call about the president being killed, I walked over here and turned the television on, and the door opened. He come in a hurry. It must have been after 1 o'clock. He come in he wasn't running, he was just in a fast walk. I just said, "Are you sure in a hurry?" And he didn't answer me, and didn't say nothing.
While Oswald was in his room, Robert sees a Dallas police squad car with 2 uniformed officers stop in front of the rooming house and honk its horn twice.
When he went out walking fast the same way, and I was still listening there, them broadcasting about President Kennedy, and went out and to the bus stop, and that's the last I saw of it.
So, rather than erratic and panic-stricken, it appears from the moment Oswald left the school book depository, he was always heading by bus or by cab to his North Beckley Street address in Oak Cliff. Doubling back to his rooming house can be recognized as a technique used by intelligence operatives to reveal whether they are being followed. From his rooming house, Oswald was always heading to the Texas Theater. What is in dispute is how and at what time he got there. Witnesses at the Texas Theater said that Oswald was inside the theater by 1:10. The official story maintains that Oswald, acting strangely, walked the streets of Oak Cliff at a brisk pace. Seen by nobody, and apparently with no known destination, is stopped by a policeman who has presumably noticed his odd behavior. He shoots the policeman 4 times, then flees behind, leaving a trail of incriminating evidence. He then enters the Texas Theater without paying. So what to believe? Again, it's worthwhile taking a closer look. Researcher John Armstrong recounts the activities of Dallas policeman J.D. Tippit.
Shortly after the assassination, when Oswald's on the bus, Tippit is parked at the Gloco station, right across the street from where the bus is supposed to stop and turn left onto Lancaster Street. Oswald's supposed to get off that bus and walk about 3 blocks to his apartment at 1026 Beckley. Tippit's sitting at the Gloco station. The bus comes, no Oswald, the bus turns left. The people in the gas station say that Tippit sped out of there and went in the same direction as the bus. My belief is that Tippit was following this bus to see if Oswald was going to get off the bus. He didn't.
You are in the Oak Cliff area. You will be at large for the emergency that comes in.
The next time we see Tippit is over at the Top 10 record store making a phone call just a few minutes after 1 o'clock. Louis Cortinas and those people in the record store say he came in, he made a call, apparently nobody answered, he hung up the phone, ran out in his car, and headed across Jefferson Boulevard. And the next time we see Tippit is when he stops Oswald, and we know what happened. 3 shots, and he walks around and shoots Tippit in the head, makes sure he's dead. Then this person goes down the street and he's seen by that car salesman, and he said he was wearing a white Eisenhower type jacket and a white t-shirt. Behind the Texaco station, drops his jacket underneath that 1954 Oldsmobile. Then he goes back into the alley and he makes his way down the street. What's he wearing at this point? A white t-shirt.
They might have the assassin out there. They're looking for a white male, 35, about 5'8" in height. He got a white shirt. They are putting an unusually great number of policemen out in that area.
Right after the president had been shot, they broadcast a description on the radio of this man, 5'8", 5'9", 150 pounds. On the radio, they had a bulletin that an officer had been shot here in Oak Cliff. And he walked in, he matched the description. Looked scared. He walked right into the right-hand side of the lobby there, just a few feet from the door. And
were there a lot of police cars in the area?
There was a lot of police cars. When he went out the lobby for the theater, I walked out to the sidewalk and watched him go in. I walked up to the theater and asked Miss Postal there, the cashier, if she had sold a ticket to this man wearing a brown sports shirt, his description.
But a brown sports shirt was never part of the description, and shoe store manager Johnny Brewer was the only person to describe the man associated with the Tippit slaying as wearing one. Unlike everyone else who's had any contact or sighting of Oswald that day, Brewer and others located near or at the Texas Theater were never officially interviewed or asked to give a full statement until December 6th, after the FBI report on the assassination had been written and most of the elements of the official story already established. The anomalies associated with the Tippit slaying are well known. Reports of an automatic weapon rather than a revolver, no initials on the shell casings, no fingerprints on the car, a jacket a size too big, a wallet left on the scene with ID for Oswald and Heidel. And add to that something which is not discussed very often. The Dallas police stormed the Texas Theater looking for a suspect in a white shirt believed to be in the balcony. Moments later, they emerged with an arrested man wearing a brown shirt who was seated on the main floor.
My name is John Armstrong, and I'm the author of the book Harvey and Lee.
Oswald's arrest resulted from a theater cashier's tip, Mrs. Julie Postal telephoning police from the Texas Theater that a man inside looked like he was running from someone. She said he kept changing seats in the theater.
The Dallas Police Department took down the names and phone numbers of 24 persons identified as being inside the Texas Theater at the time of Oswald's arrest. That list soon disappeared, and very little effort was made to establish eyewitness accounts of what happened inside the theater. The official story has Oswald sneaking into the theater at approximately 1:45 p.m. and arrested a few minutes later. But Butch Burroughs, who ran the theater's concession stand, sold Oswald popcorn at 1:15. Jack Davis, who was attending the double feature, said that Oswald sat down beside him in the almost empty theater as the main feature began around 1:20. Oswald soon got up and sat down directly beside at least two other people. Burroughs believes Oswald entered the theater about 1:05 p.m. and first went up to the balcony. The Dallas police came into the theater looking for a suspect from the Tippett slaying. They were looking for a man in a white shirt who was reported to be in the balcony. Indeed, the first officers inside the theater went directly to the balcony. Another group of police came into the theater from the alley, entering the auditorium from behind the screen. With the house lights now on, they slowly converged on Oswald, seated on the main floor wearing a dark shirt. There was a brief scuffle, and Lee Harvey Oswald was arrested and taken out the front door. Soon after that, witnesses in the alley saw police take a man who looked like Oswald, wearing a white shirt, out of the theater and put him into a squad car. Initial police reports stated that the suspect had been arrested in the balcony.
Two witnesses independently placed Oswald inside the Texas Theater before 1:20 p.m. Butch Burroughs testified before the Warren Commission but was not questioned about anything which happened before 1:35 p.m. The Dallas police never produced a list of witnesses from inside the Texas Theater. The Warren Commission never followed up with the Dallas police or the FBI on the issue.
Lee Oswald's been arrested. He's taken to the Dallas Police Headquarters. He's being interrogated by Dallas detectives. He's got two pieces of contrary ID, Alec Heidel, Lee Oswald. While they're trying to figure out exactly who they have in custody, J. Edgar Hoover's already on the phone to Bobby Kennedy saying, "We have our man in Dallas." Author, researcher Jim Mars explains just how it is that Lee Oswald came to be under suspicion so quickly.
This is Jim Mars, author of Crossfire, The Plot to Kill Kennedy. How did they know to go after Lee Harvey Oswald? Like so much else in this case, it seems pat on the surface, but once you dig into it, there's too many questions here. Officially, the story is less than 10 minutes after the shooting, the police were putting out a broadcast saying, "Be on the lookout for a slender white male, about 165 pounds, 5 foot 10 inches, in his early 30s. Here's the question, where did that come from? And the answer is, nobody freaking knows. A cop called in and said some bystander had given him this description. This actually didn't match Oswald, who was lighter than that, shorter than that, and younger than that. Then we get the story that they held a head count at the Texas School Book Depository, and Oswald was the only one missing. This was a guy we needed to go after. But you'll find that that falls apart too. At the time of the shooting, most of the people in the book depository were outside. They all went outside to look at the president going by. And then when the shooting happened, some of them were in shock, some of them stumbled around, some of them went back in the building and got caught when they sealed the building off, which was not for 15, 20 minutes or more after the shooting, and some of them were outside and could not get back inside. So apparently there really was a head count taken about 1 o'clock. The assassination happened at 12:30. But there was all kinds of people missing. So about 2 o'clock, they held another head count, and by this time, they had counted for everybody except Lee Harvey Oswald. But by that time, he was already in custody. How did they know to go after him? Lieutenant Jack Rebel, who was the police intelligence officer of the Dallas Police, has said publicly that he rode back from Dealey Plaza to the Dallas Police Station with a military intelligence agent, an agent from the Office of Naval Intelligence. And Oswald was a Marine, which is a department under the Navy. Lieutenant Rebel goes back to police headquarters and types up a list of the employees of the Texas School Book Depository. Heading his list is Harvey Lee Oswald of 605 Elsbeth. Oswald had never lived at 605 Elsbeth, but he had lived at 602 Elsbeth back in the fall of 1962. But this information was nowhere on any of his employment forms at the Texas School Book Depository. So where did this information come from? At the time of the House Select Committee on Assassinations, a Colonel Robert Jones of Army Intelligence testified that he had operatives in Dallas who told him that a suspect had been arrested, and his name was Alex James Heidel. He went and checked Army Intelligence files and found out that there was a military intelligence file on an Alex James Heidel, and it cross-indexed to Harvey Lee Oswald of 605 Elsbeth. The very same two mistakes that we find on Rebel's typed list from the Dallas Police Department that was typed up about an hour or so after the assassination. This tells us U.S. military intelligence tipped off the Dallas police as to who the suspect was in the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. This is only one of several incidents involving military intelligence, which has rarely been looked at as a suspect in the assassination.
Oswald was pulled screaming and shouting from the Texas Theater by officers who had gone there on a tip that Oswald was there. He brandished a pistol which officers took away from him after a struggle. Oswald was quoted as saying, "It's all over now."
When Captain Fritz, based on the second and final head count at the book depository, he was telling his detectives, "I think we need to go out and find this Lee Harvey Oswald." And one of them said, "Well, that's funny because he's sitting right there in the office," because he's the one they brought in from the Texas Theater. It was just phenomenal police work. According to FBI documents that were released to the public in the 1980s, less than 2 hours after the shooting, J. Edgar Hoover calls Attorney General Robert Kennedy and says, "We have our man in Dallas. It's Lee Harvey Oswald. He's an ex-Marine. He defected to Russia. He's a mean-spirited individual in the category of a nut." He's already pushing the lone nut theory less than 2 hours after the shooting to Attorney General Robert Kennedy. Now, why is this important? Well, because Oswald was arrested in the Texas Theater. Put him in a car and they drove him downtown to the police station, and so less than 2 hours after the shooting, he's just arrived at the police station. And the police find that he has two sets of identification on him. One says he's Lee Harvey Oswald, the other says he's Alex James Heidel. And they're saying, "Well, which one are you?" And he's being uncooperative. He said, "Well, you're the cops, you figure it out." So at a time when the authorities in Dallas weren't even sure of who they had under arrest, Hoover is on the phone in Washington talking to Bobby Kennedy and has the whole lone nut scenario worked out along with Oswald's background.
In Dallas, the prime suspect still is being questioned. He is 24-year-old Lee Oswald of Dallas, a former Marine who spent some time in Russia, who at one time had applied for Soviet citizenship. He has been associated with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee.
This is John Judge from Washington, D.C. I'm an independent researcher and investigator into the Kennedy assassination since the late 1960s. The events on November 22nd, 1963 follow a pattern of a military coup d'etat, in my view.
The picture of the flag flying at half-mast, as seen through the trees stripped of their leaves, captures the mood of grimness here at the White House. Outside in front of the White House, crowds have begun to gather, waiting for some visual confirmation of what they and everybody else find so hard to believe, that the president is indeed dead.
Right at the moment of the assassination, 12:30 Dallas and 1:30 Eastern Time, the Federal Exchange phone lines, not the Bell telephones, but the exchange lines between government agencies that are secure, went down for a period of 2 hours, and I know this from both my mother and my aunt who were working at the Pentagon at the time. The nuclear command and control code books were compromised that day. I talked to Strategic Air Command bomber pilots. They told me that they heard radio chatter that the president had been killed in Dallas, but they were not able to locate the decrypting books, which they went to get because they thought that they would be given commands. We also know from Pierre Salinger's book with Kennedy that the plane bringing the cabinet back from meetings in Honolulu regarding the war in Vietnam were informed that the president had been shot, and Salinger went to the pilot and suggested he take out his decrypting book to see if commands or messages were coming through, and there was not a code book on that plane either. Nuclear command and control box, the black football as they call it, that is supposed to stay with the president 24/7, should have transferred immediately to Johnson, but in fact the guy carrying it was not on the plane with Johnson when he left Dallas, and there were many hours in between when Johnson did not have any control of the situation. That also would have been under the orders of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
People hear us. People must be all over the country walking around with looks of stunned disbelief on their faces.
In addition to that, the military was preparing that day for a military invasion of Cuba. This, in my view, was the implementation of Operation Northwoods, a joint plan of CIA and Pentagon that Kennedy had rejected. And this was to create a traumatic incident in America that would traumatize the public and could plausibly be blamed on Castro. I believe that they made the assassination into Operation Northwoods traumatic incident and were ready to invade Cuba that day on the basis of it. Had they been able to kill or silence Oswald at the theater, had he died, the links to Fidel Castro made by a false Oswald several weeks earlier in Mexico City would have come to light and immediately been used as an excuse to say that Castro had assassinated the president. And even Castro himself, in a statement 3 days later, raised his suspicions that this was created in a way to set him up. These are elements, in my view, of a coup d'etat that cannot involve anti-Castro Cubans, mafia, or anyone else but the Joint Chiefs of Staff at the top of the military operations.
President Johnson, recently installed, arrived at Andrews Air Force Base.
No, new President Lyndon Baines Johnson with his wife Lady Bird.
Secretary McNamara and other officials greeting the new president. As he moves now in the direction of an Army helicopter.
At the National Archives was a file in the National Security Agency folder that had to do with messages coming into and going out of the Pentagon press office on the morning of November 22nd, 1963, and into the afternoon. And one of the interesting notes is a rumor the press is checking on with the Pentagon press office that General Curtis LeMay, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, has died that morning in a plane crash. LeMay was actually in Canada, supposedly on a hunting trip, and then flew back, having gotten word of the assassination, to Washington, D.C., but did not land at Andrews in the military airport, but instead at D.C. National, which would put him closer to Bethesda than the Pentagon. And in fact, there are witnesses who saw him sitting in the teaching morgue bleachers at Bethesda Hospital, watching the autopsy. He was there for that, but out of town during the incident, and also with what I believe may have been a planted cover story that he had died that day if the link to the Joint Chiefs had become evident or if the assassination attempt had failed. General Curtis LeMay hated the Kennedys. He was furious about the Bay of Pigs. He was even more furious and stormed out of the Cuban Missile Crisis, which he had hoped would lead to full nuclear war with the Soviet Union, which he thought would be a win situation. Told his aides walking out, "We have to get rid of those sons of bitches," meaning the Kennedy brothers. My mother was a manpower analyst directly under the Joint Chiefs. Her job was to project the national draft call. She spent the weekend looking at the news and then went back into the Pentagon and years later told me that that morning, Monday, November 25th, she was handed projections what the national annual draft call would be. She was told to project a 10-year war with 57,000 American dead. So Kennedy, who in fact had been planning a full withdrawal of troops by the end of 1964, was completely reversed that weekend in Washington, and an entirely new plan for a continued and expanded war in Vietnam was laid out by the Joint Chiefs.
President Kennedy's body was removed from the state of Texas at gunpoint and returned to Washington, where it would undergo one of the worst autopsies in a murder case. Distinguished forensic pathologist Dr. Cyril Weck explains.
This is Dr. Cyril H. Weck. I am a forensic pathologist practicing in Pittsburgh and surrounding communities. I am very actively involved. I did 372 autopsies last year. I've done about 18,000 autopsies over the past 50-some years, and have reviewed, signed off, or supervised in about 38,000 other autopsies. I mention all this background in order to present the basis for my great dismay professionally, setting aside all the important political ramifications, the historical significance of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, to think about an autopsy on the president of my country being performed by someone who has no experience at all in forensic pathology. This is 1963. This is not 100 or 200 years ago.
The body of President Kennedy was transported from Andrews Air Force Base to the hospital in Bethesda by a Navy ambulance.
This is a complex case for the most experienced, astute forensic pathologist. Multiple gunshot wounds, the president, wounds of the governor, the need to correlate the relationships of these various wounds, the sequence, the trajectory, the angle, the distance. This was not an easy case. And to have it performed by Humes and Boswell, who by their own admission, this was to the forensic pathology panel of the House Select Committee on Assassinations, had never performed a single gunshot wound autopsy in their entire careers. Now, Pierre Fink, coming over from the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology, arriving late, an Army guy in a naval setting, attempted to do a couple of things and was quickly put in his place by some gruff voice that we have now come to learn was a four-star general or admiral. The legitimacy of the criticism is the fact that even the people who defend the Warren Commission report, my colleagues, the other 8 members, for example, of the Forensic Pathology Panel, and then all others who have addressed this, there remains to this day a great debate about where were the bullet wounds. Can you imagine that?
There was only one entrance wound in the head, yes, sir. That was posterior, about 2.5 centimeters to the right of the midline posteriorly. This is very important. You say there's scientific evidence. Is it conclusive scientific evidence? Yes, sir, it is.
The Ramsey-Clark panel in 1968, they moved the gunshot wound to the head up 4 inches to the crest of the head from the lower part, the external occipital protuberance, where the autopsy pathologist had placed it. 4 inches. I mean, you're not talking about something of a minute differential here. So we remain in the year 2013 still arguing about where were the bullet wounds. Was there a wound in the back of the head? Was it on the right side of the head? Is there not a wound on the top of the head? And on and on and on. This is absolutely unbelievable. This was one of the shoddiest, most incompetent, incomplete medical legal autopsies I have ever seen. And the fact that it occurred on the President of the United States of America on a matter of this nature is absolutely incomprehensible. And this is something that we, as the critic researchers of the Warren Commission report and the 80-85% of the American public that rejects the Warren Commission report, must keep in mind. It was absolutely a great, great travesty, and something that we as Americans, all of us, should be very, very ashamed of.
All military personnel were required to sign a document stating they would not discuss any events at Bethesda under threat of court-martial.
The other wound was a fairly large wound on the right side of the head, in the parietal occipital area. See blood and brains with cerebral fragments.
This is Robert Groden. As we approach the 50th anniversary of the assassination of President Kennedy, it dawns on me that one of the most important issues that we have relates to the medical evidence, and that is the witnesses that actually saw the president's body. When I started interviewing the Dallas doctors back when I worked for the House Assassinations Committee in the late 1970s, I was able to come up with 24 witnesses that saw the president's head and described it. Well, I have a new book coming out, and that new book will show that I have increased the number from the original 24 to now we are up to 81. 81 witnesses saw the president's head.
I looked at the head wound briefly by leaning over the table and noticed that the parieto-occipital head wound was largely avulsive. There was visible brain tissue in the part and some cerebellum seen.
What was amazing about this is that every single one of the doctors I spoke to, every one of the witnesses I spoke to, all said that the exit wound was in the rear of the president's head. The massive exit wound is in the rear of the president's head. Why is this important? Well, for two reasons. If the exit wound is in the rear of the head, that means that the shot came from the front. The other thing that it means is that somebody tampered with the photographic evidence, because the photographs that show the president's head show the rear of the head to be intact. The autopsy photographs have been faked. Now, who could have done that? They were in possession of the National Archives and the government the whole time since they were taken by elements of the Department of the Navy until now. These photographs are the most important evidence since the Zapruder film. And the fact that the photographs have been faked, and the fact that the witnesses were ignored by every investigation that's ever looked at the president's assassination, shows that we are dealing with not just mistakes, not just a matter of opinion, but we're dealing with a massive cover-up from the highest levels of government.
The final report of the House Select Committee, published in 1979, claimed that the Dallas witnesses were mistaken about a rear head wound, because all the witnesses at Bethesda Hospital testified to the committee that such a wound was not observed there. But when the classified interviews were released in the 1990s, it turned out that most of the Bethesda witnesses indeed also saw a large wound in the back of Kennedy's head. The individuals responsible for writing the HSCA's final report have all denied responsibility for reporting this false information.
Stay tuned for the next installment as we expose week after week 50 lies the Warren Commission would like you to believe.
This episode, we discussed the president's back wound, which the Warren Commission had to move up to the neck to make their scenario plausible. By withholding actual photos and using an artist's rendition derived solely from Dr. Humes and Boswell's memories, the Warren Commission managed to sell this lie as long as the public never saw the original photos. Author, researcher, Pat Spear explains how they did this.
This is Pat Spear, creator of the Mysterious Death of Number 35 video series and the author of a free book on the assassination at patspear.com. On the evening of November 22, 1963, an autopsy was conducted on Kennedy's body by Drs. Humes, Boswell, and Fink. While examining the president's body, they noted a tracheotomy incision on Kennedy's throat and a bullet hole in his back, and marked these on a face sheet, an outline of a body in which wounds are noted. The next morning, Dr. Humes supposedly called Dr. Perry, the emergency room doctor who tried to save Kennedy's life in Dallas. Perry told Humes that the tracheotomy incision was cut through a small bullet wound on Kennedy's throat. This led Humes to conclude the bullet entering Kennedy's back had exited Kennedy's throat. There was a problem with this, however. Kennedy was believed to have been shot from the 6th floor of a building barely 60 yards behind him, and the back wound on the face sheet was below the level of the throat wound. This problem was first noted by Warren Commission General Counsel J. Lee Rankin in the January 27, 1964 executive session of the Warren Commission. Rankin told the commissioners that he'd be seeking some help from the doctors on this issue, and this help was soon to come. In preparation for their March 16, 1964 testimony before the commission, Drs. Humes and Boswell were asked to prepare some schematic drawings demonstrating the location of Kennedy's wounds and the paths of the bullets through his body. These drawings showed the back wound to be well above the throat wound and consistent with a shot fired from 6 stories up and 60 yards or more behind. This solution to the problem, however, made at least one member of the Commission's staff nervous. On April 30th, 1964, Arlen Specter, the future senator, and the counsel charged with taking all the medical testimony, dashed off a memo to General Counsel Rankin. He wrote that, in preparation of the Commission's upcoming reenactment of the shooting, it is essential for the Commission to know precisely the location of the bullet wound on the President's back, so that the angle may be calculated. And this was doubly important because Commission exhibits numbers 385, 386, and 388 were made from the recollections of the autopsy surgeons as told to the artist. Someday, someone may compare the films with the artist's drawings and find a significant error which might substantially affect the essential testimony and the Commission's conclusions. Specter was shown the autopsy photo of Kennedy's back wound on May 24, 1964, the day of the Commission's reenactment. It shows the wound to have been on Kennedy's back. And yet, from the day of the reenactment, in the chapters Specter wrote for the Warren Commission, and in his subsequent writings and interviews, he almost always said this wound was at the base of the back of Kennedy's neck. And it's worse than that. Although Specter knew full well the chalk mark used to mark Kennedy's wound location during the reenactment was on his back, he took the testimony of Agent Thomas Kelly on June 4, 1964, and asked Kelly the basis for the marking on the wound on the back of the President's neck, and said nothing as Kelly falsely claimed it had been Commission CE 386, which showed the wound to be at the base of the back of the neck. Specter then made sure that the only photo of his trajectory analysis entered into evidence failed to show the chalk mark. What was Specter up to? Was he lying to hide that Kennedy's and Connolly's wounds didn't align with a shot from the sniper's nest, and that the medical evidence failed to support the conclusions the Commission had already come to? It appears so.
Both of these are blow-ups from the Warren Commission report. Now, there are people who think they see discrepancies in that this drawing, what you've called an entry wound at the base of the neck of the President, shows it to be, or seems to show it to be, in the upper back near the shoulder blade, considerably below the base of the neck, whereas this drawing does show the entry wound to be at the base of the neck. Now, could you talk about these and reconcile that?
Yes, sir. This first drawing is a sketch. These are on sheets of paper present in the room in which examination is conducted and are routinely used to mark in general, we feel, that the measurements which are noted here at the margins of the drawing are the precise measurements which we took. Now, the acromion is the extreme outermost portion of the shoulder. The tip of the mastoid is a bony prominence just behind the ear. And where these two lines intersect was, in actuality, where this wound was situated. Now, the second drawing, which you mentioned, was prepared to rather schematically and as accurately as we possibly could depict the story for the members of the Warren Commission.
In this drawing, you were trying to be precise.
Yes, sir, we were. We were trying to be precise and refer back to our measurements that we had made. Also, of course, since this time, we had opportunity to review the photographs which we made. These photographs show very clearly that the wound was exactly where we stated it to be in our testimony before the Warren Commission.
Your re-examination of the photographs verify that the wounds were as shown here?
Yes, sir, they do.
In 1978, Dr. Michael Baden, speaking before the House Select Committee on Assassinations, testified that a panel of 9 top forensic pathologists had concluded that the wound Specter and the Warren Commission had declared was at the base of the back of the neck and well above the throat wound was in fact on Kennedy's back and below the throat wound. This was huge news. These doctors, moreover, had decided that the trajectory of a bullet connecting this wound with the wound on Kennedy's throat was inconsistent with Kennedy's forward lean in the Zapruder film unless he'd been hit while behind the sign in the film. This was a problem for the House Select Committee in that their photographic panel has simultaneously concluded Kennedy had been hit before going behind the sign in the film. This problem was quickly overcome. A trajectory panel had been given the authority to move the locations of Kennedy's wounds in order to make the trajectories work. And so it's true. On September 7, 1978, Dr. Michael Baden testified that the back wound at the base of Kennedy's neck in Warren Commission Exhibit 385 was 2 inches too high, only to have trajectory expert Thomas Canning present exhibits 5 days later with a wound in this identical location. So why move the wound upwards? Well, connecting the location of the back wound as interpreted by the pathology panel with the location of the throat wound as interpreted by the pathology panel leads right through Kennedy's first rib and spine. The single bullet trajectory doesn't work, and a number of those tasked with investigating Kennedy's assassination were more than aware of this, and yet chose to say nothing. If all the shots came from the sniper's nest in the manner described by the government, why did the government's investigators so obviously and so brazenly lie?
People have given me a hearing without legal representation or anything.
Did you shoot the president?
I didn't shoot anybody, no, sir.
We just heard Oswald, who said he did not shoot anybody.
The scene at Dallas Police Headquarters verged on chaotic as scores of newsmen crowded hallways while police paraded evidence and the suspect before the cameras.
Did you fire that rifle?
That's dispatches you people have been given, but I emphatically deny these charges.
Oswald has hustled through a doorway.
Not committed any acts of violence.
He says he has nothing against anybody. He has not committed any act of violence.
Are you and the rest of the police convinced you have the right man now?
I think we do.
But so far he's given absolutely no sign of weakening under the questioning?
No.
Are there any other suspects linked with Oswald?
No.
Just after 9 p.m. on the Friday night, a paraffin test was conducted to determine the presence of nitrates on Lee Oswald's hands and cheek, which could indicate whether he had handled a firearm. The test was negative for his right cheek, showing to an 80% certainty that Oswald had not fired a rifle that day. Despite this, Lee Oswald was officially charged.
He's been charged with both killing Officer Tippin and John F. Kennedy. I figure we have sufficient evidence to convict him. There's no one else but him.
So just what was the evidence against Lee Oswald at the time of his arraignment? He supposedly matched the descriptions. He worked at the building where the shots were believed to have been fired. He was missing from the building in the aftermath of the shooting. He was a suspect in the murder of a policeman. He once defected to Russia and more recently had been handing out pro-Castro literature in New Orleans. That's it.
I can tell you that this case is cinched, that this man killed the president. And there's no question in my mind about it.
Is there any doubt in your mind, Chief, that Oswald is the man who killed the president?
I think this is the man that killed the president.
Is there any indication from the investigation to date that would indicate motive on the part of Mr. Oswald?
So far as I know, there's no indication of it.
Do you have anything other than circumstantial evidence right now?
Well, we have some physical evidence.
Can you tell us anything about that physical evidence?
No, sir, I wouldn't.
Do you feel that this case is proceeding as efficiently as you would like it to proceed, or are some doubts beginning to grow as to whether this, in fact, is the man?
No doubts are beginning to grow, but it's a very difficult investigation.
Here is Lee Oswald, the ex-Marine accused of killing President Kennedy. How would you describe his mood during the questioning?
Very arrogant. Has been all along.
What does he say, Chief?
He just denies everything.
Does he say anything else?
Not too much.
Is he responding to questions? Is he refusing to answer questions at this stage?
He doesn't answer questions except to say that's ridiculous, that's silly, that's and deny any knowledge of everything.
2 pieces of evidence linking Oswald with the rifle found on the 6th floor were being evaluated through the day. A mail order form had been discovered which apparently linked Oswald and Hadal to the purchase and delivery of the same model of Italian rifle. But anomalies and inconsistencies with this evidence is such that if Oswald had ever gone to trial, the mail order rifle story would have been vigorously challenged. Photographs had also come to light which appeared to depict Oswald posing with the same rifle. What came to be known as the backyard photos, they were handled or seen by at least 4 witnesses on Friday night, including Michael Payne, who testified as such to the Warren Commission. Captain Fritz recorded in his notes that he had seen the photos about midday on Saturday, but officially the photos had not yet been discovered and wouldn't be until a few hours later in Ruth Payne's garage. The rifle information and the photos were introduced to the media hastily early Saturday evening, helping to prop up a sense of certainty that the case was proceeding smoothly.
The FBI has just informed us that they have the order letter for the rifle. This order letter has been to the laboratory in Washington, D.C., and compared with known handwriting of our suspect, Oswald, and the handwriting is the same on the order letter as Oswald's handwriting. The return address on this order letter was to the post office box in Dallas, Texas, of our suspect, Oswald.
Is the development you referred to today as making the case ironclad, in your opinion?
Referring to the photograph earlier? No.
Where did these photographs come from, Chief?
The photographs were found in out at Irving.
I'm pretty certain this is the rifle that killed the president.
Yes.
Do you consider the case shut tight now, Chief?
We will continue to work on it and try to get every shred of evidence that's possible.
Lee Oswald made 2 phone calls Saturday night. One, at 8 p.m., lasted for 30 minutes, and despite being monitored by several persons, who Oswald called and what was discussed has never been disclosed. At 10:45 p.m., Oswald attempted to place another call, collect, to North Carolina. He had 2 phone numbers, both listed to a John Hurt, 2 separate persons. How Oswald had these numbers is not known. One of the John Hurts had previously served in military intelligence, and researchers have speculated that Oswald may have been trying to talk to a cutout. The call was not permitted to go through. These 2 Saturday evening calls are not mentioned in the Warren report anywhere.
Oswald has made his latest flat denials in the face of a mounting pile of evidence against him. The last links in this case seem to be hammered into place tonight. Police have
Throughout the weekend, the entire case against Lee Oswald was based on circumstantial evidence at best. A few years later, in a memoir, Dallas Police Chief Curry would sum up, "We don't have any proof that Oswald fired the rifle, and never did. Nobody's yet been able to put him in that building with a gun in his hand." One can speculate what might have happened if Lee Oswald had ever gone to trial, but in reality, as the weekend played out, there was an unmistakable sense that Oswald's goose had already been cooked.
We see where Oswald will enter the courthouse. So far, as you know, he's refused to confess. He's been under intermittent questioning now for almost 2 days. The case against him is airtight, but he still doggedly holds out.
Sunday morning, November 24th, 1963, after the initial shock of the assassination, the nation had been assured that Lee Oswald was the lone killer and the evidence against him was solid. His transfer to the county courthouse would begin a new phase leading towards the January trial. All in all, there was a sense that things would slowly return to normal. Even the television news felt free to return to what it did best, banal human interest stories.
In the distance, the area directly adjacent to the assassination point, the park area where during the past 24 hours numerous floral wreaths have been laid by various Dallas citizens and organizations. The first floral arrangement was placed early yesterday morning by a lone man with a simple inscription.
Bob Walker, WFAA-TV, Dallas, Texas, interrupting. There's been a shooting at Dallas Police Station as Oswald was being transferred. For details, Bill Lord, ABC at City Hall. Bill.
Just 1 minute ago, they were bringing Oswald out. He had apparently changed clothes. He was just going out the door, heading towards the armored car, and there was a bang. We believe it was a shot.
Is there someone down on the floor over there? Is there someone injured down on the floor?
Apparently, Oswald.
Apparently, Oswald is the word we get.
He is shot. He is shot. Oswald is shot.
It is Oswald. You're
being wheeled out. When being wheeled out, he was shot in the lower left side.
Put in a police ambulance.
The transfer was occurring late. There were a number of officers around. There seemed to be unusual security precautions. At the last minute, they moved all of the cameramen outside the area, except for two of us, and we moved back instead of out to the driveway. I made the shot of Oswald coming out of the elevator through the grill work in the sergeant's office, followed him as far as I could, then moved to the glass doorways, and were shooting at the back of the officers surrounding him as they carried him toward moved him toward the car. At that time, a shot rang out. I suppose I was within 10 feet of the man.
Now, as Oswald was escorted out, were the policemen to either side of him? Weren't there any in front of him?
Yes.
How did the man get by the policeman in front?
The only thing I know is that someone said he jumped. Police using flashlights had searched the entire basement area. Officers with riot guns and rifles were posted throughout the basement area. All persons entering the basement area had been checked and cleared by the police. All newsmen had been required to show credentials before being allowed into the basement area.
Now, do I believe that you recognize this man after the capture?
Yes, sir.
Did I understand you to say that if you had seen him before, you would have ejected him?
Yes, sir. More caution and protection had been used for this man than anything had ever been seen in the city of Dallas. In fact, Dallas City Hall is normally a public building, but today it was really under armed guard.
Jack.
Is this a confirmed report as to who did the shooting?
As far as I know, I just got it from Vic Robertson.
Vic Robertson from City Hall reports that Jack Ruby, the owner of the Carousel, which is a bar in Dallas, did the shooting. Now, Oswald being brought out of the ambulance, taken to emergency ward at Parkland Hospital. Same entrance, same door, which President Kennedy was taken just 2 days ago.
Lee Oswald is currently undergoing surgery for a single gunshot wound.
You indicated that you had made some preparations for this eventuality.
We had received word that there was quite a crowd down there, and on the possibility that there might be some type of disorder, we had alerted our emergency room to be prepared.
What's your reaction to hearing that suspect Oswald has been shot down?
Well, I can't hardly say what right now, but I think that the people wanted a quick decision on his execution.
I did not mean to imply that we had anticipated that there would be a shooting.
Young man, how do you feel about it?
Well, I don't think anything can be too bad for him, and maybe trial wouldn't have done anything different. He would have been shot anyway.
Rumors and threatening calls have been spreading throughout the city for the past several hours. There are many, many stories currently going around, some possibly linking Ruby to the latest dead man, Lee Oswald. Ma'am, how do you feel about the shooting of Oswald?
Well, I just feel like this is too good for him. I think he should have had a trial. And I think he should have suffered more than what he has suffered now. And longer.
C.J. Price, who is our administrator, called me on the telephone and told me that in view of the fact that a crowd had gathered down there for the transfer, that we should alert the emergency room in case any type of disorder was involved in the transfer, and we would need our emergency facilities.
Did police inform him of the crowd, or how did he determine that the crowd was there? And that...
To my knowledge, this was based on his own intuition.
There were no clear-cut defining points involved in the initial assassination. Now this only compounds it. It will be remarkable to find, when the story is eventually known, what actually did happen.
Almost 50 years later, we still don't really know what happened. As Lee Oswald was laid to rest at a sparsely attended funeral service, the wire services were printing stories with new information underlying his guilt. The Associated Press, for example, widely amplified a story from local Dallas media which quoted unnamed members of Dallas police describing a map linked to Oswald marking potential sniper positions along the president's motorcade route. What police sources did not say was that the markings did not actually coincide with the motorcade route, and that Oswald told police that the map was used while he was looking for work. 2 days later, after further questions about this evidence, the Dallas police announced there never was a map. Some of the most prominent media coverage from the time is highly compromised. A representative from Life magazine had purchased the original Zapruder film hours after the assassination, effectively locking it away from the American people and leaving the investigation with inferior copies. In its December 6, 1963 issue, Life sought to dispel conspiracy rumors, and did so in part with a false description of the Zapruder film. The film that was in their possession, and it wasn't just slightly wrong, it was completely wrong in its description of the president facing towards the sniper's nest and receiving a shot in the throat. Is it likely that the film was kept away from the Life reporters as well? Otherwise, how can you explain this error? In February 1964, Life featured one of the backyard photos on its cover. Inside, a long biographical article titled "The Evolution of an Assassin" presented Lee Oswald as an unbalanced loner with anger management issues who was also a deadly marksman. Written in prose more fitting for one of the pulpy true crime magazines available at the time. Of course, while publishing these stories, Life had locked away in their corporate headquarters an 8mm film which had graphic, compelling proof of a conspiracy. On June 1st, 1964, the New York Times published a front-page story based on information provided by an unnamed Warren Commission spokesman. In what amounted to an official leak, the spokesman confirmed that the Commission report would arrive at the same conclusions as the FBI investigation the previous December. This was a deliberate response to a growing chorus of doubt directed at these conclusions, particularly from Europe, where public figures, such as philosopher Bertrand Russell, lobbied for an independent investigation. On June 12th, Time magazine published an article which claimed European-based conspiracy advocacy was political in nature and little more than socialists seeking to discredit the right.
You are watching an official reenactment of the murder of President John F. Kennedy, filmed from the window where the alleged assassin crouched, and through the telescopic sight of his rifle.
The release of the Warren Report was presented on live television, preceded by documentary segments designed to bolster the conclusion that the alleged assassin was in fact the guilty man.
It is now 15 seconds after 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Sunday, September the 27th. As of this moment, the report of the President's Commission is public record. No investigation could have been more painstaking than that carried out by this commission. Every resource of criminology was called into play: ballistics tests, analysis of the guns themselves, handwriting analysis, the blanket in which the rifle was wrapped, the photographs and the documents linking Oswald to the crime.
In one interesting aside, the failure of security was explained by a rationale which would famously be returned to decades later.
The Dallas police were not warned, the commission found, because the Secret Service was not warned. And the Secret Service was not warned because of insufficient liaison among the federal law enforcement agencies.
In other words, a contributing factor was a failure to connect the dots. The print media also devoted special attention to the Warren Report. Life magazine not only allowed Commission member Gerald Ford to assess the Commission's work, but the issue itself was reprinted several times to adjust and change captions and frames of the Zapruder film, carefully covering up the fact that the film in their possession showed strong evidence of a conspiracy. Neither Life magazine or the Warren Commission ever addressed the backward motion of the president's head, preferring instead to pretend such a motion never existed. On Monday, November 25th, 1963, a man named Gilberto Alvarado walked into the U.S. Embassy in Mexico City and told a sensational story of being inside the Cuban consulate 2 months earlier and witnessing a man he identified as Lee Harvey Oswald speaking with consulate officials with whom he was said to appear very comfortable. Alvarado, also known as informant T-32, overheard a conversation and saw money change hands. Following up on this story, the local CIA station generated memos hyping Alvarado's legitimacy. But by the end of the week, Alvarado had admitted that the whole story was at best a mistaken identification. And Alvarado was only one of several persons in Mexico, Florida, and other places to publicly appear days after the assassination to link Oswald with Cuba. House Select Committee investigators working in the 1970s had discovered most of the individuals who pushed these claims back in 1963 traced directly to CIA operative David Atlee Phillips, who was in charge of operations against Cuba and based in the CIA's Mexico City office. Phillips' boss was James Angleton, who was in charge of the counterintelligence branch of the CIA. The counterintelligence office was where the CIA's 201 information file on Oswald was kept. In September 1963, someone had created a new operational file, and information on Oswald became separated between the two files. The result was that FBI reports on Oswald's New Orleans activities were routed to the new operational file, but not to Oswald's 201 file. The person in control of both files was James Angleton. At the end of September, Oswald, or a person identifying himself as Oswald, appeared at the Cuban and Soviet consulates in Mexico City, meeting with officials to arrange a travel visa to Cuba. On October 8th, the Mexico City office of the CIA produced its first cable noting Oswald's visits. It reported that on October 1st, in a phone call to the Russian consulate, Oswald spoke of meeting with a consular official named Kostakov. A physical description of Oswald was also included, a description which is clearly wrong. Oswald's visits to the Cuban consulate were not mentioned at all. On October 10th, CIA headquarters responded that the subject identified in Mexico City was probably the same person as the 201 file subject Lee Henry Oswald, but noted the vastly different physical description. This response also noted that the latest information on Oswald was from May 1962 regarding his return from the Soviet Union. This was not true, but appeared so because information received after May 1962 was now in the second file. On that same day, CIA headquarters addressed a cable to the State Department, the FBI, the INS, and Naval Intelligence reporting Oswald's contacts with the Soviets in Mexico City, including a false physical description, but omitting any mention of consular official Kostakov. On October 16th, the Mexico CIA station followed up by falsely claiming they had no clarifying information on the Oswald visit. On October 24th, CIA headquarters contacted the Navy asking if they had any photos on Oswald to assist in identifying the man from Mexico City, even though they already had Oswald's photo in the 201 file. By withholding information, the counterintelligence office of the CIA created a sense of confusion and uncertainty over who exactly was in Mexico City. And by removing the Cuban consulate from the discussion, it ensured there was no urgency to the matter and Oswald would not be subject to the routine security measures identifying potential threats in Dallas. By doing this, all the lights which should have been shining on Oswald were deliberately dimmed ahead of the assassination. And then, on November 22nd, the lights went back on. The second file on Oswald suddenly appeared and revealed that the prime suspect in the president's murder had been attempting to obtain travel documents for Cuba just weeks earlier. The following day, Soviet consular official Kostakov was revealed as not just a KGB agent, but the man in charge of sabotage and assassination programs in the Western Hemisphere. It appears that the deliberate withholding of information regarding Oswald's alleged visit to Mexico City by the Counterintelligence Office of the CIA was part of a plot to pin the assassination on the Cubans and the Soviets, and that this effort was underway 2 months before November 22nd. Many researchers believe that if Oswald had been killed rather than captured in the aftermath of the assassination, the information in these CIA files would have led to an immediate attack on Cuba. Instead, FBI agents in Dallas listened to the tapes of Oswald from Mexico City and determined the voice did not match and that Oswald had been impersonated. So, although further attempts were made to create links to the Cubans, the idea that Oswald had no fellow conspirators in Dallas soon gave way to the concept that Oswald had no fellow conspirators at all.
This is Jim DiEugenio, the author of Destiny Betrayed. Ruth Paine went to pick up Marina Oswald in the latter part of September 1963 from the Oswald's apartment in New Orleans. Because she had a station wagon, Ruth managed to transport all the Oswald belongings, and she transported them to her garage in Irving, Texas. On the day of the assassination, Ruth, when the police came to their house, she said the words to the effect, "We thought you might be here." Then her and Marina left the house and essentially gave the run of their home to the police, which was the beginning of a 2-day search of the Paine household for as much evidence as the cops could find against Lee Harvey Oswald, who was in detention. So, what are some of the things that came out of this garage on the first and second day? There's the photographs of General Edwin Walker's home in Turtle Creek. There were the backyard photographs where Oswald was pictured with a rifle and a handgun and leftist magazines in his hands. There were 3 cameras, none of them being the right camera to take either the backyard photographs or the Walker home pictures with. See, the other cameras that were taken were not the right kind of film to accommodate that kind of picture. That particular camera was not turned over for approximately 2 months in February, when Robert Oswald came over to Ruth Paine's home, picked up a box that was in her garage, and this particular camera was in that box. There was the famous Minix camera episode. One of the cameras taken was a very small spy camera. You could hide it very easily and take photographs that the person would not even know you're taking a picture. This created a big hubbub when one of the Dallas policemen explained that they had taken this miniature spy camera as one of Oswald's belongings. J. Edgar Hoover understood that this would be a problem in explaining to the public what a guy making $1.25 an hour packing books was doing with an expensive Minix camera, which there was only one photographic lab in America where he could develop the pictures. What then happens over a period of a couple of weeks is that this camera gets switched over to Michael Paine, even though when the police went to pick up the camera, Ruth said that it was not their camera, it was Oswald's camera. We're now supposed to believe that a camera was actually taken from the Paine household for a number of weeks, an expensive spy camera like this, and neither Ruth nor Michael knew that it was their camera, which means now, of course, that the police took 2 cameras that were supposed to belong to the Paines, and they didn't say anything about it. On around November 30th, Ruth Paine produces the so-called Walker Note. This was a back and front of one page, which allegedly written by Oswald, which did not surface till a week after the assassination, in which he's giving instructions to Marina. There's no date on this, and General Walker is never named. And some of the things in the letter are kind of inconsistent with Oswald. In other words, it tells her to cash checks to him when they arrive in the mail, when in fact the checks were not mailed to Oswald, and Marina could not cash them because they were not in her name. It tells her to go to the Red Cross, that the Red Cross is only for natural disasters and emergencies. How could a shooting be caused to go to the Red Cross? Also, neither Oswald's nor Marina's fingerprints are on this letter, and when it was checked out by the FBI. The Secret Service actually brought the letter back to Ruth Paine because they suspected that it was hers. When they actually tried to return this, she denied it was hers, but she said, since you're here, I'm going to give you some more evidence about Oswald being in Mexico City, because at this time, Marina was denying that Oswald had been to Mexico City. So she gave them a rules for betting card. Oswald supposed to got this at a racetrack in Mexico City, a Spanish-English dictionary with a note to attending a Jai game, which the place down there that had a Jai arena at it, Oswald did not have the proper attire to get into that. And there were notes for to do other things like pick up a necklace for Marina. This begins to turn the tide and begins to change Marina's attitude. In a month or two after, she's going to say now that Oswald was in Mexico City. In 1967, in George de Mohrenschild's storage unit in Dallas, previously, Everett Glover and Michael Paine cooperated on bringing back record albums which had been lent by George to Marina back into his locker. When the de Mohrenschilds return, they find the records, and amid the records, what comes tumbling out? Still another backyard photograph. Over 3 years later, there's still backyard photographs showing up. This particular one is so unusual, so different than the other ones, it's usually called the de Mohrenschilds version. It has a different field of view, it has a higher resolution, and it has a particular border around it that the other ones do not. The 30th anniversary of John F. Kennedy's death, there's a declassification process is being set up. Michael Paine now, 30 years after the fact, says something he never said before. He said that he actually saw a backyard photograph in April of 1963. And guess what? Oswald showed it to him. Perhaps no other people have produced so much evidence against Lee Harvey Oswald than Ruth and Michael Paine.
The Warren Commission, a real investigation or political smokescreen? Just who were these people and how was it really put together? Researcher Walt Brown reveals the background of the commission and just what was going on behind the curtain.
This is Walt Brown. The Warren Commission was not created to discover the entire truth of the Kennedy assassination or even a sliver of it. There were loud public outcries following the televised execution of Lee Oswald, and both the U.S. Senate and the U.S. House of Representatives were prepared to hold public hearings of the assassination and subsequent death of the suspect in custody. To prevent what might be a series of discoveries that could not be allowed to be made, and despite his and Hoover's detestation of the concept, newly installed President Johnson began putting together the idea of a blue ribbon commission and went about carefully constructing it to suit his needs as well as the needs of countless others whose involvement in the assassination could never be known. A little-known fact then and now is that the Warren Commission was paid for out of presidential funds. Who were they? A leading jurist was needed to lend dignity to the proceedings, and because Hoover had incriminating material on Earl Warren because of marital infidelities, he was the natural choice. John McCloy was the Washington, D.C. emissary to the banking and security interests in America, and as the head of the War Crimes Task Force in Germany following World War II, he had never had difficulty pronouncing the word guilty with or without supporting evidence. Gerald Ford was the FBI liaison, and at any time a problem arose, Ford paid a quick visit to Cartha Deke DeLoach, one of the highest ranking among the upper echelon of the FBI. The ultimate irony in any mention of Ford and Warren is that prior to the Warren Commission, a resolution to impeach Earl Warren was introduced in the U.S. Congress. Gerald Ford sponsored it on behalf of the Good Old Boys Network that opposed the kind of decisions that the Warren Court had made and the kind of decisions that President Kennedy would make if he remained in office. Hale Boggs was the alcoholic congressman from Clay Shaw's district in Louisiana. He would not cause any problems. Richard Russell, in failing health, was nevertheless dragooned onto the commission by LBJ, as Russell was the chair of the Senate Armed Services Committee and was also the Senate link to the intelligence community. He resigned from the commission twice, refused to sign the conclusion, and was the absentee member of the group. John Sherman Cooper was the closest thing John Kennedy had as a friend on the commission, but he fell well behind Warren, McCloy, and the final member in the pecking order. The final member of the commission was Allen Dulles, whose bungled Bay of Pigs initiative had led to his removal by JFK from his position as the head of the CIA. The announcement of his appointment to the Warren Commission raised few eyebrows in the United States, but in foreign capitals it was understood that with the Dulles CIA connection on the commission, there would be no real investigation and certainly no justice. Two of the leading staff attorneys were future Senator Arlen Specter and Albert Jenner. Specter came from a background of military intelligence. Jenner was connected to the fraudulent contract obtained in Texas by General Dynamics to build the controversial TFX fighter plane. Between John Connally, his Navy Secretary successor Fred Korth, Deputy Defense Secretary Roswell Kirkpatrick, and Jenner, you had the core group of people who created and financed the swindle that would have put Vice President Lyndon Johnson behind bars. And only the elevation to the presidency in a time of national crisis kept Lyndon Johnson out of jail. The Warren Commission would not allow Lee Oswald to be represented by counsel, claiming it was not the purpose of the commission to be an advocacy for the guilt of any one individual. Yet the first three witnesses, by the oddest of coincidences, all had the same last name, Oswald, and were related to a stock boy who was employed in the Texas School Book Depository. But to guard everyone's legal rights, Walter Craig, the head of the American Bar Association, was appointed as a watchdog and perhaps even devil's advocate. He attended the testimony of only 6 witnesses, yet it was enough time to demonstrate that he knew nothing about the assassination of President Kennedy. The biggest single lie to emanate from the Warren Commission was their version of President Kennedy's wounds, a chore that was handled almost exclusively by former Army intelligence operative Arlen Specter. Any testimony regarding a wound in Kennedy's back was changed in Specter's continuing questioning to the wound in his neck. Analogously, any mention of damage to the back or side of Kennedy's head was restated by Specter to be damage to the top of the head. Specter made certain that the autopsy photographs would never be published, and except for bootleg copies, they have never been seen by the American public in the 50 years since those photos were taken, or at least the ones that still exist in what was originally a much larger collection. The X-rays were also not published, as they depicted evidence that would challenge the official verdict. Instead, the chief prosector at the autopsy, Commander James Humes, had drawings made which have since been denounced as fraudulent by the medical illustrator who created them. They depict anatomical impossibilities as well as positioning of the president totally inconsistent with what can be correctly seen in the Zapruder film. The Warren Commission's versions of events was prepackaged, and any testimony that was not in perfect alignment was simply wrong. Dallas doctors and nurses all saw damage that did not exist to the Warren Commission. They were all wrong. Dozens of people heard one or more shots from in front of the president's limousine. They were all wrong. High-ranking Marine Corps officers testified that Lee Oswald was, and I quote, a rather poor shot. Obviously, that had to be wrong. Stooges were found to fill in the gaps. Army officers came forward to extol the virtues of the war surplus rifle found in the book depository, as well as the virtues of the plastic Japanese telescopic sight. Individuals, and a good number of them, positively identified Lee Oswald as being at certain places and at clearly specified times when Lee Oswald could not have been there. They, too, were all wrong. But we all know that which was all wrong, don't we?
Early in the Warren Commission's life, they had to respond to persistent rumors coming out of Texas that Lee Oswald was an FBI informant and that he may have been an agent of the intelligence community. The Commission's lead counsel, J. Lee Rankin, had to deal with these issues in a series of meetings and executive sessions in January 1964. The fact that J. Edgar Hoover had proclaimed on November 24th that they had the assassin, if the commissioners were to pursue information discovered about Lee Oswald, it would lead to a confrontation between the commission and the FBI. Author Gerald McKnight, in his book, Breach of Trust, has gone into great detail with these often overlooked executive sessions, which reveal just how the commissioners had to rationalize not digging any deeper into the facts.
The guys on the commission were kind of confused about what Oswald's motive was. I mean, they did have to learn something. All of these sessions were top secret sessions. I know in the January 27th transcript, Rankin brought up the fact that Oswald had spent some time at the U.S. Military Language School in Monterey. You didn't just send Marines, just pick them out of line and say, okay, we're sick of looking at you here in South Carolina or whatever, and throw them into a program like the Military Language School out in California. Those are crash courses. I mean, that's serious business. They recognized he had a talent. Oswald was a low-functioning agent of the American government. He was part of what was called the False Defector Program, which was a joint program run by the Office of Naval Intelligence and the CIA. When Oswald got to Russia and he met with Marina, she said, well, he had an accent that was not exactly Russian language, but it sounded like he may have been from Lithuania or Latvia. So his command of Russian was pretty damn good. The men he worked with in Russia at the radio factory, I think he spoke largely in English, but he knew Russian so he could listen to them. What is he going to get? Some low-level kind of intelligence? I don't know. Oswald was a government agent. There's no question about that. That's just 2.5 years in Russia. He comes back to this country. They pay his fare back for him and Marina and the child. I think from the very get-go, Rankin knew what his obligations were. His obligations were simply to close this thing down. There was some indication, was believed, or it was brooded about, that Oswald may have been an FBI informant. He could have easily have been Hosty's man. You know, James Hosty, he was Dallas FBI, but that he wasn't on the books. That is, he wasn't being paid. Or if he was being paid without any kind of paper record. There was the district attorney, Wade, when he was there they were at the meeting at the 24th, was he and a few others from Dallas. Rankin was there, and I think Warren was there. The only thing we know about the 22nd, certainly the 24th meeting, is what Rankin tells us. There is no written record of what took place on the 24th. Wade, he made the case that, well, he said, well, I was, I guess, probably the head FBI guy in Ecuador. He said, I hired sources, paid them money, but I never had their names on book. I didn't copy them down at all, but they were my assets. If Oswald was anything, it's like Jack Ruby, who was, in fact, a provisional criminal informant. Now, that isn't so surprising because Ruby was running strip joints and bars and things like that, so he is the kind of person that the FBI would have sidled up to and say, look, you want to be welcomed here in the city and you want to be part of good government. Now, in New Orleans, maybe we got a case here. He's running Fair Play for Cuba. He gets in trouble. Oswald was turning out Fair Play for Cuba stuff, I think, and Bringuer and a couple of others took exception to that, and the cops come in. And so he ends up in jail. And then he calls FBI office in New Orleans, right? And he says, I'm in jail down here. And so what happens? Another FBI agent from the New Orleans office shows up at the jail and sits down, and they have this long colloquy. I mean, it's a couple of hours. They go on. And one has to ask you, what is this? Something's going on there. There's some connection there. And that whole 27th is how are we going to handle Hoover and at the same time maintain something by way of our cosmetic independence. If you have never read Breach of Trust, There is a 4-page document in the appendix. It is an FBI damage control tickler file, and it reveals what came to be known as the Hoover horrors. It reveals an assortment of improper acts, blackmail threats, and copious examples of FBI failures to conduct any semblance of a good faith investigation. The only reason we know about this document was that it was mistakenly released to a Washington, D.C. lawyer under a Freedom of Information request. On the 23rd, 10 o'clock in the morning, Hoover calls Johnson and says, look, we've been looking at the evidence, and over 500 items came up with Agent Drain, a military plane. They got it up there 6 o'clock in the morning on the 23rd, and the FBI forensic boys were poring all over this. It's a quick review of the evidence, forensic evidence. They don't have a case. Hoover told President Johnson that the case against Oswald was, quote, not very, very strong, unquote. On 11/24, after Oswald's assassination, Hoover, in a memo to President aide Walter Jenkins, asserted that Oswald was the sole killer, and the Bureau must convince the public that Oswald is the real assassin. What a difference a day makes. Did the FBI lab come up with solid physical evidence tying Oswald unquestionably to the shooting in one day? No, not at all. I'm confident that the FBI never came up with any evidence that met forensic standards determining that Oswald was JFK's killer. On the contrary, I have seen a lot of inside FBI documents that FBI agents admitted that Oswald never shot anyone. Now, what changes that is the 24th. Oswald is dead. There'll be no trial. The evidence is not going to be trotted out here in any significant, serious form. Oswald has no lawyers. Case closed. But here's Kennedy, elected by the people and then removed from office by assassination, by an internal coup. This is the beginning of the decline of the United States. And here we are now. I mean, the decline is perceptible now, and you can almost hear it.
So in January 1964, the Warren Commission had to decide whether to pursue the truth wherever it may lead, or to work out a report compromised by the political realities of the time. The fact is, the Commission did compromise, and by doing so, the fix was in. Shots have just rang out in Dealey Plaza. An alert policeman in the motorcade stops his motorcycle and runs up to the source of the shots with his revolver drawn. Police come across the suspect, but this man holds up Secret Service identification, then disappears into the crowd that had assembled, all searching for the shooters. The Warren Commission revealed this did happen as a fact with Officer Joseph Smith's testimony, but then goes on to say there was no Secret Service on the grassy knoll and leave it as a mystery. Longtime critic of the Warren Commission, author and lawyer Mark Lane, in his new book, goes into the details of just who was in charge of Secret Service credentials and identification for presidential protection. In 1963, it was the CIA, and the Warren Commission didn't want anyone to discover that fact.
This is Mark Lane. I'm a defense lawyer. I've been a defense lawyer for 60 years. And so the first thing I saw when I saw the Kennedy assassination, saw Oswald, was, did he do it? How would I defend him, etc.? And so Rush to Judgment, my first book on the subject, really dealt with that question, and I've been dealing with that for many years. More recently, I said, I want to look at this from a different perspective, and that is, what did the assassin or assassins, what were their problems? I want to look at it from their viewpoint, just to see how they would overcome difficulties. Well, in my view, and I've written about it and talked about it, the CIA was involved in killing President Kennedy. I accept that as the starting point. What would the CIA have to do to kill the president? The first thing is, he's protected by the Secret Service. So how do we deal with them? Well, first of all, the CIA provided all of the credentials for every member of the Secret Service. So they knew where each person was. Whether they worked for the CIA at that point, we don't know, but we do know that the CIA knew where they were because they provided credentials. And when the guy came from behind the wooden fence after the assassination and was stopped by a Dallas police officer He held up his credentials to show, because the Dallas police officer, Smith, thought that he had caught the assassin, and I think he had, one of them, because the shots came from there, and the guy held up credentials from the United States Secret Service. Nobody knew at that time that those credentials had been prepared and issued by the CIA, the same group that killed the president. The other members of the Secret Service, let's take a look at them. William R. Greer was driving the car. To his right was R.H. Kellerman. And what was his job? He's practiced this many times. When the first sound you hear, even if it's a firecracker, step on the accelerator and get out of there. In fact, he testified that our car's specially built. You step on the gas, it's like you're leaping to another planet. You just roar right out of there. After the first shot was fired, he slowed down. How slowly did he go? Clint Hill was in a follow-up car. Now, Clint Hill was not part of the Kennedy detail, so he never got the memo about what we're doing that day. Clint Hill was there because he was supporting and protecting Jacqueline Kennedy, had done for years. Wherever she went to Europe, he was with her. That was his assignment, Jacqueline Kennedy. He was not part of the John Kennedy detail. When he heard the first shot, he jumped off the follow-up car, which was supposed to be speeding away, and they testified before the Warren Commission that they were speeding away. Clint Hill was wearing leather soles, and he ran and reached the car. How fast was the car going? Well, it was going 15 miles an hour, then Clint Hill's a world-class sprinter while wearing leather-soled shoes. So that's how it begins. How did Hill catch the speeding limousine? Well, we're going to hear now about the magic sprinter theory. And why did Kellerman, who was to the right of the driver of the limousine, not seek to cover Kennedy's body with his own, which was his only job? In the passenger seat, front passenger seat. That was his only assignment. He never moved. Didn't seem surprised when he heard, you'd see there's a bit of him, and you read the testimony. Didn't even seem surprised when he heard the shot. And what about this other 6 Secret Service agents in the follow-up car? With the exception of Hill, who was not assigned to protect the president, they did nothing. Hill never got a memo because he wasn't assigned to John Kennedy. After the Kennedy assassination, the phrase credibility gap became a prominent phrase in America. And it merely means, it's a polite way of saying, we believe the government's lying to us. There's a credibility gap between what the government says and what we believe. Well, when the Warren Commission was appointed, J. Lee Rankin, the general counsel of the Warren Commission, was interviewed by the New York Times. And they asked him what his assignment was, and he said to reassure the American people that all is well. That was the whole story, because that was the role of the Warren Commission. Our job was to reassure the American people. But it wasn't their job. Their job was to tell the American people the truth. See, I believe the American people can deal with the truth. I believe people everywhere in the world can deal with the truth. What they cannot deal with is their government lying to them.
This is Walt Brown, author of the recent JFK chronology. The Warren Commission was not only extremely selective in its choice of witnesses, but it was criminally selective in how it gathered testimony and interpreted it. Initially, the Warren Commission witnesses were interviewed by the FBI, and from FBI documents, the Commission chose the safest witnesses to deal with. A number of persons who were confronted with their FBI interviews stated clearly that what was shown to them was not what they said. In that moment of national crisis, there was not the sudden realization that the FBI would make up a good story, but ultimately that's exactly what they did. Some witnesses could not be avoided, so they were marginalized. As was common practice by the Commission, but nowhere else in law enforcement, witnesses were heard, quote, in groups, with several witnesses in the hearing room at the same time to minimize the chance of anything less than unanimity. Dr. Humes testified for the 3 autopsy doctors, and the other 2, Boswell and Fink alongside him, simply were asked to agree with Humes. Fink and Boswell, 2 critical witnesses, were only asked 90 questions between them. Elnora Pitts, Jack Ruby's cleaning lady, was asked 190 questions. And make no mistake, the autopsy doctors were clearly prepped for their testimony. In later years, they would admit to meeting with future Senator Arlen Specter between 8 and 12 times prior to their testimony, but when asked what they told Specter, they insisted they didn't tell him much of anything. He told them. Countless witnesses were caught in flagrant perjury, but their testimony was critical, so it stayed in the record. Howard Brennan, the commission's star witness, was facing east, toward the jail for the motorcade. But when photographed by the commission, he was facing north, right into the front door of the book depository. He was caught in this lie by David Bellin, but it stood. Brennan claimed he could have identified Oswald in a lineup, but was afraid to. That is by no means the same as identifying him in a lineup, and between November 22nd and the time of his testimony, Brennan's eyes had been badly damaged by a burst of steam, so any identifying statements had suddenly become less than worthless. A classic bit of data was added as an afterthought in the testimony of movie maker Abraham Zapruder. He was essentially called to testify because he could not be avoided, but his perceptions were not asked. So at the end of the testimony, he told Wesley Lieber, there were indications that there were two, and that thought was just allowed to hang in the air. Wesley Lieber told him, your films were very helpful to the commission. Jack Ruby's accountant was asked if he knew how Ruby got into the Dallas police basement to shoot Oswald, a question to which the Dallas cops themselves had no real answers. One wonders if they asked the Dallas cops if they knew how to depreciate capital gains. There were 15 Secret Service agents in the fatal motorcade. Although they were the most highly trained witnesses in terms of perceptions of the event, only 6 of them gave testimony, while 9 were ignored. 2 of those that were ignored, Sam Kinney and Emery Roberts, were less than 12 feet from the president when he was shot, but they were not called to testify. At the end of the day, the Warren Commission becomes a tragic fraud when considering it an investigation. 488 witnesses were called, but it was clearly a case of quantity versus quality, as any number of serious witnesses were not called. Of the 488, only 93 of them testified before a Warren commissioner, and the other 395 gave depositions before staff attorneys. Of note, the busiest Warren Commission stenographer in the Texas depositions was Odell Oliver, who was normally the court reporter for Judge Sarah T. Hughes, the jurist who swore in LBJ aboard Air Force One. The Warren Commission as an entity asked 109,930 questions, with the most questions put to Ruth Payne, 5,236, and Curtis L. Crayford, Ruby's porter, 3,972. The 9 most questioned individuals were all character witnesses and only had knowledge of the assassination based on what they had read or seen in the media. Of the 109,930 questions asked by the Commission, only 6,964 of them, or 6.3% of the total, were actually asked by commissioners, and many of those questions were introductory in nature. No witness testified in the presence of all 7 commissioners. A couple of marquee names, Marina Oswald and John Connolly, drew 6, but the reality of justice at all times demanded 7. Did the absentees read the testimony they missed? Of course they didn't. In conclusion, it can be said that it was a fraud from top to bottom, and although statistics are not universally the most reliable measuring tool, the statistics bear out the travesty that was substituted for justice in the so-called investigation into the broad daylight murder of the President of the United States.
In this episode, we examine the Tippit shooting. Just what did the Warren Commission do with conflicting evidence? They covered it up. They lied about the time of the shooting. They lied about the whereabouts of Lee Oswald. Did you know that more witnesses to the Tippit shooting refused to identify Oswald as the shooter than those who reluctantly did? 10 people said it was not Lee Oswald that they saw, and several saw 2 people. Author, researcher Joseph McBride has spent years looking into the Tippit crime scene. Here are his observations.
This is Joseph McBride. Into the Nightmare is a memoir of my personal investigations of the murders of President Kennedy and Officer Tippit. The Warren Report is full of holes and surprisingly sparse on the Tippit case. The evidence against Oswald, or what he called the so-called evidence, comes down to only 8 proofs. One is that Oswald shot Tippit when he was stopped for suspicion of being a presidential assassin, so therefore he must have shot Kennedy. That illogical claim would not stand up in a court of law, but it has proved effective with people who want to believe the Warren version. The Tippit crime scene in suburban Oak Cliff was a rashomon of conflicting reports and evidence, some credible, some not. Before giving you my best reconstruction of what probably happened on East 10th Street, I will offer 6 proofs that Oswald could not have shot Tippit. First and most importantly, Oswald could not have walked the 9/10 of a mile from his rooming house in time to shoot Tippit. Oswald was seen outside the rooming house at 1:04 p.m. and Tippit was shot at about 1:09. The walk would take 10 or 15 minutes. The Warren Report solved this problem by moving the time of the Tippit shooting forward to, quote, approximately 1:15, unquote. But I interviewed a witness, T.F. Boley, who came upon the scene and looked at his watch shortly after the officer was shot. The watch said 1:10 and the officer was already lying dead in the street. Other witnesses helped establish a similar time frame. 2, the Warren Commission leaned heavily on Helen Markham, who said she saw Oswald shoot Tippit, but she was hysterical and gave such confused testimony that it is likely she arrived on the scene just after the shooting and didn't see it at all. 3, the Warren Report alleged that Tippit pulled over Oswald because Oswald seemed suspicious. The description of a suspect over the police radio could have fit thousands of other men. No one reported Oswald acting suspiciously on the street. He probably was already at the Texas Theater at the time Tippit was shot. Helen Markham said the 2 men had a brief and seemingly friendly conversation before Oswald suddenly shot Tippit. The story makes little sense even if Oswald could be placed there. 4, because Markham was such a poor witness, the commission was forced to rely on the ballistics evidence to link Oswald to the shooting. It claims shells found at the scene matched Oswald's revolver taken from him at the theater. But police officers at the scene reported an automatic weapon was used and found the shells nearby. Shells later placed into evidence supposedly were found elsewhere later. They were for a revolver and were of 2 different brands. They could not be linked with the bullets entered into evidence. The bullets could not be linked with the revolver. The chain of evidence of all these items was suspect. The ballistics evidence fails to prove that Oswald shot Tippit. 5, the Warren Report says Oswald was identified by 12 witnesses at lineups and elsewhere. Those lineups were worthless because they were staged to make it obvious that Oswald was the suspect. 5 of these witnesses identified Oswald months or years later, and 2 of them under duress. The closest witness to the shooting originally refused to identify Oswald. That was Domingo Benavides. The Warren Report doesn't tell you that 10 people refused to identify Oswald as a shooter or as the man fleeing the scene. Some describe men who didn't look like Oswald. 5 witnesses saw 2 men who were involved or may have been involved. 1 witness saw a man leave the shooting in a car. 2 witnesses reported another police car at the scene when Tippit was shot, and another said policemen were already present when she came out of the house after hearing the shots. This was more than 10 minutes before policemen officially arrived at the scene. 6, Tippit was not an unsuspecting cop who just happened to come upon the scene. For 24 minutes before his death, he was hunting down Oswald and driving and dashing more and more frantically around Oak Cliff. What happened when he was shot had something to do with that pursuit. Who was J.D. Tippit? My interviews and archival research showed that he was not the plodding but honest cop and good family man he was portrayed as being. He was a World War II veteran with serious psychological problems. He suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder and could not look people in the eye. He was not promoted in his 11 years on the police force because of that problem and because he couldn't pass written tests. He was chronically overextended financially, so he may have been easily malleable. Plus, he was a philanderer who had recently broken up with a mistress who became pregnant 2 months before he died. Her jealous husband was following them around. Tippit worked as a security guard in a restaurant and a movie theater, working for men whose contacts brought him into the milieu of the gangsters, right-wing extremists, and CIA-connected anti-Castro Cubans who made Dallas such a hotbed of anti-Kennedy hatred in 1963. Tippit's father revealed to me that after his son was killed, another Dallas policeman came to his widow, Marie, and told her what had happened. The officers said he and Tippit had been sent by the police department to hunt down Oswald after the assassination. The other officer said he was involved in a traffic accident, but Tippit made it to East 10th Street and was killed. What makes this story so significant is that the Dallas police officially didn't know Oswald's identity until after he was arrested at 1:51 p.m., 42 minutes after Tippit was shot. So that makes Tippit part of a conspiracy to capture or perhaps kill the scapegoat in the assassination. Tippit was staking out the viaduct from downtown but took off at a high rate of speed when no Oswald appeared. He then stopped a car, looked in the back seat, and took off again. He next was seen at a record store frantically making a phone call, saying nothing and dashing off. He was killed minutes later. Credible evidence indicates that another policeman who had parked his squad car in the alley near where Tippit had parked was involved in the incident on East 10th, along with a gunman who fled back toward the second police car in the alley. Another accomplice ran in a different direction. A fourth man was seen behaving suspiciously. Tippit drove into an ambush. His killing was an execution. So why was Tippit shot? This may have been a cynical maneuver to draw hordes of police from downtown into Oak Cliff to capture or kill the patsy. But perhaps there is a deeper logic. Some people think Tippit was shot by the jealous husband of his mistress. But it's likely that Tippit was killed by fellow conspirators in the plot against the president. The Warren Commission's David Bellin called the Tippit murder the Rosetta Stone of the entire case. I believe it is, though not for the reasons Bellin thought. A witness heard a man fleeing the shooting mutter either "poor dumb cop" or "poor damn cop." So was J.D. Tippit a poor dumb cop who blundered into being shot, or a poor damn cop who may have been shot because of his own conspiratorial actions? The evidence I have found clearly supports the conclusion speculated upon earlier by other researchers that Tippit was hunting down Oswald. This is evidence that Tippit was part of the conspiracy, at least to capture or kill the scapegoat. We may never know all of what happened to him 50 years ago, but my research in Into the Nightmare indicates that this poor damn cop was a more central and more culpable figure than we had previously understood in the events of November 22nd, 1963.
Researchers and students of the assassination are familiar with the term magic bullet. This is Commission Exhibit 399, CE 399. This bullet is in such pristine condition, only a fool or an apologist for the Warren Commission would try to convince anyone that CE 399 hit anything. Take a good look at the bullet and evidence, and then compare that to the damage done. Look at the wounds. Look at the x-rays. The Warren Commission has more lead and evidence recovered from Governor Connolly than is missing from Commission Exhibit 399. Normally, you would say, that doesn't make sense. Well, let's get a professional perspective. Respected forensic pathologist Dr. Cyril Wecht explains why CE 399 is called magic.
This is Dr. Cyril H. Wecht, forensic pathologist. The single bullet theory is the sine qua non of the Warren Commission report. The single bullet theory has one bullet going into Kennedy's back, exiting from the front of his neck, re-entering John Connolly's back, exiting from the front of his chest, re-entering the back of John Connolly's right wrist, exiting from the front of the right wrist, re-entering the left thigh, and falling out spontaneously from the left thigh, and winding up as the stretcher bullet, Commission Exhibit 399, that was fortuitously found. This bullet, in its store-bought condition, weighs 161 grains. As it was found, it weighed 158.6 grains, a loss of 2.4 grains, which is exactly 1.5% of the original mass, the weight of the bullet. And yet we have fragments found in 4 anatomic locations. I myself spoke personally with Audrey Bell, the head nurse at Parkland Hospital, who was there with the operations that were performed on Connolly. She turned over 3 or 4 pieces of metal to the FBI. There's no way in the world that you can have a bullet that leaves pieces of itself in these anatomic locations and loses only 1.5% of its original weight. The condition of the bullet, this bullet which broke Connolly's right fifth rib, destroying 4 inches of the bone, which produced a comminuted fracture of the distal end of the radius, one of the 2 large bones from the elbow to the wrist, and a very big solid bone, and a 6'4" heavy bone guy like John Connolly. And yet we have that bullet emerging in pristine condition, no indentation of any kind other than its base, and that's from the impact of the firing mechanism. The nose, the cone of the bullet remain completely in place. and then the trajectory. The bullet hits Kennedy and is moving from, according to the Warren Commission, back to front, from right to left, and from up downward. It emerges then from Kennedy's anterior midline of the neck. Somehow it manages to swing over 18 to 20 inches to the right, hits Connolly behind the right armpit, not the left shoulder, and it then proceeded downward through his chest at an angle of about 22 degrees or so, emerged below the level of the nipple in a downward trajectory. Go back to the Zapruder film, look when he is struck, and you'll see him waving his white Texas Stetson hat, and it is above the level of the nipple by far. It is at shoulder level. So that bullet emerging from his chest comes upward, swings around, smashes into the back of his wrist, exits from the wrist, and then continues downward at a 45-degree angle into the left thigh. And a bullet that penetrates into soft tissues does not just work its way out.
This is being taken care of. The bullet is in the leg. It hasn't been removed. This is a very insignificant factor.
That's the single bullet theory, and it is the most absurd piece of nonsense. It would have been presented in the courtroom, would have been destroyed.
I did not hear the second shot, the one that hit me. I understand there's some question in the minds of the experts about whether or not we could both have been hit with the same bullet, and that was the first bullet. I just don't happen to believe that. I don't believe it, and I will believe it. Again, I heard the first shot. I recognized it for what I thought it was. I had time to turn to try to see what had happened. I was in the process of turning again before I felt the impact of a bullet. Now, obviously, if the bullet that hit me before I could hear it, I was never conscious of the sound of the second bullet at all. I never heard the second bullet.
It should be noted that efforts were made to duplicate the accomplishments of Commission Exhibit 399, and one of my favorite slides, the most favorite slide that I have in my collection, shows the bullets lined up, the bullets that they fired in the cotton wadding, striking nothing, and then bullets fired through goat carcasses, breaking one rib in order to simulate Connolly's rib fracture, and bullets fired through human cadavers to simulate Connolly's wrist fracture. They picked the bullets that had the least amount of damage. They could not come up with a bullet that came anywhere near the pristine, intact condition of that bullet. Other efforts were made by Army ballistics people and others in order to try to replicate accomplishments that are attributed to the magic bullet, and they failed. The Dr. Vincent Gwynn was called in supposedly to show that the fragment that was recovered came from 399 to the exclusion of every other bullet in the world. That has now been shown and scientifically proven and accepted by the omnipotent FBI that this is false, that you cannot make such a determination, that you cannot say that this fragment came from that particular bullet to the exclusion of all other bullets and so on. All the efforts and all the attempts to retroactively justify, substantiate, corroborate the basis for the single bullet theory have proven to be inadequate and scientifically untenable.
So there you have it. Governor Connolly's surgeon, Dr. Robert Shaw, states at 4:45 p.m., the bullet, not a fragment, the bullet is still in the governor's leg. So how can it be found on a stretcher by Daryl Tomlinson, who, by the way, said it had no blood or tissue on it at all? And that stretcher was for a boy with a broken arm. That's why they call it magic. In this week's episode, we discuss Commission Exhibit 139. It's a rifle, model 91/38, Mannlicher Carcano. The Carcano designer was Italian, Salvatore Carcano. Stamped on it, made in Italy, caliber 6.5, serial number C2766. The Mannlicher Carcano was jokingly called the humanitarian rifle by the Italian army. It earned that nickname because they couldn't kill anyone with it. The cheap scope added by Klein Sporting Goods was awful. The doctored backyard photographs of Lee Oswald with the rifle shows that it had a bottom sling mount. The rifle found in the depository did not. As well, when he was questioned by the Dallas police, Lee told them he didn't own a rifle. The House Select Committee on Assassination's firearms panel test-fired the rifle and could not match its bullets with either CE-399, the magic bullet, or test bullets fired by the FBI from what was allegedly the same rifle, Commission Exhibit 139. That's from Volume 1, page 464 of the House Select Committee hearings. What more do you need? Numerous witnesses to the shooting heard gunshots that were spaced so closely and sounded different from each other that it is not possible that all the shooting could have been done by a bolt-action rifle. Reporters on the scene wrote of hearing automatic weapons fire. An unknown rifle with no scope, no sling, and considerably longer barrel than a Mannlicher Carcano was filmed being taken from the roof of the depository. CBS News, which claimed to duplicate the conditions of the actual assassination in its filmed rifle test in 1967, did not. According to Dan Rather, 11 volunteer marksmen took turns firing clips of 3 bullets each at the moving target. They fired a total of 37 3-round series, 17 of which resulted in unfired bullets due to trouble with the rifle. Governor Jesse Ventura has held the weapon. He's looked through the scope. He's test-fired it. Here are his conclusions of the humanitarian rifle.
This is Governor Jesse Ventura, the host of Conspiracy Theory on True TV. On my TV show, I shot the weapon, the identical weapon that Lee Harvey Oswald was alleged to have used to murder our president, John F. Kennedy. In fact, the bullets that I shot that day, the rounds, even came out of the same group of rounds. They were out of the same boxes that apparently are still available today. And I can tell you this, the weapon is horrible. The telescopic sight was completely useless. It was so thin that in order to focus in on the crosshairs and the amount of time you had to get the shots off was completely impossible. All I could do was get the target in the sight, looking through the telescopic sight, and then squeeze. I couldn't do anything more than that. The other thing that made the shots impossible was working the bolt. Oswald allegedly got the shots off, 3 of them in 6 seconds or thereabouts. I believe the fastest I could work the bolt, get back on target, and get a shot off, starting with 1 shot and recycling it 2 more times. I think the fastest I could do it was the mid-8s, 8.5 seconds.
How fast?
Which is at least 2 seconds slower than allegedly that Oswald did his.
And he did it in 6? Bullshit.
So I don't believe that at all, because when I tried to do it for speed, I wasn't even caring how accurate I was shooting. I was simply trying to recycle the bolt fast enough to equal the speed in which they said Lee Harvey Oswald did it. And I couldn't do it at all.
This is impossible.
I mean, I could do it and pull the trigger. I still couldn't do it fast enough, and without even trying to hit the target, simply get the round off. And so in the end, in light of the telescopic sight, in light of the fact of recycling the weapon, in light of the weapon itself, there is no doubt in my mind that Lee Harvey Oswald could not have fired and used this weapon to kill President John F. Kennedy.
Gunnery Sergeant Carlos Hathcock, one of the most decorated combat snipers in United States military history. Hathcock earned 93 confirmed kills in Vietnam and went on to become the senior instructor for the U.S. Marine Corps Sniper Instruction School at Quantico, Virginia. He said, "Let me tell you what we did at Quantico. We reconstructed the whole thing. The angle, the range, the moving target, the time limit, the obstacles, everything. I don't know how many times we tried, but we couldn't duplicate what the Warren Commission said Oswald did. Now, if I can't do it, how in the world could a guy who was non-qual on the rifle range do it?" There may be no greater fraud in the Warren Commission than that of the effort to link the Italian rifle to Lee Oswald. There's interviews, there's statements, there's documents. But what do they really say? Let's do a detailed examination of this paper trail. Author-researcher John Armstrong will walk us through the documents.
My name is John Armstrong, and I'm the author of the book Harvey and Lee. On the evening of the assassination, Louis Feldsot, who was the owner of Crescent Firearms, who imported Manisher Kokona rifles into the United States, reported to FBI agents that Crescent sold an Italian rifle serial number C2766 to Klein Sporting Goods on June 18, 1962. On July 23, 1964, Feldsot provided an affidavit to the Warren Commission. Feldsot's affidavit conflicts with all the records related to the arrival, the reworking, and their subsequent sale to retail outlets such as Klein Sporting Goods. Importers of rifles, such as Crescent, were required by law to maintain a list of the serial numbers of rifles they imported into the United States. The retail purchaser, Klein's, was also required to keep a list of the serial numbers of each gun they purchased and resold to a retail customer. The tracking of an individual firearm from importation by Crescent to retail store, Klein's, and to a retail customer, in this case A. Heidel, was a simple matter of tracking serial numbers. The problem occurred for the FBI that Crescent sold C2766 to Klein's on June 18, 1962. The records that we currently have, allegedly obtained by the FBI, show that C276 was still in storage and not delivered to Klein's until February of 1963. By the time the FBI gives these documents to the Warren Commission, there's no carton numbers and there's no serial numbers of rifles. The absence of carton numbers prevented anyone from tracking C2766. In January 1962, Klein's placed orders with Crescent Firearms for 36-inch model Manisher Kokona rifles, which they advertised and sold from February 1962 to March 1963. When Heidel ordered an Italian rifle from Klein's using a coupon from the February 1963 issue of American Rifleman, he should have received a 36-inch rifle. Klein's only had 36-inch rifles from March 62 to March 63. That's all they had. So how did this guy get a 41-inch rifle? On the evening of the assassination, the FBI agents went to Klein's and looked at microfilm records from something like 10 o'clock in the evening to 5 o'clock in the morning. And from that microfilm, they allegedly printed Oswald's order documents for the Manisher Kokona rifle. The microfilm was never returned to Klein's. The microfilm is not in the National Archives. And all we have are photographs of alleged documents that were printed, allegedly, from Klein's microfilm. In reality, without the original microfilm, we have no idea what we've got. I don't think the rifle was purchased ever from Klein's, and the lack of documentation supports that conclusion. We can go on and talk about how Oswald received the rifle. There's no indication that he ever received a rifle. There's no written verification, no anything. There's not one person who said they saw Oswald carry a rifle, handle a rifle, purchase ammunition, purchase the clip, nothing. Transporting a rifle from Dallas to New Orleans, back from New Orleans to Dallas, nothing. The Warren Commission story is that Oswald buys this money order at the post office, mails the letter, and goes back to work, all in a half an hour. The problem was the front of the envelope that was allegedly mailed to Klein's, which the FBI provided to the Warren Commission, shows that it was mailed from a postal zone several miles from where Oswald's office was. Oswald would have to have purchased a money order, somehow gone to a mailbox several miles away for whatever reason, and returned to work within a very short time, half an hour. The last airplane that had mail service that day left at 12:30 in the afternoon from Love Field, and it arrived in Chicago 2:30, 3 o'clock. The money order was written, mailed, and winds up at Klein's the following day. One day. Robert Wilmoth was the Vice President of Operations at the First National Bank of Chicago. He explained how a money order was routed after it was endorsed. The first endorsement, of course, being by Klein's, paid to the order of Klein's. Wilmoth said that when a money order was presented for deposit at a bank, the bank teller would stamp and date the money order with a First National Bank of Chicago endorsement. This would be the second endorsement. It would then be sent to the Federal Reserve Bank in Chicago, where it would receive their endorsement and a date stamp. Finally, it would be sent to the Federal Postal Money Order Center in Kansas City, where it would again be stamped with a fourth endorsement stamp. According to Wilmoth, this money order should have had 4 separate endorsement stamps, but a quick glance at the postal money order shows that it was not stamped by the First National Bank of Chicago, Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago, Federal Postal Money Order in Kansas City. This money order was simply never deposited into any bank or financial institution. Who in Dallas, Texas, would have access to postal money orders following the assassination. There was a man that provided the FBI and the Secret Service with information following the assassination that nobody else knew, who allegedly looked at a stub of a postal money order, and the only one that looked at the stub of the postal money order and had the number of the postal money order, and he called the people in Washington, D.C. to try and find it. That was Harry Holmes, U.S. Postal Inspector in Dallas, Texas. Holmes said he found this money order stub, but he never produced it. No one ever produced it. If you were an employee of the United States Post Office and you found the stub that was allegedly used to purchase the rifle that killed the president, wouldn't that be a valuable document? Interestingly enough, Harry Holmes never discussed postal regulations involving rifles when he was interviewed by the Warren Commission. Certain documents had to be filled out. Holmes never mentioned anything about that. And he's a postal inspector. The postal money order that Harry Holmes allegedly found a stub for, that information was relayed to Donald Dugan, who instructed Postal Finance Officer J. Harold Marks to initiate a search for the money order in Washington, D.C. There's no logical reason that money order should be in Washington, D.C. It should be in Kansas City, Missouri, where Oswald's other money orders were found. These 5 money orders, and they're published in the Warren volumes, that Oswald bought at the same post office. The postal money order was allegedly found at the Federal Records Center in Alexandria, Virginia, by Robert Jackson, an employee of the National Archives. Everything about this case is in the details. Why is a postal money order at the Federal Records Center instead of in Kansas City, Missouri, where it should have been? What in the world is an employee of the National Archives doing locating this money order? The easiest way to show people that the rifle was never ordered or never purchased by Oswald is simply to look in the Warren volumes at that money order. Once you see that it has never been cashed at a bank, then you simply have to ask yourself, how in the world could this rifle have been ordered? Mailed to a post office box, signed or not signed, federal regulations regarding firearms, all those things are secondary. If you don't have a cashed money order, you don't have a purchase in the first place.
Dallas Postal Inspector Harry Holmes served as an informant for the FBI. Due to subscriptions to leftist publications, Lee Oswald was already under observation long before the rifle in question allegedly arrived. How is it that a suspected communist, Oswald, could receive a 5-foot-long package from the nation's #1 mail-order retailer of firearms without any suspicion being raised? And leaving aside the matter that Heidel or anyone else was not eligible to retrieve items from Oswald's post office box, required and routine paperwork showing receipt of the rifle has never been produced. No one associated with the Dallas post office could recall Oswald or anyone else signing for or receiving the Italian rifle. CE 399, the magic bullet. The FBI told the Warren Commission that this bullet had been fired to the Italian carbine found on the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository. And according to the Warren Commission, this bullet had been discovered on a stretcher used to transport John Connally to surgery at Parkland Hospital in the wake of the shooting. Therefore, according to the Warren Commission, this bullet was solid, positive proof of Lee Oswald's guilt as the presidential assassin. But we've seen problems with the single bullet theory, problems with the rifle, problems linking the rifle to Oswald. Could it be that there are evidentiary problems with Commission Exhibit 399 as well? Yes. On March 31st, 1964, in testimony before the Warren Commission, FBI Special Agent Robert Frazier identified CE 399 as the bullet delivered to him at the FBI lab on the evening of November 22nd, 1963. Frazier's initials were on the bullet, but does this establish the bullet as the one found in Dallas? No. The bullet was said to be found by Parkland Hospital orderly Darrell Tomlinson, who passed it to the chief of Parkland Security, O.P. Wright, who passed it to the Secret Service agent Richard Johnson, who carried the bullet back to Washington and passed it to his superior, Secret Service Chief James Rowley. Rowley in turn passed the bullet to FBI Special Agent Elmer Todd, who delivered it to Robert Frazier of the FBI lab. Tomlinson had given testimony to the Warren Commission in Dallas 11 days before Frazier And although he was questioned at length about where and how he found the bullet, Tomlinson was never actually shown the bullet because Commission Exhibit 399 was not turned over to the Warren Commission until the day after Tomlinson's testimony. It was only later that the Warren Commission became concerned that the bullet should have been identified by all who handled it. In June 1964, CE 399 was sent to Dallas and shown to Tomlinson and Wright at Parkland Hospital. Neither could identify it as the bullet they handled. Back in Washington, the bullet was shown to Johnson and Rowley of the Secret Service. Neither could identify it. So incredibly, the first 4 people in the chain of possession could not identify CE 399 as the bullet they handled months earlier. It was left to Special Agent Elmer Todd to identify CE 399, and he did so by claiming that he could recognize his initials on the bullet. But researcher John Hunt went to the National Archives in 2004 and examined the identification photographs of CE 399 and discovered that Todd's initials are not on the bullet identified as CE 399. The 3 existing initials are from Frazier and the 2 other FBI agents who worked with him at the FBI lab. So CE 399 is a bullet which has no verifiable chain of possession from Dallas to the FBI lab in Washington the evening of November 22nd, 1963. And that's not all that researcher John Hunt discovered. The evidence envelope, which held the bullet discovered at Parkland, clearly shows that Elmer Todd of the FBI received the bullet from Chief Rowley of the Secret Service at 8:50 p.m. on the evening of November 22nd. But Robert Frazier at the FBI lab received the bullet which he identified as CE 399 at 7:30 p.m., almost 90 minutes earlier. How could this be? 2 memos written on November 22nd provide an important clue. The FBI's Gordon Shanklin, in a memo written on the day of the assassination, clearly describes 2 bullets, one which killed the president and one recovered from Governor Connolly. A second memo written by the FBI's Alan Belmont also clearly describes 2 bullets. Both of these are taken from the president. The memo was distributed and signed off by nearly every senior FBI official, including J. Edgar Hoover. But reference to these multiple bullets soon disappeared from the FBI's investigation, never to be referred to again. There are numerous first-day reports of bullets found at Parkland Hospital, Dealey Plaza, even at the autopsy. All that remains in the official record is 1 bullet with an origin that is questionable to say the least. All we can say is the FBI never clarified the issue, and the Warren Commission simply did not want to know. Even though the Warren Commission hedged some of its bets, such as acknowledging they never could assign a motive to their assassin, the conclusion of a single gunman being responsible for the president's death and that there was absolutely no conspiracy has always been a hallmark of the Commission's shoddy work. Indeed, ever since the Warren Commission handed in its final report, the American establishment has treated any dissent from this official position as a sign of disloyalty, unworthy, and as a mark of a conspiracy theorist. Never has honest political historical research been mentioned. But a little-known fact is, the first critic of the Warren Commission was on the Warren Commission itself. His critique, like so many other facts, have been covered up. Author Gerald McKnight tells the story of the first dissenter, Senator Richard Russell.
This is Gerald McKnight, the author of Breach of Trust. Russell is the first dissenter of the Warren Commission report, and he was on the Warren Commission. So Russell is not like these clowns we have in the Senate today. This guy was serious business. Russell was elected to the upper house in 1933. He was a senior member of the upper chamber and respected by his colleagues on both sides of the aisle. He was even celebrated as the quote-unquote dean of the Senate by Ted Kennedy, who of course had different views than Russell on the civil rights question. He spent a lot of time and energy, unfortunately, in trying to prevent any kind of progress for black people in this country. I mean, he was speaking for Georgia. He's a segregationist in that sense. He was wrong. But he was able to work with the Democrats on other issues, and he was highly respected. Russell was horse-collared by President Johnson to be a member of the Warren Commission. Russell protested, but Johnson had his way by telling Russell it would not take all of his time. And even more instrumental was LBJ's tactic of dangling in front of Russell the prospect that unless the American people were satisfied that Kennedy was the victim of a lone assassin, that right-wing elements in the nation might push this country into a confrontation with the Soviet Union with the prospect of 40 million dead Americans. He used that on Russell, he used that on Warren also, who was reluctant. But once Warren got that kind of pitch, he broke into tears and said, certainly, I'll work on the commission. It should be noted that all of LBJ's choices for the commission, after each was waved under Hoover's nose for his approval, none of them, Democrats or Republicans, were supporters and were political allies of President Kennedy. Russell spent most of the life of the Warren Commission absenting himself from the work and sometimes even skipping the executive sessions. In May, FBI Director Hoover addressed the commission. He was quick to assert that there was, quote, not a scintilla of evidence showing any foreign or domestic conspiracy in the Kennedy killing, unquote. He went on in the same vein, launching a preemptive strike against any future dissenters and critics of the commission and, by extension, the FBI, the commission's investigative arm. The irony here is that little did Hoover suspect that the first dissenter of the official story was Senator Richard Russell.
Well, they were trying to prove that the same bullet that hit Kennedy first was the one that hit Connally. Went through him and through his hand, his bone, into his leg, and everything else. Just a lot of stuff there. I couldn't get all the evidence and cross-examine all of them. But I did read the record, and
well, what difference did it make which bullet got Connally?
Well, it don't make much difference, but they said that they believe, that the commission believed that the same bullet that hit Kennedy hit Connally. Well, I don't believe it.
I don't either.
And so I couldn't sign it. And I said that Governor Connally testified directly to the contrary, and I'm not going to approve of that. So I finally made them say there was a difference in the commission in that. Part of them believed that wasn't so.
On September 18th, 1964, Senator Russell forced a special executive session of the commission. Russell explained to his commission colleagues that he could not sign a report stating that the same bullet that hit President Kennedy exited his body and went into Connally. This would be part of it, and we recognize essential to the single bullet theory, which was essential to the contention that there was one shooter, and that shooter was Oswald. He had some reservations, and he wanted these in the record because he wanted his constituents at home who put him into office be respected in the terms that that's why they put him in office, to be a caretaker and to look after their interests. Kentucky's Republican Senator John S. Cooper was persuaded to join Russell in his dissent, and Louisiana's Hale Boggs was wavering and tilting toward also joining the dissenters and rejecting the single bullet explanation. It should be noted that Russell's rejection of the single bullet theory was part and parcel of his displeasure of the quality of the FBI investigation and the information it fed to the commission. After an exhausting morning search for some mutual solution to the impasse, John McCloy came up with language that both the majority and the Russell faction could reluctantly agree upon. Russell's contention to the single bullet theory was softened to a degree by his insistence that the report include language categorically conceding that Oswald could not have carried out the assassination on his own. While the special September session ostensibly came equipped with stenographers who were presumably recording the session for the record and for posterity, this was all a fiddle. Rankin, and it had to be with Warren's permission, had the whole thing staged, and it was nothing more than an empty performance. Russell was aware that a stenographer was in the room while the commission was in session, but the stenographers were not even bothering taking notes. They were hired by Rankin to deceive Russell. There was, in fact, no record made of the September executive session called by Russell. Harold Weisberg, I was a neighbor of his, one of the early critics of the Warren Commission, and really one of the more successful critics, learned from rumors circulating in Washington that the September 18th session was a fakery. He contacted the National Archives in Washington, D.C. for a copy of the verbatim transcript. He learned that there was no record of any session, just some quote-unquote secretarial business notes about when the commission members could expect copies of the Warren Report and other innocuous tripe. When Weisberg showed Russell Archivist Rhodes' letter, Russell was aghast. This kind of suppression was outside his experience on his 40 years in Capitol Hill. He resigned his chairmanship from the Military Affairs Committee and divested himself of his oversight responsibilities on the CIA. He urged Weisberg to continue his work on the Kennedy assassination, and so we have here Russell, who emerges as the first dissenter of the Warren Commission report. He never changed his mind about Oswald as the assassin of Kennedy, but he believed that Oswald had not acted alone.
These are just a few of the names of people who died mysteriously after the assassination. There should be an investigation at this point alone, these suspicious deaths. We have the work of Jim Mars and other early researchers who continued this investigation. This episode, actor, author Richard Belzer gives us his views and research regarding the dead witnesses to the JFK assassination.
This is Richard Belzer. You know, everyone knows that Jack Ruby killed Lee Harvey Oswald in Dallas 2 days after the assassination of John F. Kennedy. What most don't know is that many other men and women who had some connection to the assassination also died suspicious deaths. Grant Stockdale. He was a former ambassador to Ireland, close friend of the president, fell or was pushed from his office window on the 13th floor of the DuPont building in Midtown Miami. The official verdict, suicide. Actual circumstances, victim's behavior was normal. He came to his office for work on Monday morning, was very pleasant, conversed amiably, did not seem suicidal. Police placed the time of the death at 10:17 a.m. The only other person in the victim's office at that precise moment would have been his killer. No suicide note was found. Apparently, he was mixed up in some very serious political shenanigans. He was a big wheel in the Democratic Party, a person of considerable influence who was also mixed up in the corruption of the Bobby Baker scandal. The official line that Stockdale committed suicide because he was depressed about the murder of his friend JFK seems an incredibly weak supposition. As one author notes, hard-headed businessmen, and Stockdale was certainly hard-headed, and his record shows, don't kill themselves because a friend has been murdered. Research has established that on November 26th, Stockdale flew to Washington and met with JFK's brothers. On his return, Stockdale told several of his friends that the world was closing in. He talked to his attorney, William Frey, to summarize the conversation as follows. He started talking, didn't make much sense. He said something about those guys trying to get him, then about the assassination. That was the day before he went flying through the window of his 13th floor office. Dorothy Kilgallen was a columnist, the only one to interview Jack Ruby alone. She was a very good reporter. You may remember her from What's My Line, but she was beyond a celebrity. She was a very credible, hard-nosed reporter. And she had talked about blowing the lid off the Kennedy case. In fact, the FBI was harassing her. And she had said that, the FBI would be better served solving the president's murder than harassing me. At any rate, she interviewed Ruby by herself. She told her best friend, her agent, several other people that she was going to blow the lid off the case. She was found dead in a bed in her apartment. Problem is, the bed wasn't her bed. It was a guest room bed. She was dressed in something she never wore to bed. She had all her makeup on. She had a book on her lap that she had already read. Her eyeglasses, reading glasses, were nowhere to be found. They said that she died of a barbiturate and alcohol overdose. Problem was, she had 3 different kinds of barbiturates in her, and she only had access to one, not enough to kill her. She was murdered. A couple of days later, her friend, who she told everything to, was murdered, and several other people that had that knowledge died mysteriously, and all her notes and papers went missing. David Ferry was called to testify by Jim Garrison, his star witness, and he was murdered. And he was working with Dr. Mary Sherman on fast-acting cancers. This gets to be like almost science fiction. She died of multiple stab wounds, penetrating the heart, liver, stomach, labia minora, left arm and right leg, extreme burns of right side of body, complete destruction of right upper extremity and right side of thorax and abdomen, exposing vital organs. Official verdict, unsolved murder. Just to put a button on Dr. Mary Sherman, she was deeply involved in covert research developing a super cancer as a biological weapon. Dr. Sherman also knew both Lee Harvey Oswald and David Ferrie, both of whom were involved in the same research project. George de Mohrenschildt, to me, is one of the most compelling and mysterious characters. Here's a Russian count, a known Nazi who sometimes pretended to be anti-Nazi, was a friend of George Bush Sr. He was an oil engineer, sometimes known as Baron de Mohrenschildt. His cause of death was a shotgun blast deemed suicide. The actual circumstances, George de Mohrenschildt was the key link between Lee Harvey Oswald and the CIA, as well as connecting him to extremely conservative Texas oil millionaires rumored to be involved in the JFK assassination. The inconsistencies, well, I'll just break it down for you. Gaetan Fonzi, who was one of the great investigators for the House Select Committee assassinations, wrote the best book on the assassination called The Last Investigation. He was about to interview de Mohrenschildt the next day. De Mohrenschildt was a CIA cutout who was Oswald's handler and had later said that Lee was innocent, didn't do it, actually wrote a book about that. But he was getting ready to testify, and they say he shot himself with a shotgun. The only problem is his wife was a soap opera fan and had an audio tape recorder going, recording the soap opera because she had to go out. And on that tape, you hear they have an alarm system in their house, and there are 3 levels of the alarm. And there was a middle level, which meant someone had come in, a beep, beep, beep sound, and then you hear footsteps and an explosion. So, he was murdered, clearly, and his wife said, that he was murdered, and she was terrified. I mean, that's how you keep witnesses quiet. You blow their heads off, and everyone around them doesn't talk. Sullivan, high up in the FBI, was shot on his porch, mistaken for a deer. He was talking too much. Sam Giancana was about to testify before the House Select Committee on assassinations. He was under house arrest, was shot in the back and then 5 times around his mouth just before he was about to testify. Johnny Roselli, who was recruited by William Harvey of the CIA to assassinate Fidel Castro, he was shooting off his mouth too. He was called to testify, I believe by Gaetan Fonzi, and he was found chopped into pieces in a barrel floating off the bay in Key Biscayne. That's what they call suicide in New Jersey, but other people have another name for it. The thing that is so fascinating and proves conspiracy is that these people were either getting ready to testify and or they had foreknowledge or were talking after the fact and then died mysteriously.
We owe a lot to Jim Garrison, and in my opinion, he was a great man. He put everything on the line to investigate the assassination of John F. Kennedy. He called the Warren Report a fairy tale and warned us that the media was lying. He was sure JFK was not shot by a lone assassin, and the deeper he looked into the case, the darker it got. Eisenhower warned us of an industrialized military complex. Jim Garrison warned us of the CIA. Opposition to Garrison's investigation did not come from Lee Oswald's relatives. Make a study of where it did come from. It was a coordinated and well-funded attack on the Garrison trial. Author, researcher Jim DiEugenio will elaborate on the struggle that Jim Garrison went through to get to the truth and the facts that led him on the trail of the assassins.
This is Jim DiEugenio, and I am the author of Destiny Betrayed, the 2nd edition, which is subtitled JFK, Cuba, and the Garrison Case. Jim Garrison was elected District Attorney of Orleans Parish in an upset win in 1962. He served for 12 years until 1974. There is little doubt from most objective legal observers that Garrison was probably the best DA that Parish had in the last 60 years. There is also little doubt that by 1966, just before Garrison was going to reopen the Kennedy case, he had one of the most promising careers of any politician in the state of Louisiana, and he very likely could have become either governor or senator. This was all dashed to pieces by his indictment and prosecution of local businessman and CIA agent Clay Shaw. Garrison first investigated the Kennedy assassination on the weekend that it happened, since Lee Harvey Oswald stayed in New Orleans for 5 months in the summer of 1963. Garrison decided to consult his informant network about who Oswald was in contact with. Assistant DA Herm Coleman took a call from Jack Martin, who had worked in Guy Bannister's office at the time. He told Coleman about Oswald's relationship with one David Ferry, a man who worked for and with the CIA efforts against Castro from before the Bay of Pigs all the way through Operation Mongoose. It later turned out that Oswald knew David Ferry for many years previous, because he had served in Ferry's Civil Air Patrol unit as a teenager in 1955. Many witnesses saw Oswald with either Bannister or Ferry in the summer of 1963, and many witnesses saw Oswald in Guy Bannister's office at that time also. Garrison did not know anything about this intriguing background when he brought Ferry in for questioning in November of 1963. He therefore turned him over to the FBI. Ferry lied his head off in his FBI affidavit. For instance, he said he never owned a telescopic rifle, or even used one, or even would know how to use one. The fact that J. Edgar Hoover allowed Ferry to perjure himself and to also obstruct justice reveal that the director had no interest in solving the JFK case. Garrison then reopened his inquiry in November of 1966. He quickly discovered two things about Oswald that startled him. First, that Oswald had taken a Russian test while in the Marines. Second, that on at least one of the flyers that the pro-Castro Oswald was passing out that summer, Oswald had stamped the address 544 Camp Street. Garrison went to this address and discovered it housed the offices of Guy Bannister. This caused him to reassess the portrait of Oswald painted by the Warren Commission. Instead of Oswald as a communist, Garrison now saw him as an agent provocateur, or double agent. This now ignited his full-blown reinvestigation of the JFK case. In the declassified files of the Assassinations Record Review Board, one of the most arresting discoveries has been that the infiltration of Garrison's office by the CIA began almost as soon as Garrison ordered the Warren Commission volumes. And in fact, Gordon Novell, who was recruited by Allen Dulles to do so, wired Garrison's office for sound and gave some of these tapes to Walter Sheridan, who was preparing a hit piece on the district attorney with the permission of David and Robert Sarnoff, the owners of NBC. Sheridan, of course, then attempted to flip or turn some of Garrison's witnesses, which he was successful at. This and the mysterious death of David Ferry very much hurt Garrison's case, but he then went ahead and indicted Clay Shaw. With Shaw scheduled to go to trial, the efforts to undermine Garrison now were ratcheted up into a higher gear, especially since the DA was now discovering a treasure trove of evidence to substantiate his concept Kennedy was killed as part of a high-level coup d'etat. For example, the plentiful evidence of Shaw, Ferry, and Oswald in the Clinton-Jackson area, the Rose Cherami incident, which led to the identifications of Sergio Arcacha-Smith and Emilio Santana, the identification of Shaw as Clay Bertrand, the man who called Dean Andrews and asked him to go to Dallas to defend Oswald. By late 1967, Richard Helms had ordered the CIA to organize a top-level group inside the agency called the Garrison Group. This included Helms' assistant, Thomas Karamessides, and James Angleton's top assistant, Ray Roca. Angleton and Roca now began to keep enormous files of information on what Garrison was turning up. And now even more attempts at subterfuge took place through the likes of pseudo-reporter Hugh Ainsworth and CIA agent Bill Boxley. The CIA began to influence out-of-state and sometimes in-state judges not to honor subpoenas to return witnesses, and people like Hugh Ainsworth began to surveil, bribe, and harass potential witnesses like local Sheriff John Manchester in the Clinton-Jackson area. By the time of the trial of Clay Shaw, this effort went up even to a higher gear. Richard Case Nagel, who Garrison once called the most important witness in the case, had a hand grenade thrown at him. Clyde Johnson, who met Clay Shaw and was instructed by Clay Shaw to make inflammatory speeches against Kennedy to bring him down to New Orleans, was beaten to a pulp within a hair's breadth of his life. Aloysius Habekorst, who Shaw revealed that his alias was Clay Bertrand too, was rammed by a truck before he was going to testify. Because of all this extraordinary interference and the real-time monitoring of the actual trial, Shaw was acquitted. It later turned out that, as Garrison suspected, Shaw had committed perjury numerous times by saying that he never worked for the CIA, did not know Ferry, and did not know Oswald.
I did not know Harvey Lee Oswald, nor did I ever see or talk with him or anyone who knew him at any time in my life.
Garrison's attempt to try Shaw on those charges was stopped by a state court, and a very organized effort was made to get him out of the DA's office and replaced by the man who had monitored the trial of Clay Shaw for the Justice Department, a man named Perry Connick. This ended up being very bad for the people of New Orleans because it was successful. Garrison was defeated at the polls by Connick because Connick ended up being one of the worst DAs New Orleans Parish has ever had. The idea, of course, was not for the people of New Orleans. It was to make sure that no more indictments would ever come out of New Orleans, but also to make an example out of Jim Garrison, meaning that the message was there. No other DA should ever try and do this, or we will do to you what we did to Jim Garrison. And unfortunately, that message ended up being communicated very well, since no other DA has ever tried anything to reopen the Kennedy case.
Quoting from an interview with Lyndon Johnson from the Atlantic Monthly magazine of July 1973, during coffee, the talk turned to President Kennedy, and Lyndon Johnson expressed his belief that the assassination in Dallas had been part of a conspiracy. He never believed that Oswald acted alone, although he could accept that he pulled the trigger. He said, and Leo Janus wrote, "We had been operating a damn murder incorporated in the Caribbean." In 1976, a House Select Committee was formed and asked to reinvestigate the JFK assassination after the public had completely lost its faith in the Warren Commission and the report. And no wonder when President Lyndon Johnson never believed it. The public was so outraged that it demanded new hearings and investigation, since it had now been revealed CIA had ties to other assassinations and assassination attempts. It's time to hear firsthand of what was learned when the House Select Committee on Assassination released its report in 1978. It's time you hear firsthand from a former Senate investigator. It's time you hear from, in his own words, Dan Hardway.
My name's Dan Hardway, and I am convinced that the Central Intelligence Agency ran at least one, and possibly more than one, disinformation operations against the House Select Committee on Assassinations. I began working on the staff of the committee in July of 1977. I was a law student at Cornell and accompanied Bob Blakey to Washington when he took over as chief counsel. I was assigned to the staff task force that was investigating possible connections between intelligence agencies and Lee Harvey Oswald. When we first arrived, the CIA was totally uncooperative, and there was no agreement to provide access to any agency information. My work was dependent upon gaining access to CIA records. While waiting for negotiations between the committee and the agency to reach some kind of agreement on that issue, my work was largely restricted to review of previously released information and the critics' theories and speculations. I recall one incident that occurred in this period very vividly. I was sent to Jacksonville, Florida with investigator Gaten Fonzie to interview a retired CIA officer. Upon our arrival, we handed him our committee credentials, telling him that we were there to ask him some questions on behalf of Congress. He flipped the credentials back at us and told us, "So you represent Congress. What the F is that to the CIA? You'll be gone in a few years, and the CIA will still be here." That really sums up a lot of the problems that we had. At the beginning, Bob Blakey was skeptical of any CIA involvement in the assassination. He was also aware that his time and budget were very limited and that he was working for a congressional committee, not a prosecutor's office. He emphasized that the product was to be a final report and possibly proposed legislation. I remember many discussions with him early on where I and others pressed for more investigation into possible conspirators. Bob's response was consistent. You have to prove a conspiracy first. We cannot put all of our eggs in one basket and investigate possible conspirators if we can't prove that there was a conspiracy. Bob Blakey did, however, negotiate a very good agreement with the agency that gave us unprecedented access to their files, or at least what we thought was unprecedented access. The deal was that we could see any file we requested so long as we saw it at Langley, and nothing left Langley except what we could carry in our heads. Even our notes stayed there. My primary assignment on Task Force 5 was to research and investigate the CIA's awareness of Lee Harvey Oswald's activities in Mexico City. From the fall of 1977 to midsummer 1978, Eddie Lopez and I had an office at CIA headquarters in Langley. We were able to request access to any file which we could identify. As a result of my research during this period, I became convinced that the agency had obtained photographs of Oswald in Mexico City, or at least of someone claiming to be Oswald. I was also convinced that someone had impersonated him in telephone calls to the Russian embassy, if not in person, at the Russian and Cuban embassies. I had also learned that the Cuban embassy camera surveillance operation was testing an impulse camera that was triggered automatically during the days Oswald was alleged to have been at the embassy. The photographs from this camera were never produced for our review. No one knew what had happened to them. I believed then and still do that the assassination bore the earmarks of an intelligence operation. I thought that a way to get into the operation to try to unravel it was to look at the disinformation portion of the assassination and to work back from that. I identified the sources of the stories that came out immediately after the assassination with detailed information about Oswald and his pro-Castro activities. I started asking for CIA files on the individuals who told those stories and had seen quite a few files by midsummer, although I never got to see all of them. That is when the CIA changed the procedures on us. They brought George Joannides out of retirement to be the new liaison with me and Ed. He closed our office at Langley. The agency set up a safe room for us to use in the committee offices. I no longer had direct contact with any CIA employees to request files. All further requests for documents or files had to be in writing. Files were not produced for weeks after being requested. My whole inquiry into areas outside and inside the scope of my portfolio pretty much ground to a halt. Before I was shut down, I'd been able to document many links between David Phillips and most of the sources of the stories that came out immediately after the assassination with detailed information on Oswald and his pro-Castro proclivities. I confronted David Phillips with those links in an interview at our offices on August 24th, 1978. He was extremely agitated by that line of questioning, but was forced to admit that many of the sources were not only former assets that he had managed at JM Wave, but were also assets whom he was personally managing in the fall of 1963. And that brings us back to Mr. Joannides and the disinformation operation ran by the CIA against the House Select Committee on Assassinations. They considered my research and requests to be, quote, aggressive harassment. The agency worked hard to discredit me and Ed Lopez in the eyes of our bosses at the committee. For example, on August 18, 1978, Scott Breckenridge, a CIA liaison, met with Gary Cornwall and told him that Ed and I labored under a burden of credibility in the agency and are so callow that we did not want to trust them with the kind of information that they were seeking. When Gary indicated that the CIA should tell them what the source of their concern was, Breckenridge replied that it was primarily their attitude and conduct, and I did not feel it constructive to discuss it further, the kind of information we were seeking. While there were a couple other things I wanted at the time, I didn't really learn what the information they were concerned about us getting hold of was until Jeff Morley called me about what he had found in the George Joannides 201 file around 2 decades later. It turns out that Joannides was running the propaganda shop at Jamwave in 1963 and had direct responsibility for the DRE. the main source of pro-Castro Oswald stories before and after the assassination. Jeff filed a lawsuit seeking more information about Joanides and his involvement in anti-Castro Cuban activities in 1963. As part of their response to that lawsuit, the CIA in a sworn affidavit acknowledged that George Joanides served in a covert capacity at least twice, once in the early 1960s in a covert operation codenamed JM Wave or Jam Wave, and as a CIA representative to the House Select Committee on Assassinations. The agency did not trust us with the kind of information we were seeking, and they brought someone out of retirement who knew where to not let us look, and he shut us down. In his annual review, his boss at the CIA wrote regarding the firm position Joanides took with the young investigators that if the peculiar nature of the work did not call on Mr. Joanides for all his talents of his wide experience, it nevertheless was his experience and quick perceptions that ensured a superior performance. Indeed, his experience told him what to keep us away from, and our requests, once slowed, allowed him to quickly perceive where we were trying to go. I only regret that we were not able to mount more of a challenge to his talents. Bob Blakey has called what the CIA did obstruction of justice. Ed and I knew what they were doing when they were doing it, and we complained long and hard to our supervisors, including Bob. He has since said, I wrote off the complaints. I was wrong. The researchers were right. Small comfort in light of the fact that it's been 50 years and there is still no truth and no accountability from the agency. I still believe that there was intelligence, operational involvement in the assassination. And I still believe that, at the time, a hard look into Bill Harvey and the post-assassination disinformation operation had the best chance of unraveling that involvement. But the opportunity is past, and I fear unrecoverable. Phillips had 3 cigarettes lit at the same time when I pressed him on his assets disinformation campaign. But looking at it like a poker game, I only had a deuce in the hole, and it wasn't wild. The ace that I had been looking for but didn't find was the fact that Joanides had taken over from Phillips at JM Wave, and there was an entire active operation in 1963 with DRE and Oswald. We now know Joanides ran the DRE as their case officer. We may never know if Phillips was still involved in that operation. I remember the day the acoustics report came in and Bob learned that we had evidence of 2 shooters and hence a conspiracy. I can still see it clearly in my memory. He and I were standing in the hallway outside Team 5's office. He said to me, my God, we've proven a conspiracy, but we haven't investigated the conspirators. I told him that we should never have put our eggs into one basket, but that I did have some ideas along those lines based on the research that he had allowed me to do. I volunteered to write a memorandum based upon a motive, means, and opportunity analysis. I wrote the memo in the CIA safe room on sequentially numbered pages with purple border stamped top secret. When I was done, Bob read it in the safe room. I do not know if anyone else outside of the CIA has ever seen it. The Assassinations Record Review Board told me that there is no record of the memo in anything that they were able to find. When the safe room was set up, the agency told the committee that after the final report was written, all working papers, not formal HSA memorandum of interviews, transcripts of hearings, or depositions, or committee documents, will be destroyed. I guess they probably, innocently of course, thought that the memorandum was just a working document. Joanides is dead. Phillips is dead. Harvey is dead. Documents no longer exist. The secrets are safe for another 50 years.
I have been accused by a number of people, some of them journalists, of a distortion of history. And if there is any common thread of attack running through claims of those critics of JFK, it is the notion that somehow there is an accepted, settled, respected, carefully thought out and researched body of history about the assassination of John F. Kennedy.
By the time the House Select Committee on Assassinations disbanded in 1979, it had uncovered serious discrepancies in the official record in areas such as the medical evidence and the role of intelligence agencies. But this information was classified, hidden from the public, and not mentioned in the final report. Instead, acoustic evidence discovered at the last minute revealed that at least 4 shots had been fired in Dealey Plaza. Meaning, according to the committee, a second shooter joined Oswald in firing at the president. The case was handed off to the Justice Department of the incoming Reagan administration, which arranged 2 panels to discredit the acoustic evidence. And that was the end of the official investigations of the 1970s. The verdict remained a lone gunman. Although books were published and researchers continued to utilize the Freedom of Information Act through the 1980s, the Kennedy case largely dropped from the public radar. So when Oliver Stone's film JFK was released in 1991, it was certainly the highest profile effort in years and served to bring the case fully back into the public eye. And this prompted immediate outrage from the American establishment. While the movie was expressing information and ideas that had been developed by the research community for almost 3 decades, the criticisms of the film were framed as personal attacks on the director, Oliver Stone, and he was forced to pay a personal cost in the culture at large, just as Jim Garrison did 25 years before. To this day, in the mainstream media, the name Oliver Stone is sort of a shorthand for unhinged conspiracy theorist.
This was a package of unfathomable lies packaged together, though, with a cinema artist's great skill. That was a blend of real photographs and fictional scenes that merged together with such skill that you were unable to tell the difference.
Oliver Stone's movie, JFK, is one continuous lie. Not one piece of evidence pointing towards Oswald's guilt in 3 hours and 8 minutes. So Stone got by with cinematic murder. His credibility has been completely destroyed, at least as far as this case is concerned. You can't distort history, and he's done that.
JFK misrepresents the truth the same way that Joseph Goebbels misrepresented the truth as he cranked up the propaganda machine for Nazi Germany. Misrepresentations, omissions, lies that have been perpetrated by Warner Brothers, Costner, and Stone. What they have done is just plain evil.
Let's face it, no one likes to be called a liar, let alone an evil Nazi. But one might ask, didn't Oliver Stone invite these charges by filling his movie with distortion or disinformation? Well, for one thing, Oliver Stone never claimed that his film was the absolute truth, and he was always upfront about where and when he used dramatic license. But consider this. Looking back at the film from the vantage point of today, and in the context of all the accusations against it, Stone's JFK matches up against a historic record a lot better, certainly, than the Warren Report. On the 40th anniversary of the assassination, ABC News broadcast a program titled Beyond Conspiracy, which suggested that the consistent poll numbers showing distrust in the official story of a lone gunman was largely the result of a gullible public swayed by the cinematic lies of con artist Oliver Stone. The program offered examples of what it called fundamental facts beyond dispute, which were allegedly distorted in the film. It's worthwhile taking a closer look at these facts.
Fact. The distance from the sniper's nest in the window to the president in the car at the time of the fatal shot was 88 yards. For a former Marine sharpshooter, which Oswald was, the shot was well within his capability.
Well, I have here Oswald's scorebook from the Marine Corps, where when he did his practicing, he demonstrated that he was highly competent as a marksman. For example, here is a type of target which is shaped very much like the head and shoulders of President Kennedy sticking up above the rear seat of the car. And this is at 200 yards, which is more than twice the distance at Dallas. And it's rapid fire, which certainly was true at Dallas. And he scores 48 out of a possible 50, which I can tell you is excellent. Well, you say that's one day. Well, here's another one. Same thing, 200 yards, twice the distance. and rapid fire, and he scores 49 out of a possible 50. So he was not only a very good shot, but he was consistent.
What John Latimer and ABC News do not tell their viewers is that Oswald's shooting skills were tested twice while he was in the Marines. The first test in 1956, which Latimer refers to, occurred after an intensive 3-week training period solely concerned with rifles. Oswald scored .212, 2 marks above the minimum for sharpshooter. In May 1959, Oswald was tested again without the benefit of intensive training beforehand, and he scored .191, 1 mark above the minimum for the low ranking of marksman. Colonel Allison Folsom testified to the Warren Commission that such a result indicated Oswald was a poor shooter, as most of his Marine buddies said he was.
They're telling us that Oswald got off 3 shots with world-class precision from a manual bolt-action rifle in less than 6 seconds.
The Stone film is wrong. The first shot was fired around frame 160 of the Zapruder film, the second at frame 223, and the last shot at frame 312. 3 shots in 8.3 seconds. For Oswald, that was plenty of time. Dr. Latimer has simulated the Kennedy shooting dozens of times. He's 89 years old.
This is exactly like the gun that Oswald used. Since he got his shots off in 8.5 seconds, I'll show you that it's possible to come close to that, and here we go. So we'll sight in our telescope and get off 1 shot, and then a second, and then a third, taking a little more time for the last one, as he did.
I don't know what rifle John Latimer is posing with, but for ABC News to insinuate that it is in any way comparable to the rifle found in the school book depository is an insult to the intelligence of its viewers. Ronald Simmons of the U.S. Army testified to the Warren Commission that examination of the actual rifle revealed serious problems with the bolt and trigger mechanisms, requiring great effort to open the bolt, great effort to actually fire the weapon, and resulting in the weapon firing off target. Robert Fraser, the FBI's firearms specialist, also testified to the Warren Commission that the rifle was inherently inaccurate. The program's assertion that the first shot occurred at frame 160 of the Zapruder film simply has no corroboration. The only official finding as to the shot sequence produced by the House Select Committee on Assassination's photographic panel placed the first shot at frame 190. While frame 160 may fit better a predetermined conclusion that the single bullet theory is possible, what ABC News does not share is that at frame 160, the view of the limousine from the alleged sniper's nest was obscured by branches of an oak tree. As seen in the Secret Service recreation from 1964, we are asked to believe that a would-be assassin passed up a perfect opportunity so that he could fire his first shot through a tree.
The single bullet that struck President Kennedy and Governor Connolly did not hang in midair. It did not zigzag right and then left. It went straight through the president and into the governor. This is Warren Commission Exhibit 399, the bullet that passed through the president's neck and the governor's chest, that broke the governor's wrist and lodged in his left thigh. In Stone's film, it is referred to as the pristine bullet. There is no way, the Stone film says, that the bullet could have caused so many wounds and come out at the end virtually unmarked.
The problem was that people were denying that there was any damage. They were calling it pristine. And it's absolutely, positively not pristine. It's flat.
I urge the viewer to use common sense. Let's refer to the U.S. Army's #1 ballistic expert at Edgewood Arsenal. Dr. Joseph Dulcie told the Warren Commission in the spring of 1964 that it was not possible for any bullet to strike and break bone and end up looking like Commission Exhibit 399. Another fact the Warren Commission decided to omit from the report. As for the animation used by this program, which claims to prove the single bullet theory possible, Researchers such as Pat Spear, over several chapters on his website, and Robert Harris, with his online video critiques, have convincingly demonstrated the obvious problems and distortions, not least of which are the bizarre hunchback figure of JFK and the skewed perspective between JFK, 6 foot in real life, and John Connally, who was 6 foot 4 inches.
Back and to the left. For some conspiracy theorists, this is proof that the president was shot in the head by a second gunman who was ahead of the president's car on the grassy knoll. But back and to the left in no way indicates where a bullet came from. Bodies struck by bullets sometimes go forward and sometimes backward.
The evidence that's definitive in determining whether it was a shot from the front or a shot from the back is the entry wound, the cratered entry wound on the back of Kennedy's skull, which proves that that shot was from the back, not from the front.
The president's autopsy x-rays and photographs show the precise location where the fatal bullet entered the back of his head.
Once again, use your common sense. An honest program would have acknowledged that there are serious discrepancies in the medical record. There is no excuse that in 2003 they ignore the fact that a central focus of the 1990s Assassination and Records Review Board was an attempt to reconcile conflicting evidence between x-rays, witness testimony, missing photographs, wound placement, and the serious flaws of the autopsy to begin with. The creation of the Assassination Records and Review Board in 1992 was one victory resulting from Oliver Stone's film JFK.
I am very proud that JFK has been a part of the momentum to open previously closed files in the matter of the assassination. Congressman Louis Stokes of Ohio, who chaired the House Select Committee on Assassinations, has announced his willingness to consider the opening of the files, closed until, as you know, the year 2029. In addition, Judge William Webster, formerly the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation and of the CIA, has indicated his strong opinion that all of the files, House, Committee, CIA, and FBI among them, be made public. A proposal I was extremely pleased last weekend to see endorsed by Senator Edward Kennedy. Now, if the Army and Navy intelligence services will join suit, it is my hope the American people will have the full truth of this assassination.
This is Joseph McBride. Into the Nightmare is a memoir of my own investigations of the murders of President Kennedy and Dallas police officer J.D. Tippit. I took these photographs of John F. Kennedy while working as a volunteer in his Wisconsin presidential primary campaign in 1960, the same year I became a professional journalist. I was 12 years old and Kennedy was my political hero. He inspired me to want to make a career in politics, but his assassination and the cover-up by the government and the media caused me to lose my faith in our political system. Before the assassination, most Americans like me tended to trust the government and the media when they told us what was happening. But ever since 1963 and the widening of the Vietnam War that resulted from Kennedy's murder, that is no longer the case. Polls show that most of the public distrusts the government and has a negative view of the news media. At the same time, most Americans through the years have rejected the official story that a lone gunman killed President Kennedy and that no conspiracy was involved. As many as 80% of the public believes otherwise. It often seems that the other 20% are members of the media. Instead of being seen as truth-tellers, the news media, or in the words of critic Jonathan Rosenbaum, the media industrial complex, are regarded by most Americans as flagrantly biased obfuscators. The media have become organs for covering up what the government is doing in our name. On the day Kennedy was killed, our trusted news anchors such as David Brinkley and Walter Cronkite shared the world's shock. Television covered the events in Dallas and Washington that long weekend with remarkable immediacy. But TV and newspaper reporters mostly swallowed the lies they were being told by the police and the U.S. government and failed to conduct truly independent investigations. They were guilty of what Mark Lane would call a rush to judgment in blaming the murders of Kennedy and Tippit on Lee Harvey Oswald without credible evidence. By the day after the assassination, Brinkley was saying on NBC TV, quote, The President of the United States was killed by a punk with a mail-order rifle, unquote. Case closed, or so it seemed to those who were being brainwashed by television.
The fatal shots that were fired from behind and struck him in the back of the head, and then incongruously, some way, another bullet struck him in the front of the neck.
But many of us were still thinking for ourselves. I heard the first network radio reports that the shots in Dealey Plaza came from the front, from the area of the railroad bridge or the grassy knoll. When the radio abruptly stopped reporting those shots around 1 p.m. on November 22nd, I became suspicious. I believed Oswald when he insisted, "I didn't shoot anybody, no, sir."
People have given me a hearing without legal representation or anything. Did you shoot the president? I didn't shoot anybody, no, sir. I'm just a patsy.
Tom Wicker was the respected White House reporter for the New York Times. His banner story on November 23rd accurately reported what the two leading Parkland Hospital doctors who tried to save Kennedy told the media at a press conference on the day of the shooting. As Wicker wrote, Mr. Kennedy was hit by a bullet in the throat just below the Adam's apple, they said. This wound had the appearance of a bullet's entry. But Wicker contradicted this by reporting that all the shots were fired from behind by a gunman in the Texas School Book Depository. The banner headline read, "Kennedy is killed by sniper as he rides in car in Dallas." For the rest of his life, Wicker would attack conspiracy theorists. Carl Bernstein, the former Pulitzer Prize-winning reporter for the Washington Post, wrote a revealing and influential article for Rolling Stone in 1977 on the CIA penetration of the media. He wrote that more than 400 so-called journalists in the past 25 years had been working with the CIA on the side, or were CIA employees working undercover as reporters and columnists. Bernstein identified 3 news organizations as the most involved with the CIA: the New York Times, CBS, and Time Incorporated. It's no coincidence that all 3 organizations have been the most strenuous in promoting the lone nut theory of the assassination and attempting to exonerate the CIA and other government agencies of any involvement. After the mob-connected Jack Ruby shot Oswald on live TV in the Dallas City Jail, surrounded by dozens of policemen and reporters, the Times ran a banner headline on November 25th, "President's Assassin Shot to Death in Jail Corridor by Dallas Citizen." The Times has continued trying to convict Oswald in its pages, even though he never lived to stand trial. The paper's support of the Warren Commission extended to running its entire report as a supplement in September 1964, and publishing an instant paperback edition with Bantam Books. When the Commission released its 26 volumes of supposedly supporting evidence that November, volumes that have since helped independent researchers tear apart many of the report's claims, Anthony Lewis of the Times reported on the same day they were released that the witness testimony in the 26 volumes, quote, overwhelmingly supported, unquote, the report's conclusions. When did Lewis have time that day to read the testimony of more than 500 witnesses? Longtime CBS reporter and anchor Dan Rather built his network career largely on his dubious coverage of the assassination. Rather had been based in Dallas and was the network's Southwest bureau chief in New Orleans in November 1963. For Kennedy's trip, Rather convinced his superiors in New York to, quote, lay on double coverage all over Texas and quadruple it in Dallas, unquote. So CBS had 5 network TV production crews in Dallas, including the only live hookup to cover Kennedy's visit. The other 2 major networks each had only one. Rather later wrote, CBS was staffed for the road as fully as a network can be without planning an invasion. Still, I do not mean to invest in this any mystic implications. We were preparing for the unexpected, an incident, a reaction, a story. We were not having visions, but whatever was to happen in Dallas, I knew we would be in an unusually good position to cover it.
At that moment, a shot clearly hit the governor in the front, and he fell back in the seat. Mrs. Connolly immediately threw herself over him in a protective position. In the next instant, a second shot, the third total shot, hit the president's head. His head could be seen to move violently forward.
Rather was all over the coverage in Dallas, often making statements on camera and radio that did not match the eventual official version. But over the years, he, with Walter Cronkite, hosted many specials promoting the Warren Commission version. The most prominent was the 4-part 1967 series, CBS Inquiry, The Warren Report. It tried to counter the growing criticism of the report by following the standard media line of ignoring or dismissing conflicting evidence and twisting the facts to make it seem as if Oswald was guilty and acted alone. When Oliver Stone rattled the media cage with his influential 1991 film JFK, presenting an alternate and more accurate view of what happened in Dallas, Washington Post columnist George Will wrote that Stone, quote, may be an intellectual sociopath, unquote. Stone declared, the film is about who owns reality. Is it the press? I think they blew it from day one. And his JFK led to the release of millions of pages of previously secret U.S. government documents on the assassination, a boon to independent researchers. Henry Luce's Time Incorporated, which published Time and Life, quickly managed to get control of Abraham Zapruder's amateur film of the assassination, which should have been taken into custody by the government as evidence. Life magazine doled out frames from the film for the next few years on a selective, misleading basis. As many have noted, Life spun the story visually and verbally to hide the fact that Kennedy was thrown violently back and to the left by what appeared to most people to be a shot from the front. Life briefly began to reconsider its simplistic theories in 1967, at a time when many independent researchers such as Mark Lane and Sylvia Maher were publishing popular books dissenting from the official version. But Life abruptly ended its reconsideration. Broadcast and cable TV networks continue to run propagandistic specials on the assassination, usually relying on visual trickery and outright falsehoods. They use carefully selected talking heads, official propagandists, and friendly journalists and authors to spin the evidence in the official direction while mocking and maligning what the media like to call conspiracy theorists. For the truth about what happened, you have to turn to independent radio shows, internet sites, assassination forums, and other non-mainstream sources. The same is largely true in book publishing. Most books on the case from major publishers uphold the official version, such as Gerald Posner's Case Closed and Vincent Bugliosi's Reclaiming History. And dissenting books are usually published by small maverick houses or self-published. Why is it such a taboo in the mainstream media to deal honestly with this case even after 50 years? What could account for our most prominent media organizations habitually falsifying and hiding the truth? The vicious attacks on Stone's JFK revealed how seriously the members of the media who blew the Kennedy case in 1963, many of them receiving major promotions as a result, were threatened by a filmmaker pointing out their flagrant errors. But their deeper concern was the perceived danger of media dissenter and independent research into the true crime against the state committed from within can do to the fragile stability of the American political system. The corporations that support that system pay the media's bills through advertising. Reporters' salaries and access to news sources are dependent on their willingness to pretend that the emperor is wearing clothes. So the media have long relied on repeating the same few tired tropes to malign those who try to tell the truth. The prominent historian Richard Hofstadter led the way as early as November 1963 with a lecture at Oxford University on what he called the paranoid style in American politics. It was published as an essay in Harper's in 1964 and as part of a book with that title in 1965. While admitting that there are actual conspiracies in history, Hofstadter wrote, "The distinguishing thing about the paranoid style is not that its exponents see conspiracies or plots here and there in history, but that they regard a vast or gigantic conspiracy as the motive force in historical events. History is a conspiracy." Hofstadter had long worried about McCarthyism and the tendency of right-wing extremists to conjure up largely imaginary communist conspiracies in the U.S. He and other establishment historians, along with many mainstream liberals, feared that an honest investigation of the assassination might destabilize the new Lyndon Johnson regime and lead to a new witch hunt against their own kind. Ironically, they were relieved when a supposed lone leftist was assigned all the blame and then disposed of. Hofstadter's pseudo-psychiatric analysis of dissenters from the official version of history as paranoid and delusional believers in vast and sinister conspiracies quickly was adopted by the mainstream media. Ad hominem arguments are easier to make and more intimidating than seriously discussing dangerous facts. A formerly top-secret 1967 CIA memo helped codify this approach, advising the use of friendly elite contacts in politics and the media to go about countering and discrediting the claims of the conspiracy theorists by portraying them as leftist ideologues who were financially interested, hasty and inaccurate in their research, and infatuated with their own theories. This language suggested by Hofstadter and the CIA largely permeate the cliched and dishonest media discourse today. Anyone taking a contrary view has to endure a barrage of character attacks. It's easy to see how much this talk of paranoia and delusion is simply projection on the part of the media, and how much of it is a way of avoiding doing their actual job. One of my heroes in the media, yes, there are a few independent reporters who have done their job despite it all, was the small-town Texas newspaper editor Penn Jones, Jr. In his Midlothian Mirror, published in the countryside outside Dallas, and his newsletter and self-published books, Jones broke many stories and found witnesses the bigger outlets studiously ignored. When I asked Penn in 1983 if he thought the assassination would ever be fully solved, he replied, "I and several other people solved the case back in the 60s. And he said in the mainstream media, "I just don't believe it's possible for that many smart men to be so ignorant." Here is Penn Jones in his newspaper office from the low-budget 1967 documentary film Rush to Judgment by Emile D'Antonio and Mark Lane, from Lane's book of the same title.
I think all of us who love this country should be alerted that something is wrong in the land.
As we have shown in great detail, the assassination was the removal of a president. The evidence exonerates a lone gunman, and certainly Lee Oswald was what he said he was, a patsy. The evidence, which leads to the real sponsors, should have a trail, and the cover-up of those leads says a lot itself about who planned the murder. While Johnson was on the plane making a getaway from the crime scene, we discover he was getting reports as if someone had a whole prepared scenario ready for the press from the White House Situation Room. And can you imagine, just hours after the shooting, they told Air Force One, "One man, no conspiracy." Is there recordings of what was relayed to Air Force One as it made its getaway back to Washington? Researcher Bill Kelly reveals what is known.
I'm Bill Kelly. I'm a JFK assassination researcher. I run the blog called JFK Counter Coup. The Air Force One radio tapes are the black box of the assassination accident, and they tell us a lot. What's not on the tapes is even maybe more important, what the military excised from the tapes. The Warren Commission did not have access to the Air Force One radio tapes, and nor did they ask for them. The first hint of them came out in William Manchester's book when he went to the White House and LBJ allowed him to read the transcript of the unedited tapes that he quotes from. The LBJ Library released their copy of the tape in the late 70s, and that was a cassette tape. It was about an hour and a half long. Now, the Clifton tapes were found among the effects of Air Force aide to the President, General Chester Clifton. And this tape is about a half hour longer than the old LBJ Library tape that we've had for years. But both tapes contain unique information.
You're assigned to interviewing, sir? Colonel Norman, General LeMay's aide. Right. General LeMay is in a C-140. Last three numbers are 497. Sam, C-140. 497, last three numbers. Right. He's inbound. His code name is Grandson, and I want to talk to him.
Grandson. Okay, sir, we'll see what we can do. We're real busy with Air Force One right now.
Okay, you don't have a capability to work more than one, huh?
Well, we're running Air Force One on two different frequencies. We're giving them two different patches at one time right now, and that's all we can do.
The Clifton tape is a reel-to-reel tape, so it's an older generation tape, a better quality tape. It's labeled White House Communication Agency, and we think that from the information on this tape, we might be able to track down where the other tapes are. We know a lot of what's not on the tapes because three reporters, William Manchester, T.H. White, and Pierre Salinger, were given access to a transcript of the unedited tapes. So we know the unedited tapes existed at one time. These three reporters quoted items off the tapes that aren't on there today. They edited out a lot of the military references.
I have a Liberty on the line with priority one patch. Roger. You want a patch, sir? Stand by when I Liberty give you a call. Okay, sir.
One of the unique aspects of my research is the identity of the Liberty station, Collins Radio. They were the Liberty station. When you listen to the tapes, you hear them talk Liberty, Liberty, give me this frequency, set me with this relay. They asked Liberty Station 100 times on the tapes to do something, and the Liberty Station is the Collins Radio headquarters in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, where they had the contract for the radio relays of all the communications aboard Air Force One and the cabin of planes and the Strategic Air Command, General LeMay's bomber fleet. I was already familiar with Collins radio because on November 1st, 1963, the New York Times reported that the CIA raider ship that had dropped off commandos in Cuba was leased to the Collins Radio Company of Richardson, Texas, which is affiliated with the one in Cedar Rapids. So Collins was serving as a cover for the CIA raider ship on November 1st, 1963, and they had worked with the CIA and other military operations before. In fact, Art Collins, the founder of the company, was a personal friend of Air Force General Curtis LeMay, who was a ham radio buff. LeMay gave all the Strategic Air Command contracts to Collins, and they also received the contracts to handle the Air Force One radio communications. If you read a book called Coup d'etat, A Practical Handbook, it tells you how to conduct a coup, and if the assassination was in fact a real coup d'etat, the coup members would have to control the communications. That's part of the key elements of a coup. We look at the communications links here in Collins Radio and what's going on, and we see that those people that were in charge and had control over the communications network hated Kennedy. LeMay and these people despised Kennedy and were glad he was killed. They were his enemies. At the time of the assassination, Air Force One pilot James Swindell was listening to the Secret Service transmissions from the Dallas motorcade on Charlie Channel, which, if the Charlie Channel is recorded, it will contain the sounds of the final two shots. President Kennedy had ordered the Air Force One radio transmissions recorded only when the plane is in the air. So when LBJ got back to Air Force One, he made a few phone calls that were not recorded, or they said they weren't recorded. Those conversations are suspicious. LBJ called a lawyer named Goldberg from the Air Force One, and he also talked to another lawyer named J. Whitey Bullion. Bullion was a tax attorney. LBJ said, I'll have to sell my Halliburton stock now. And of course, Halliburton was the Texas company that was one of the big defense contractors that got a lot of business when LBJ became president. The other call was to a lawyer named Goldberg, and he told LBJ to be sworn in right away and to have Sarah Hughes do it. There's no mention of Goldberg in any of the mainstream books or the official record. We only learned about it from Goldberg's obituary when he died. When the plane took off, the White House Communication Agency apparently began to tape record all of the conversations. And there were 3 radios on board that were being used at the time. And all 3 were busy the whole time the plane was in the air, 2 hours and 17 minutes. So we estimate there was 3 radios going for over 2 hours. There should be at least 6 hours of taped conversation, but in fact we only have 2 hours. That was the pinnacle of our government there all in one plane. Trying to figure out what happened in those 2 hours and 17 minutes will tell us a lot about what happened in the assassination. The cabinet plane with the cabinet members on it were over the Pacific Ocean at the time of the assassination, and their response to the assassination is really important. Pierre Salinger was on that flight, and he contacted the White House Situation Room and attempted to get all the information he could on what was happening in Dallas.
Situation Room, this is Wayside. You read me, over? This is the Situation Room. I read you. Give me all available information on President, over. All available information on President follows. He and Governor Connolly have been hit in the car in which they were riding. We do not know no information. Mr. Bromley Smith is back here in the Situation Room now. We are getting our information over the tickers. Over. That is affirmative. Please keep us advised on here. This plane on which Secretary of State, other cabinet ministers headed for Japan, turning around, returning to Honolulu, will arrive there approximately 2 hours. Over. We'll need all information to decide whether some party should go directly to Dallas. Over. Roger. You wish information as to whether some members of that party should go to Dallas. Affirmative. Do you have anything else, Wayside? No, any other information get a hold of as rapidly as possible. All right. The Associated Press is coming out now with a bulletin to the effect that they believe the president was hit in the head. That just came in. Over.
The question of how the Air Force One received the information about Oswald being the assassin reportedly came from the White House Situation Room, where the Navy aide, Oliver Hallett, was telling Air Force One Oswald was the assassin and it was no conspiracy. This has also been attributed to McGeorge Bundy. None of this is on the tape that we have, but we do know that Oliver Howard, the guy who was heard on the tapes, talking to Air Force One, knew Oswald. His previous assignment was the U.S. Embassy in Moscow, where he was a Navy attaché, and his wife was Snyder's secretary. So when Oswald defected 3 years earlier, he handed his passport to Snyder. Howard's wife was right there and later testified about Oswald's behavior. And so when Oliver Howard in the Situation Room was telling the Air Force One that Oswald was the assassin, he knew Oswald, which I find astounding coincidence. I think there's other tapes out there that we can look for and maybe locate, and someday in the future we can have a complete picture of what happened on that return flight on November 22nd, 1963.
There is a hidden history to the JFK assassination, and there's no doubt that the Warren Commission parroted everything spoon-fed to them from J. Edgar Hoover and Allen Dulles. It has taken insiders from the various investigations to lift the curtain to let researchers know just how much is wrong with the official evidence. Someone says, who cares who killed JFK? The series is not for them. The series is for those who still do care. This episode deals with missing photographs, doctored x-rays, medical evidence that's been tampered with, witnesses who claim evidence they saw is not what the Warren Commission or National Archives present. The Assassination Records and Review Board investigator Doug Horn offers some insight into what he found researching the medical evidence and doctor testimony from Parkland to Bethesda.
My name is Doug Horn, and I served on the staff of the Assassination Records Review Board, the ARRB, during the final 3 years of its 4-year existence, from August of 1995 through the end of September 1998. Now, the ARRB was the enforcement arm of the JFK Records Act, passed in October of 1992 as a direct result of the controversy stirred up by Oliver Stone's seminal film, JFK. As a result of the act, there is now an open, independent records collection at the National Archives containing over 6 million pages of documents. I was hired as a senior analyst on the military records team and was promoted halfway through my tour to the position of chief analyst for military records. The work I am the most proud of is the extra credit work in the medical evidence arena done by me and my boss, General Counsel T. Jeremy Gunn. Although the review board was not allowed to formally reinvestigate the assassination or draw conclusions, our approach was to attempt to expand the record in the hope that controversial aspects of the evidence could be better understood or clarified. In 2009, I published my 5-volume book, Inside the Assassination Records Review Board, which presents my own conclusion that there was a massive medical cover-up of JFK's death, based upon the 11 medical depositions taken by the ARRB staff and the numerous other unsworn medical witness interviews our staff conducted. That there was a massive and rather sloppy and poorly executed medical cover-up of JFK's death by the U.S. government is undeniable, in my view. Here is a summary of the shocking and rather damning conclusions that I have reached after attempting to reconcile all of the conflicting medical evidence gathered by the Warren Commission, the HSCA, the Review Board, and generations of JFK researchers. Number 1, at least 18 different photographic views shot at JFK's autopsy are now missing. They were never placed in the official collection held by the Secret Service and were therefore never placed in the National Archives. The autopsy report in the archives today, misrepresented as the original, is only the third written version of that crucial document. The original notes from the autopsy and the first typed draft were burned by the chief pathologist, and the first signed version disappeared in 1966 after it was given to Robert F. Kennedy. Each version of the autopsy report represents significant changes to its content, which proves the autopsy conclusions were quite malleable during the week following JFK's death. Since the extant autopsy report is clearly the third version and not the original, it would not be admissible at any trial in a court of law. Number 3, at least 2 and possibly 3 skull x-rays of President Kennedy are missing. They were never placed in the official collection. The 3 skull x-rays placed in the official collection are not originals, as they are currently misrepresented to be by the archives, but instead are altered copy films, altered to hide the blowout in the right rear of the head, and in an attempt to incriminate the accused assassin, by adding a purported bullet fragment to one of them. The crucial work on the extant skull x-rays proving they are altered copy films was done by Dr. David Mantic, MD, PhD, utilizing the science of optical densitometry during his 9 visits to the National Archives over several years. The questions the review board staff posed to the autopsy pathologists about the skull x-rays and the answers we received confirmed Dr. Mantic's hypothesis. Now, parenthetically, I support Dr. Mantic's current conclusion that there were 3 shots that struck President Kennedy in the head, 1 from behind and 2 from the right front. I also support the hypothesis by Dr. Mantic, the late Doug Weldon, Anthony DiFiore, and many others that the entrance wound in JFK's throat was fired from the south grassy knoll and penetrated the limousine's windshield before striking the president. Wound diagrams executed for the ARRB staff in 1997 by 3 medical witnesses missed by the Warren Commission and the HSCA, Nurse Audrey Bell, Dr. Charles Crenshaw, and Dr. Robert Grossman, confirmed in a powerful visual way what the Parkland medical staff had written in 1963 and testified to in 1964, namely that JFK had a hole in the right rear of his skull when treated in Dallas. Nurse Bell and Dr. Crenshaw were of the opinion that the wound they recalled was an exit wound, and furthermore stated that they saw no damage to the top or right side of JFK's head, as is seen in the autopsy photographs in the official collection. While Dr. Grossman decided to characterize the wound he recalled in the rear of the head as an entrance, and to support the Warren Commission in the way he characterized that wound, nevertheless, the wound he drew was in the same location as the wound sketched by Bell and Crenshaw. It was a hole in the right rear quadrant of the skull. Number 5. The ARRB deposed both FBI agents present at President Kennedy's autopsy, James Seibert and Francis O'Neill, and both of these agents, under oath, impugned and disowned the autopsy images of JFK's head, showing the back of his head to apparently be intact. FBI agent Jim Seibert's ARRB wound diagram is particularly damning because it is at such odds with the intact back of the head autopsy photos. Even Dr. Grossman from Parkland, who supports the Warren Commission, when shown the iDocs tracing of that photograph published by the HSCA, said, quote, "That's completely incorrect," unquote. Steve Tilley of the National Archives and the Kennedy family attorney, Burke Marshall, blocked sending the autopsy photos to Dallas. So when the ARRB went to Dallas to depose 5 of the Dallas treating physicians in August of 1998, the Parkland doctors were not able to comment on the accuracy or inaccuracy of the head wounds displayed in those images. Nevertheless, Dr. Jones volunteered at that deposition that he did not see evidence of missing bone at the top of JFK's skull and did not see any bones protruding on the right side of the cranium either. It was a powerful statement about the inaccuracy of the autopsy photos, which he had seen in books, made under oath by one of the people who treated JFK in Trauma Room 1 the day of the assassination. Number 7. Mortician Tom Robinson, who witnessed all procedures performed on JFK at Bethesda Naval Hospital, executed a wound diagram for the ARRB staff in 1996 that confirmed the same large defect in the rear of the head seen by the Dallas treating physicians. 2 witnesses interviewed by the ARRB, Tom Robinson and Navy X-ray technician Ed Reed, both witnessed illegal, clandestine, post-mortem surgery to JFK's skull performed by Dr. James J. Humes, the lead Navy pathologist, prior to the commencement of the official autopsy of record at Bethesda. Now, Dr. Humes steadfastly maintained for over 3 decades that he never had to surgically remove JFK's skull cap to get to the brain, because the bullet exit wound was so large. The recollections of Robinson and Reed have exposed this repeated statement for what it was: perjury. I have concluded that the purpose of this post-mortem surgery was simply to open up the cranium and remove all evidence of shots from the front. Bullet fragments, brain tissue showing any evidence of bullet tracks, and entry wounds in the skin and cranial bone. At the very least, this was obstruction of justice, performed by Dr. Humes while operating under official orders. It was performed early that night, between the time the body arrived at 6:35 p.m. and the time the autopsy officially began at 8 p.m. Later, before a large and disbelieving audience in the Bethesda morgue, Dr. Humes acknowledged that surgery had indeed been performed on the top of the skull, and the two FBI agents wrote it down in their notes and put that observation in their official report on November 26th. What the morgue audience that entered at 8 p.m. did not know, and what the FBI agents did not know, was that Humes himself had performed this surgery and was responsible for the incredible damage to the skull they were witnessing. He was simply engaging in defensive behavior, in dissociation, by noting the surgery and saying, in essence, well, I see it too, but I didn't do it. In short, Humes panicked when he thought his perfidy had been discovered by his peers and made an excited oral utterance, a very revealing one, as pointed out by David Lifton in his book Best Evidence in 1980. Number 9. But the autopsy sketch made by Dr. Boswell, his fellow Navy pathologist, confirms that Humes did do it. For Boswell's sketch confirms that an enormous area of bone, 10 by 17 centimeters in size, was completely missing from the top of the skull at the time of the formal autopsy. The ARRB had Dr. Boswell draw in 3 dimensions the extent of the missing bone in the president's cranium on a skull model while under oath at his deposition. Boswell's skull markings, reproduced by me in 4 separate drawings, demonstrate that at the time of the official autopsy, from 8 to 11 p.m., the bone was completely missing from the top, the right side, and the right rear of JFK's skull. This incredible damage, not seen by anyone in Dallas, and caused by clandestine post-mortem surgery performed by Humes and Boswell, was successfully misrepresented by them to both the Warren Commission and the HSCA as, quote, damage done by the assassin's bullet, unquote. This misrepresentation occurs not only in Boswell's autopsy sketch, but in about 2/3 of the extant autopsy photographs, in which the back of JFK's head is hidden by a convenient metal head brace, and the gross damage to the top and right side is clearly displayed. All of the skull x-rays were taken after this clandestine surgery as well. When Tom Robinson, the Gawler's funeral home mortician, was shown the autopsy photograph of the top of JFK's head, showing the entire top of the cranium missing, he told the ARRB staff, well, that makes it look like that's what the bullet did. But actually, that's what the doctors did. Number 10. President Kennedy's body arrived quite early at Bethesda Naval Hospital on November 22, 1963, at 6:35 p.m., 20 minutes before the motorcade from Andrews Air Force Base containing the bronze Dallas casket. There had always been credible witnesses to the early arrival of JFK's body, in the wrong color vehicle and in the wrong type of casket. But fortunately, the ARRB staff obtained a key document written by Marine Corps Sergeant Roger Boysen on November 26, 1963, which baldly states, the casket arrived at 1835 hours. Boysen was in charge of the Marine security detail at JFK's autopsy, and his entire report was about the president's autopsy. So when he wrote, quote, the casket, unquote, he clearly was referring to President Kennedy's casket. There is no other likely or reasonable interpretation. This allowed me to pinpoint with precision the timing of the mysterious arrival of the cheap shipping casket in the black hearse. While Humes and Boswell were performing clandestine surgery on JFK's skull to remove evidence, the empty bronze Dallas casket was sitting unattended and unnoticed out in front of Bethesda Naval Hospital in the light gray Navy ambulance in which it had been driven from Andrews Air Force Base. After clandestine surgery was performed on JFK to sanitize the crime scene and obliterate all evidence of frontal shots, JFK's body was placed back into the bronze Dallas casket, which had been quietly brought into the morgue anteroom by 4 federal agents, and was then allowed to be found by the Joint Service Casket Team, and was formally taken into the morgue by the casket team or the honor guard at 8 p.m. The large morgue audience of about 35 people that also entered at 8 p.m. didn't know these shenanigans had taken place, and simply saw an enormous head wound that they did not understand, and which did not in any way resemble the localized wound in the right rear of the head seen in Dallas by Secret Service Agent Clint Hill and the entire Parkland treatment staff. Perhaps the most important discovery I made personally while with the ARRB was that there had been 2 distinct brain exams following the autopsy on JFK's body, whereas there should have only been 1. I created a timeline using all available testimony, and it quickly became apparent that the first post-autopsy brain exam was on Monday, November 25th, and the second one was about a week later, sometime between November 29th and December 2nd. The two Navy pathologists, Humes and Boswell, were present at both events, whereas the official autopsy photographer, John Stringer, was only present at the first brain exam. And Dr. Fink, the Army pathologist who arrived late at the autopsy and who did not know about the clandestine surgery on the cranium, was only present at the second brain exam. JFK's real brain was examined on Monday, November 25th, 3 days after the autopsy on the body, and was serially sectioned, and those sections were each photographed. None of the photos from the first brain exam are in the official record today. The purpose of holding a second brain exam and inviting poor Dr. Fink as the poor dupe or witness was to introduce photographs of a brain into the official record, which showed a pattern of damage generally consistent with the official cover story, namely that JFK was shot in the head only from behind. In conclusion, the brain photos in the archives cannot be photos of JFK's brain and are the strongest evidence of a government cover-up in the Kennedy assassination. FBI agent Frank O'Neill examined the brain photos in the archives. One of them was sketched by artist Ida Docks and published by the HSCA. And O'Neill testified that it did not look in any way like the brain he saw at the autopsy Friday night. Both O'Neill and Tom Robinson told the ARRB staff that significant mass was missing from the right rear of the authentic brain seen Friday night at the autopsy on the body, which means that the photos in the archives today were taken of a substitute brain at the second exam. They are frauds. O'Neill testified to the ARRB that over half the mass of JFK's brain was missing when he saw it at the autopsy, and he expressed the opinion that, in contrast, the brain imaged in the archives photos was, quote, almost a complete brain, unquote. The official autopsy photographer, John Stringer, testified that the brain photos in the archives today are taken on different kinds of film, both color and black and white, than he used at the brain exam on Monday, November 25th, and that the serial sections he so carefully photographed are not in the extant collection. The reason for suppressing the photos of JFK's actual brain was because the government was attempting to sell the cover story of a lone shooter firing from behind, and JFK's authentic brain surely depicted gross evidence of two shots hitting from the front, so those photos could not, under any circumstances, make it into the official record. I was told several times by my boss, Jeremy Gunn, that none of the 5 ARRB board members believed there was a conspiracy to murder President Kennedy or that there was a government cover-up. At the time, this shocked me, but it shouldn't have in retrospect, because they were all appointed by establishment organs of our society. The board members allowed us to play in our sandbox of medical evidence simply because former Congressman Louis Stokes had admitted to them at the time of their confirmation hearings in the Senate that his committee, the HSCA, had not satisfied anyone with its explanation of the conflicts in the medical evidence or with its conclusions about the medical evidence. Both Jeremy and I found Dr. Humes to be a great prevaricator, found Dr. Fink to be hiding behind an unconvincing excuse, the forgetfulness of old age, and we found Dr. Boswell to be the most forthcoming of the 3 pathologists, revealing perhaps much more than he realized about the cover-up he participated in. The lesson of the JFK assassination is to never blindly accept the pronouncements of authority on issues of great import. Study the evidence yourself and make up your own mind.
Jim Garrison's trial in 1967 opened the doors for release of information such as the Zapruder film and other medical records. This continued with the House Select Committee on Assassinations and other official requests for documents through the Freedom of Information Act. Public interest peaked with Nigel Turner's The Men Who Killed Kennedy and Oliver Stone's JFK. That resulted in the Assassination Records and Review Board. The problem is the public wanted to know more and suspected something was crooked, but the major media often parrot a lone gunman view. To write articles against the Justice Department or an intelligence agency was seen as biting the hand that feeds it. The American dream, it seems, cannot take the scrutiny of its own citizens and hides behind national security as reason not to release documents. After all, the Warren Commission had all kinds of documents and locked them away for 75 years. That must be some kind of evidence so explosive they need 75 years to come up with an explanation, or they would have been waving them around like a flag for all to see. Now and then a few articles get written, reporters, journalists discover facts, documents, which slip through to a waiting public who just want the truth. Jefferson Morley is a journalist who's been writing in Washington, D.C. for years. Here is one man's journey into JFK and the major media.
This is Jefferson Morley from Washington, D.C. My interest in the Kennedy assassination really started to develop in the 1980s. It was not as an investigative reporter. My interest was more kind of cultural. I was interested in movies and fiction that had been inspired by the assassination of President Kennedy or influenced somehow by it. I knew about the many theories. I'd read a few books, but I never really had strong opinions and never really thought of it as a journalistic subject for myself. That changed with Oliver Stone's movie in 1991. I was here in Washington at that time, and the tremendous furor that the movie set off, especially among Washington journalists of my acquaintance. Many a dinner party was ruined that year by intense arguments. And I found that whole phenomenon very interesting. In 1992, when I read that Congress had passed the JFK Records Act, that's when I first was intrigued as a journalist, because it was at that time that I realized there were going to be new records, new government documents about the assassination. In those records, there will be interesting stories. They may not tell us who killed Kennedy, but they'll still be interesting. They'll tell us something about this moment that is so controversial in American history and so filled with confusion and doubt and dispute. I met John Newman, who was a retired Army intelligence officer and also an academic historian. I really liked John Newman's approach to the JFK story. It was very focused on documents. It was very focused on creating an empirical record of what the CIA knew about Oswald and when they knew it. And I began reading all of the new documents that had been released, not looking for anything in particular, just familiarizing myself with the new evidence. In there, I ran across CIA cables concerning Oswald that were dated before the assassination. They showed that people in the CIA knew who the alleged assassin was. So who were those people and what did they know? That's kind of a basic investigative reporter's question. On several documents, I ran across a name, Jane Roman. She worked in the counterintelligence staff. I thought, well, what if she's still around? She might have something interesting to say about these documents. And I did a little searching. I couldn't find her, but I found somebody in her family who I managed to talk into giving me her phone number. I sent her a copy of the cable and I said, your name appears on here. Could you talk to me about this document? I went to interview her with John Newman. She said some very interesting things. I wrote up what I found there in a piece for the Washington Post, which appeared in April of 1995. Basically, what Jane Roman said in commenting on the cable was it indicated to her that somebody in the CIA Special Affairs staff, the anti-Castro operation, had taken a keen interest in Oswald. That was her phrase, keen interest in Oswald. That, I thought, was newsworthy. Why would somebody take a keen interest in Oswald when he was completely obscure, kind of a itinerant young man of no particular distinction? Why would people at the top of the CIA be taking a keen interest in him? No CIA officer had ever talked on the record about pre-assassination of Oswald to a journalist before. This is some 30 years after the assassination. I thought that was a good story. I took an interest in the confrontation between Oswald and anti-Castro Cubans in New Orleans in August of 1963. And I took an interest in the group, the Cuban Student Directorate, and looked through the CIA files in the National Archives about them. And sure enough, they had been supported by the CIA. Communications concerning the Cuban Student Directorate were addressed to or from somebody named Howard. And I was trying to figure out who Howard was. So finally, I put the question to the JFK Review Board itself, and I said, why don't you ask the CIA who was the case officer for the DRE in the summer of 1963? And I didn't find out the answer for a year. The documents came into the public record, and they showed that the case officer for the DRE, the man named Howard, was in fact a CIA officer named George Joannides. None of this was known to the Warren Commission. This whole area of CIA assets being in touch with the accused assassin before November 22nd, 1963, CIA assets using their knowledge of Oswald to create the impression that Oswald acted at Castro's behest. This really calls into question whether the Warren Commission and even the House Select Committee ever even had the basic records related to the assassination needed to pass judgment. And the fact is they didn't. Not only had Joannides been the case officer for the DRE in 1963, but he had another role in the JFK story. And that was, in 1978, he had served as the CIA's liaison to the House Select Committee on Assassinations. I called Bob Blakey, the general counsel of the HSCA, who I knew slightly, and I said, Bob, do you recognize this name, George Joannides? Did you ever know what he was doing in 1963? He said, well, no, he wasn't doing anything in 1963 because we had an agreement with the agency that we didn't want people who were operational at that time to be involved in the investigation. And I said, Bob, let me show you what he was doing in 1963. And this was a revelation for Blakey that the man who he had dealt with in 1978 had a role in 1963 funding the anti-Castro group that had encountered Oswald and publicized his activities, and Joannides had never mentioned it to the House Select Committee on Assassinations, never mentioned it to the investigators. That was a very audacious deception on the part of Joannides and on the part of the CIA, very revealing about their attitude towards the congressional investigation in 1978. I thought this was a terrific story and brought it to the editors of the Washington Post and said, isn't this a great story? And my colleagues disagreed with me. I decided, well, I'm just going to publish the story. And so in 2001, I published what I knew about the story up to that point in the Miami New Times newspaper. And I continued to report on the story. When you report a story, if the CIA senses that you have an institution behind you, like the Washington Post, they'll be more cooperative. I didn't have that. The Post wasn't interested in running the story, so I needed institutional strength on my side, and I realized the way to do that was to file a lawsuit. In 2003, I filed a lawsuit for the records of George Joannides. It's been very difficult. The case was thrown out in 2006. I appealed in 2007. In December of 2007, a federal appeals court ruled unanimously in my favor and said the CIA needed to do more searching for Joannides' records. And as a result of that, the agency turned over a bunch more material to me, and they added to our understanding of the CIA and Oswald and the assassination. There were some travel records in the Joannides material that I obtained after 2007, and they indicated that Joannides had traveled to New Orleans twice in April and May of 1964. Well, that was interesting because that's exactly when the Warren Commission attorneys went to New Orleans to interview Carlos Bringuer of the DRE about the events leading up to the assassination. That's not proof that Joannides went to New Orleans in connection with the Warren Commission, but it certainly opens the possibility that he did. George Joannides was a lawyer by profession, so if he was seeking to protect the agency's interests, he would be well placed to advise people in the DRE about their testimony to the Warren Commission. Joannides had gotten a medal from the CIA. He had received what's called the Career Intelligence Medal, pretty much the second highest medal a CIA officer can receive. And he had gotten it less than 2 years after he had stonewalled Bob Blakey in the House Select Committee. There's still a lot of Joannides material withheld. 295 different records are withheld by the CIA. The CIA says they cannot be released for reasons of national security. And that's a minimum figure because there's a whole nother set of operational files in which the CIA will neither confirm nor deny that the files exist. Now, given that Joannides was an operations officer and his job in Miami was the chief of the psychological warfare branch, he was running operations. So there's at least 295 records that we've never seen, and there's probably many more. In my other reporting, I've identified other CIA records that are still being withheld. I found that the CIA had asked the JFK Review Board in 1998 to postpone the release of 1,100 CIA documents not believed relevant to the assassination. I did some searching in the National Archives online database, and there's clearly some records in there that are related to the assassination because they concern personalities who figure in the JFK assassination story. For example, William K. Harvey, CIA officer who ran the CIA's assassination program, known for his open contempt for President Kennedy and his brother. David Phillips, chief of anti-Castro operations in the Western Hemisphere in 1963, and somebody who has figured in conspiratorial speculation in the past. He's certainly somebody who knew about Oswald before the assassination. The CIA is withholding 600 pages of material, of operational files from David Phillips. They're withholding 120 pages on William K. Harvey. I'm trying to impress everybody, the general public and also the CIA, on the imperative of releasing this material. These are interesting people who have figured in questions about who killed Kennedy. We need to get those records out, and my writing at jfkfacts.org, my comments on the subject have really been focused on the imperative of full disclosure. There's also material from other government agencies which hasn't been made public despite the JFK Records Act. In that regard, there's a lot of material from the Church Committee, which investigated CIA abuses of power in the 1970s, which has never been released, and I think would be very relevant to the story today. The CIA has said that they're going to not release this material until 2017, which is the statutory limit. But there is a provision in the law which says that the CIA can request postponement beyond 2017. I fully expect them to do that in the absence of demands from the public. What I'm focusing on now in the 50th anniversary and in the years ahead is creating the pressure and making the case for release of this material as soon as possible. I think it will complete the record of the assassination. It will shed new light on important dimensions of the assassination which we do not know about right now.
In this, the 50th episode of our series, we examine perhaps the greatest failing of the Warren Commission, that to honestly investigate the true enemies of JFK. That search has to include those opposed to his foreign policy. There were those surrounding JFK who were seriously threatened by his moves for peace, that threatened the industrialized military complex that President Eisenhower warned of. That included the Joint Staff, which had proposed Operation Northwoods, among other things. The CIA was to be smashed into 1,000 pieces, and according to the National Security Act of 1947, the CIA works directly for the National Security Council, who was not too happy with the proposed demise of CIA. Every American should read the Dulles Jackson Korea Report of 1949 to see of Allen Dulles' plans for his CIA. The National Security Council initiates, plans, and reacts to the foreign policy of the United States. But this is just another area that the president had strong opposition. Director, producer, Oliver Stone discusses JFK's foreign policy and how it was at odds with the establishment, corporate and military, of the United States in 1963.
This is Oliver Stone. In light of what I've been doing the last 5 years with the Untold History of the United States, which was a Showtime series and is now out on Blu-rays, we looked at Kennedy without looking at the assassination. If you look at the Eisenhower regime and then you look at the Johnson regime after it, he really stands out, and people have not given him credit enough for the differences. Some people would say, the last year especially, but I would say from 1960 onward. There's no question that he was a Cold Warrior because he had to be at that time. You can't be soft on communism in 1960 and go against the last 13 years of the tide of American life. No, you can't. But Kennedy is definitely trying to keep his humanistic impulses. He had been to Vietnam, he knew the Algerian War situation with the French, and he condemned colonialism very strongly, and had done so as a younger man. His decision to neutralize and fuzz up the ocean situation was as severe next time as the Vietnam situation. And Eisenhower wanted to go in. He advised him to go in, as did the Joint Chiefs. But he fuzzed it up and came up with a neutralist solution. But it was a very difficult road for him to hew between these forces that were pressing on him to continue the American build-up, continue the American way of life. In Berlin, he had a hard job, but as he once said famously, a wall, meaning the Berlin Wall, is better than a war, because we were that close to war in 1961. It was a very cold year, 61. 62 only got worse, because the effort, and Kennedy in part was responsible for it, to dislodge Cuba, which was only 90 miles away with a communist regime from the United States. So there was this desire to get rid of them. At the same time, the thing got out of hand. By the time the Russians put their missiles in, because they figured that the United States was going to invade Cuba, Kennedy found himself on a tuning fork. He was in a very tough situation. And there's no question that if it had been Obama in the presidency, or Nixon, or Johnson, or Reagan, we would have gone to war in October 62. That is the difference between Kennedy and those men. Kennedy seems to me closer to a man like Roosevelt in his grand vision and his generosity of vision. He saw the war coming. He saw the deaths. He saw the PSYOP plans that Eisenhower had drawn up and left, calling for, nuclear strikes that would kill about 600 million people in the world. Our position was we would take out Red Communist China at the same time as Russia. If we ever had to go to a conventional war, we would avoid it. And, in fact, in the heart of the missile crisis, we found that the bombers on Okinawa were lit up and ready to go with hydrogen bombs were over China. So this was a full-scale plan, and it could have easily have gotten out of hand, because we had the submarine crisis, which we showed in our chapter on Untold History with Arkhipov. We have a shoot-down of the U-2. We have false messages going to Washington throughout that crisis about attacks on various cities. We also have Thomas Powers in the Air Force going to a DEFCON 2 situation without checking with anybody. He just goes to DEFCON 2. We remain at DEFCON 2 throughout the crisis, whereas the Soviets don't even go to that level. So at this point, the Joint Chiefs are really thinking, especially LeMay, that this is a moment to go. We can take the Russians. We're obviously much stronger than they are at this point. We have a 10-to-1 parity. We are much stronger. We have 30,000, something like that, 3,000 or 2,000 nuclear weapons. So we figure we can suffer, we can sustain the retaliation that will come. This is a very important note to this crisis. In that mood, Kennedy has attested to it, and Robert Kennedy, and all the aides, Kenny O'Donnell, etc., the mood was one for war. Eisenhower himself advised to go into Cuba. McNamara, years later, said that we did not know. He found out afterward, when he traveled the world, he found out that in Cuba there was 40,000 trained Russian troops with 100 nuclear battlefield weapons. 100. Our estimates were much lower than that. We didn't know all the kinds of missiles. Our U-2s had only revealed a certain portion of the missiles that they had. They also were commanded by, actually, the Stalingrad commander, which is an amazing story. McNamara said they were estimating 20,000 casualties on the invasion, but McNamara later said we would have had 100,000 casualties, in which case we could really have gotten out of hand, and no doubt would have led to a thermonuclear war and perhaps a winter. Kennedy sensed that this was getting out of hand, and so did Khrushchev. Thank God that they were still communicating through Dobrynin and Robert Kennedy. And through that last Saturday night, it was the most scary night, McNamara himself said, I'd never thought I'd see another Saturday night on the Potomac again. That Sunday dawned with mercy, and Khrushchev backed down and started to talk, and they made a deal to save this situation, because both Khrushchev and Kennedy knew that the hardliners in both their camps were going to get out of line on this. We're getting out of line. We're very lucky just to be here with this world, this civilized world that we had, and people forget that. And over the course of the next year, essentially, Kennedy and Khrushchev signed a limited test ban treaty, which is the first time we ever have any kind of nuclear test ban treaty in these 14, 15 years since the Cold War. They agreed to call off the space race, which was a very important thing. That Kennedy said they wanted to go to space together, and of course he said in his American University speech, which was, I think, the greatest speech a president's ever given in this century, it calls for the end of the Cold War. And he says, what kind of a peace
do I mean, and what kind of a peace do we seek? Not a Pax Americana, enforced on the world by American weapons of war, not the peace of the grave or the security of the slave. I am talking about genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living.
And he pays homage. He's the first American president since World War II, since Roosevelt, to pay homage to the Soviet Union's contribution to World War II. Basically, they took on the German army.
Among the many traits the peoples of our two countries have in common, none is stronger than our mutual abhorrence of war.
Took an enormous amount of dead, more than 20 million. Like 25, 27, the U.S. took 400,000 casualties. They wiped out 5/6 of the German army and were devastated and broke after World War II. And Kennedy, in this beautiful speech, outlined all of that. We've never heard it from an American president. We've never sensed from an American president any degree of compassion or understanding for the life of others, for China, for Russia. Even when Gorbachev made his tremendous contributions later to world peace, offering the United States an olive branch, Reagan never said anything particularly kind about the past because he didn't know the history of the Soviet Union. Kennedy represents a sea change in the last 50 years of American life. And when you see Johnson come in on November 23, what I grew up believing, the mainstream media keep telling us, was essentially was a continuation of the policies of Kennedy to more effect, and that Kennedy would have stayed in Vietnam, etc. But we completely disagree with that, and we dispute it in our history. He was the last truly peacekeeper of American presidents after Roosevelt, and it's a shame because it's gone. It was gone in Dallas that day. Too many people had too much going with the Cold War, and they wanted it to continue. And they also feared that Kennedy, because he was popular for these positions, very popular, and he would have won re-election in '64. If he'd been re-elected, he would have gone much further. And in '68, of course, you have the prospect of Robert Kennedy. So you have a Kennedy dynasty brewing. I think that's very frightening to people who literally hate his guts from the military and hate this family with such a passion. And also you saw it in the signs of the time in the South, in the posters, and the races. They hated him for being young, they thought pro-black, and they thought that he was a coward, soft unconscious. So it's a sick country which did that to him. And what's sick is that on top of it, the cover-up goes on and on and on. 50 years later, all our mainstream media now, with all the leading intelligent people of our media society, because they don't want to step out of line, all saying now that Oswald did it alone, but they're ignoring the evidence. This evidence is with your own eyes and your own common sense. It's really a shame that this country has chickened out. The Warren Commission was appointed quickly and was a cover job. I would not call it a fraud because I don't believe Earl Warren was a fraud. I think he's a good man. I think Russell and many of the people on it were good people. And I don't even think that Hoover was as bad as people make him out to be, because I think a lot of the good evidence does come from early FBI work. But the issue with that is why appoint the man who Kennedy fired to the commission? That's Allen Dulles, who had been humiliated by Kennedy. And Dulles, when you get into it, seemed to control a lot of what was going on and what was being given to Warren and the commission, and what was read into the files and the lawyers and the appointees and so forth. He also does not make available the CIA files that are really important on Oswald and on these other characters to the commission, although there's plenty of people who are talking about them already at that point. Dulles is the fox in the chicken coop here. So the Warren Commission cannot be trusted.
On the evening of the assassination, a Philadelphia lawyer named Vincent Salandra made a prediction. If the arrested man presented as a lone assassin survived the weekend, it could be assumed he was indeed responsible. If, however, Oswald was killed while in custody, then responsibility for the assassination could be understood as residing at the highest levels of the U.S. establishment. Vincent Salandra produced some of the earliest and best articles critical of the Warren Commission. He also argued it was best to use a big picture lens to view the assassination, that the events and the details of the day produced a false mystery, because the identity of the ultimate sponsors of the murder was obvious all along. Author David Radcliffe, in his astounding interviews with Colonel Fletcher Prouty, resulted in Understanding Special Operations, which reveals much of the U.S. secret black budget military from 1955 to 1964. Dave Radcliffe was also influenced by the work of Philadelphia lawyer Vincent Salandra and has this to add.
My name is David Radcliffe from Boston. The following is an excerpt of Vincent Salandria's 1998 address to the Coalition on Political Assassinations. Theodore H. White, in his book, The Making of the President, 1964, told us that on the afternoon of November 22, 1963, the presidential party on Air Force One, quote, learned that there was no conspiracy, learned of the identity of Oswald and his arrest, unquote. In correspondence with me, Mr. White stated that his message was sent to the presidential party from the Situation Room of the White House. The same message was confirmed by Pierre Salinger in his book, With Kennedy. Mr. Salinger received that same message while on a cabinet plane, which was flying over the Pacific Ocean. Mr. Salinger tried to get those data to me and had instructed the National Archives to provide them but they disappeared from the National Archives. My inquiries to the White House Communications Agency requesting a copy of the Air Force One tapes were dismissed in a letter by James Cross, Armed Forces aide to the President. He wrote that the logs and tapes of the radio transmissions, quote, are kept for official use only. These tapes are not releasable, nor are they obtainable from commercial sources. But the contents of this message to Air Force One was confirmed in 1993 by Robert Manning, Kennedy's Assistant Secretary of State for Public Affairs, who was on the presidential plane on its return trip from Love Field to Andrews Air Force Base. He reported having heard the same account of Oswald being designated as the presumed assassin. That, my good people, is conclusive evidence of high-level U.S. governmental guilt. The first announcement of Oswald as the lone assassin, before there was any evidence against him, and while there was overwhelmingly convincing evidence of conspiracy, had come from the White House Situation Room. Only the assassins could have made that premature declaration that Oswald was the assassin. This announcement had been made while back in Dallas, District Attorney Henry Wade was stating that, quote, preliminary reports indicated more than one person was involved in the shooting, unquote. Can there be any doubt that for any innocent government taken by surprise by the assassination and legitimately seeking the truth concerning it, the White House Situation Room message was sent too soon? The government could not have known at that time that Oswald was the killer and that there was no conspiracy. On November 22, 1963, McGeorge Bundy, the President's Assistant for National Security Affairs, had been in direct control of the White House Situation Room. Bundy was a hardliner on foreign policy. He had been a student of CIA's Covert Operations Chief, Richard Bissell, who had been fired by President Kennedy after the Bay of Pigs. In 1948, Bundy had worked for Bissell on the Marshall Plan. Bundy was a man of considerable intelligence. He did not, out of stupidity, inform the presidential party that Oswald was the lone assassin before there was any evidence against him and while there was compelling evidence of conspiracy. At Bundy's direction, instructions were given to the party on the presidential plane and on the cabinet plane. What they had heard, smelled, and seen in Dealey Plaza was of no consequence. The patsy had been selected, and the conclusion of conspiracy had been ruled out. Bundy was indirectly instructing the presidential party and the cabinet members that he was speaking for the killers. He was directing the presidential party and the cabinet that what they had observed in Dealey Plaza was merely evidence, and that the needs of state rose above evidence. He was informing the presidential party that those among them who had witnessed the triangulation of fire which had brought down the president should not imagine that a few nuts in Dealey Plaza had gotten lucky. They were being circuitously informed that the assassination had been committed by a level of U.S. power that was above and beyond punishment. Bundy, in the service of our warfare state and the U.S. establishment of which he was an honored member, committed the crime of being an obstructor of justice and was a critical accessory after the fact to the murder of our president. Bundy was rewarded for his brazen cover-up work by remaining with President Johnson as one of his leading hawkish advisors on Vietnam. This preeminent establishment man was, in my judgment, unquestionably criminally involved, at least in the cover-up of the assassination of President Kennedy. He owed his allegiance to the U.S. establishment, the murderers of the president.
The Kennedy assassination retains its hold on the public imagination because it's still an open case. And along with accessories after the fact, there were accessories before the fact. When the FBI ended its investigation after 24 hours, declaring Lee Oswald the sole killer, leads which may have led to the real shooting teams were closed off prematurely, and vital clues were never followed up. One such clue can be found in the Dallas police radio logs, less than 15 minutes after shots in Dealey Plaza. In response to a tip, Police Inspector Sawyer broadcast the first description of a potential assassin. A white male, about 30, 5'10", 165 pounds. Lee Oswald, of course, is 5'8", 131 pounds. But what was really strange was that any assassin firing from the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository would have had to crouch or kneel at the window. How could anyone from street level determine a shooter's height and weight? And the source of this description was never identified. Someone reported this to the police and then disappeared. Decades later, as files were released through the JFK Records Act, researchers noticed a curious detail. In numerous files generated by the CIA's Counterintelligence Office written before the assassination, Oswald's physical description appeared as 5'10", 165 pounds. So, what does that all mean? That the CIA had paperwork with 165-pound Lee Oswald that was leaked and traces back to the CIA from before the assassination. As I mentioned, the source of this description was never identified. Someone reported it to the police and then disappeared. My research has led to Allen Dulles' top man, Ed Lansdale. Marine General Victor Krulak wrote a letter to Colonel Fletcher Prouty identifying Lansdale in Dealey Plaza that day. Lansdale was a master of psychological warfare. If Lansdale worked for Allen Dulles, who did Allen Dulles work for, and who did he represent? Oliver Stone spoke of JFK's foreign policy as a main area of opposition. It's interesting that Lansdale retired from his general position in the Pentagon a month before the assassination, then right after started working for the CARE organization, getting U.S. interest into third world countries on the ground floor before the communists could. This brings us back to the covert intelligence agencies of the U.S. government. Dulles hated the Kennedys. Hoover hated the Kennedys. Lyndon Johnson hated the Kennedys. U.S. Steel, Texas Oil, NASA, the Joint Chiefs. If you continue the research, you will find JFK was removed by his enemies in a coup d'etat. The evidence here is so overwhelming. If you look with common sense, you will see it is a false mystery. If you need more proof, demand the files be released. They are hidden because they are so damning, and if they showed evidence of a lone assassin, you can bet they would have been waved around years ago. Locked up for 75 years. Come on, this is a false mystery. 75 years? I'll close this series with a quote from Colonel Fletcher Prouty. I asked Fletcher that when he left for the South Pole, the Vietnam operations were being shut down. But by the time he got back to the Pentagon, offices that were empty weeks before were now full. It was full speed ahead for war plans in Southeast Asia. I asked, with the best and the brightest still working in the Defense Department, the Bundys, McNamara, Katzenbach, Nitze, all these smart men working there had to suspect something was wrong. Many of them had to know it was a coup. I asked him, how many do you think really knew? He quietly looked down and said to me in a very somber tone, they all knew. Thank you for watching 50 Reasons for 50 Years.